Reaping Mercy, Mercy Temple Chronicles, Book 5, written by Sierra Graves, narrated by Jack Ainsworth. Chapter 1. Rafael.
I nursed another beer at the bar, glaring at my reflection in the mirror behind it. The music was too damn loud, but I needed something to drown out the demon rage I hadn't been able to tamper since Mercy stormed out of my apartment. 2 weeks. It had been 2 weeks since I remembered the last piece of the puzzle. 2 weeks I sat on enough information to bring her down and drag the hunters back to Nashville. That night when I left my apartment, I had every intention of going straight to Noor's place and telling him everything I knew, telling him the truth about Mercy. Only I didn't. Somehow, I'd circled right back around and ended up standing outside my own front door. I told myself it was for the best. If I told Noor about her, about what she was, I'd be put on the case, which meant I'd be forced to hunt Mercy down. I never wanted to see her again. So instead, I kept the information about a possible war to myself, told no one about the artifacts, and spent every night since doing my best to forget Mercy. Too bad nothing worked. Nothing at all. I saw her face on the crowded sidewalk, dreamt I heard her laughter echoing through my apartment. Hell, there were times I woke up, sure she was in my arms. But she never was, and she never could be. She was dragon-born. Nothing else mattered. I ordered another beer and glowered at the crowd around me. I avoided the underground at all costs. The only place I could think to go was the club Mercy and I tracked Liam to on her first case. I told myself it had nothing to do with hoping she'd be brought here for some reason, or be drawn to me. The music was loud enough to give me a pounding headache, but every time I blinked, Mercy's face, her eyes filled with so much rage and hurt, were before me again.
Drinking alone?
I growled, giving Iris a sideways glance as she plopped down on a stool beside me. What the hell are you doing here?
Hanging out. You?
What do you think? Go away.
Why, so you can keep rooting on your own? Think I'll keep you company for a while.
I don't want company. I want to be left alone. Go find some poor sop to dance with. I turned my back to her and picked up my beer, eyeing the mass of people on the dance floor. I waited for Iris to get the hint and leave, but she refused and stayed right where she was, ordering a martini.
You and Mercy get in a fight or something?
She pushed. Don't.
Don't what? You've been in a piss-poor mood these last few weeks, and we haven't seen any sign of her. Figured you two were ticked off at each other, but this fight seems to be lasting a long-ass time.
Not a fight. I remained facing away from her, but she watched me all the same.
Sure, not a fight. Whatever you say.
You know, Iris, this is one of those times you'd be a better partner if you'd go away and leave me alone. She got up, and I sighed in relief until she spun me around on the stool and nailed me with a glare.
Whatever shit you're going through is affecting everyone trying to solve this damned envy case. You're scaring half the younger guys every time you walk into the damned room. And you really think Noor's going to let you keep acting like this? I'm trying to do you a favor. Talk to me.
Noor had been watching me like a hawk. It wouldn't be long before he called me into his office to give me shit for my attitude. Again. First couple of days I told myself I could control my anger and no one would notice. But Mercy cut me too deep. And part of me eventually had to admit why her betrayal pissed me off so badly. I'd be damned if I was going to share that information with Iris, though. Taking my beer, I stalked past her and skirted around the dance floor. Iris stayed by the bar at least, and after finishing off my beer, I left the club. The night was cool with the scent of spring rain on the breeze. At the end of the street, I stopped short. Going home sounded like a terrible plan. I had a stack of work waiting for me on my desk, so I trudged along the busy sidewalks toward the Fed building. My desk was now a table in one of the main conference rooms. After the fight with the Dragonborn, and Noor learning about the artifacts, all my attention had been directed at tracking down Envy. The information came in at a trickle, only because I had to find legitimate reasons for how I knew what I knew. Most of what I said came from Mercy, and Nor didn't question it. The rest of it was what I'd picked up while helping her and Bowen and Rufus. That I kept confidential. Once we reached Nashville for intel on the mage, the reports piled up, all sent from other sectors. Envy was all over the damned place, but no one knew where his current location was. He was tied to so many others. Sifting through the overwhelming amount of information took up all my time. Too bad even that wasn't enough to distract me from Mercy. It reminded me of her fight against Envy, how I watched her nearly die, how I'd gone into a full demon rage to save her. Reminded me of how much I cared for her. Doesn't matter, I snapped to myself, as I slapped a stack of files down in front of my chair. It's over. You'll never see her again. Rafael! I snarled as I jerked upright. Nor moved back in time to avoid my flying fist. Shit, sorry, sir. Save the apologies. You look like hell. Did you sleep here? I rubbed my eyes and shrugged. We have to find Envy. I had a lot of work to catch up on, and I couldn't sleep. Rafael, we need to talk. I'm fine, sir. I wasn't asking you if you were or not. Nor hauled me up from my chair. I protested, but he snarled, and I clamped my lips shut. The rest of the floor was empty, so no one saw me practically being dragged into Nor's office, like I was about to be scolded by a principal. He tossed me into his office and slammed his door shut behind him. What are you doing? The death of 12 agents hit me hard, sir. It could have been prevented. It hit all of us hard, but we're getting through it. We're not walking around looking like we're going to tear people apart limb by limb, he ranted, throwing his arms in the air as he spoke. What do you mean it could have been prevented? He added, his voice quieter, shooting me a curious glare. A glare I didn't like. Nothing, just we should have been able to save them. Nor crossed his arms and his brow arched. We had no idea what we were up against. You're saying someone neglected to tell us we were going to be fighting a dragon-born hybrid? I ground my teeth. That was exactly what I wanted to say, but that'd be giving up Mercy. As much as I was pissed off at her, I couldn't get the words out. I shrugged. I don't know, but that's why I want to find Envy and end this. End what? End whatever this madness is with the hybrids, I shouted furiously. It all started with Liam, and all it's done is get worse. Why do I sense there's more you're not telling me? I don't know. I do not accept that answer. Try again. My hands throbbed from being clenched into fists so tightly. Nothing, sir. Have you spoken to Mercy recently? Keeping my face blank, I inwardly cursed Iris. Had she told Nor about our conversation last night? Not in a few days. I believe she's tracking down some leads of her own. I lied, and waited for him to buy it. Has she had any trouble? Not that I'm aware of, no. Nor held my gaze steady for a solid minute, then nodded toward the door. Get your ass out of here and get back to work. But watch your anger. I'm not going to have you start a brawl in my office. Understand? You need to vent some rage. Go to the gym and beat the crap out of a punching bag. I pushed my tongue against my cheek as I hurried out of his office. I had punched another demon 3 days ago. He'd made some remark about Mercy. I couldn't even recall exactly what he said, but something inside me snapped and I decked him. We'd been separated by a furious Nor, and I had no explanation to give him that excused my behavior. I returned to the conference room, and one by one my new team arrived, eyeing me warily. I gave out their assignments for the day. When Iris came in, I took hold of her arm and hauled her into the stairwell. Did you tell Nor you saw me last night? I demanded.
So what if I did? Hope he ripped you a new one, she muttered, and tried to go around me for the door. I blocked her. Move it, Rafael.
You stay out of my business, got it?
Or what? You're falling apart. Everyone else can see it. And if you don't get over whatever funk this is, you're going to get yourself or someone else hurt. You can't go out in the field like this.
Why did she have to be right? I grabbed hold of the railing, squeezing until my hands ached.
Rafael, you're going to hurt yourself, she said,
her voice softer, reaching for my hands. The second her fingers brushed the back of my hands, Mercy's face appeared before me. It was her touch I felt, and I tore myself away from Iris. Get back to work. I threw open the door and hurried back to the conference room. The rest of the day was spent keeping my mouth shut, and everyone else staying as far away from me as they could. I didn't eat, but I drank coffee until it tasted sour and churned in my gut. Iris's comment had gotten to me. But worse was Nor asking if I'd heard from Mercy, if she'd been having any trouble. I wouldn't know, would I? I told myself I didn't care what became of her anymore. Too bad that was a shit-ass lie that I didn't buy. Worry nagged at me. What if the reason I hadn't seen her in 2 weeks wasn't because she was staying clear of me? What if she'd been wounded? What if envy had gotten to her after all? What if she was dead? By the time another long workday ended, I stalked out of the office and aimed for home. It wasn't that I wanted to be there. I could use a shower and a fresh change of clothes. Showing up to work wearing the same thing 3 days in a row would only give Nor more cause to chew my ass out. I was nearly there when my cell rang. I dug it out of my pocket, but the number was blocked. I started to shove it back when it rang again. Not answering, I grunted and declined the call. "That's too damned bad," said a voice in the shadows within the alley. The next second, 2 strong hands grabbed hold of me and threw me away from the sidewalk. I barely managed to stay upright, and as I backed up, aiming for the streetlight behind me, my attacker came into full view. Damien. His face had finally healed from the gargoyle attack, but from the way he favored his right side, the rest of him hadn't. His eyes said he did not want to talk, and I backed up another step. "Give me one damned reason I shouldn't kill you right now for what you did." He stalked closer, shaking his head. "One reason, Rafael, and maybe I won't kill you." "You won't kill me anyway. You're in no shape to fight. Go home, Damien, before I arrest you." "You'll never arrest me. And Mercy, how dare you pull a gun on her after everything she's done for you?" He reached for the dagger at his hip. "You don't deserve her. She lied to me, betrayed me, and in turn, her lie resulted in the deaths of 12 agents. I should turn her in. I should tell Nor right now exactly what she is, and let the hunters have her." I dug my nails into my palms as I said each word, swearing to myself I meant every single one. "And if you turn her over, you'll be condemning an entire race to death. Do you want that hanging over your head?" That was exactly the reason why I hadn't said anything about Mercy. The only reason. Or was it? "Why are you here?" I finally asked Damien. "What do you want?" My gut twisted, thinking Mercy might be hurt, but there was no worry in the half-demon's eyes. Only anger was housed in his expression. "Did she send you? Tell you to come rough me up? Too much of a coward to do it herself?" Damien moved faster than I expected for how wounded he was. The dagger was pressed against my throat as he slammed me into the wall. "Don't you ever call her a coward. That woman is braver than you could ever know. I came on my own to ensure you do not give her away. If you do, I'll be back, and we won't have a nice chat like this. I'll kill you. Hear me? I'll kill you if you turn her in." "Be careful, Damien. You wouldn't want to hurt yourself any more." He pressed the dagger harder to my skin until the blade prickled my neck and warm blood oozed from the thin laceration. "You might be a Fed, but I know how to disappear. No one will ever find me again. Final warning." He backed off and sheathed the dagger at his hip. She shouldn't have lied to me. I gingerly touched the bleeding cut. "And if she told you the truth the first time you met, what would you have done? Not gone to Nor and told him?" I wanted to say no, but that wasn't true. I would have turned her in for the good of the people. A dragonborn. She was a dragonborn, and I was letting her run around Sector 21 like she was simply a cursed mage, not half of a race that was meant to be extinct.
In case you actually do care about stopping this war,
Damien said as he withdrew a piece of paper from his pocket.
Check into this man.
I waited a beat, then took the paper. Who is he?
Important. Find him, and you might get some proof of what you're telling your agents. Maybe they'll stop being suspicious of you.
How would you know that? I shoved the paper in my pocket. Damien didn't answer. He turned and walked to the end of the alley. At the street, his hand slipped back to his dagger. He nailed me with a glare so intense, my hand went to my neck where he cut me, as if the dagger was right back at my flesh. Then he was gone. The walk to my apartment was quick, and once I was inside with the door locked, I slammed my fist into it, cursing in rage at the situation Mercy had put me in. The night I learned the truth, the night I drew a gun on her, replayed itself in my mind. She told me to shoot her that night, like it would be nothing for me to finish her off. I'd already stabbed her through the heart. At least that's what the hurt in her eyes avowed. That I betrayed her, and not the other way around. Not that it mattered. I repeated to myself again. My new mantra. I was not going to see her again. It was easier that way. Once I had a beer in hand, I pulled out the paper Damien gave me and studied the name. Franklin Monroe. I had no idea who he was, but he'd be my focus first thing tomorrow morning. Tonight, all I wanted to do was pretend I'd be able to forget every last memory about Mercy. A couple of nights ago, I nearly gave in and went back to the witch who helped me before. Thought she could give me another potion. But my chest ached already, knowing I couldn't be with Mercy. As much as her memories pained me, having some part of her to hold on to was better than nothing. Until she got in the way. Or someone else revealed her as being dragonborn, revealed all her crimes. Then I'd have to take her in, and she would not go down easily. It'd be a fight, a bloody one. And in the end, could I kill her?
Chapter 2. Mercy. I snapped my fingers and a spark shot up before my eyes. Come on, I muttered to myself, just one flame. All I want is one flame. I snapped my fingers again, and nothing. Not even a spark this time. I grunted loudly and settled back into my meditative pose on the floor. There was no fire in the hearth because for the last few hours I've been trying to conjure my white and gold flames to my hands and light it myself. I shut my eyes and breathed in deeply through my nose, then out through my mouth. The power was within me, but it was buried deep, very deep. I hadn't told Damien or Bowen, or even Todd, who had turned into my main confidant of late. Since my fight with Rafael, I hadn't been able to summon a single flame. Nothing. I even took it as far as to get into a few bar fights, waiting to feel that warmth rising within me. Nada. It was like the flames were snuffed out. My power was locked away in a cage with no bars and no windows. No way to see if it still existed. I sucked in another deep breath and reached down deep. I tuned out the ticking clock in Damien's sitting room. The rain pattering against the windows, the cars driving by. I ignored everything else until it was only me inside my head. My limbs relaxed and my shoulders sagged as I delved deeper and deeper, searching for a strand of light I could tug on that would lead me to the rest of my magic. My scar tingled, and as much as I hated to feel it, I took it as a good sign.
Mercy.
No, I snapped, and my eyes flew open. Get out of my head! But then my eyes slipped closed on their own, and I was thrown back to the night Rafael pulled a gun on me. The night he remembered everything. The night he shattered the heart I didn't even think I had. I yelled incoherently as I stood and grabbed the nearest thing to me and threw it into the far wall. The table splintered and shattered, hitting the floor just as the curtain parted, and Damien entered the sitting room behind his office that had become my home for the last few weeks.
Feel better?
His brow was raised and he leaned against the doorframe, watching me closely.
Mercy?
No, I don't feel better. And where the hell were you? His brow rose even higher.
I was out taking care of something.
And? Care to elaborate, or are you gonna keep being all secretive and shit?
There it is,
he mused as he entered the room and sat down on the couch.
I was wondering when your anger was finally going to explode.
Nothing's exploding. He nodded to the destroyed table.
Think the furniture would disagree with you.
One freaking table means nothing. I plopped down on the floor, attempting to reach the meditative state again. I managed to steady my breathing and my limbs relaxed, but then I was back at my apartment with Rafael. We were laughing and talking. He kissed me, and my head hurt so bad I grunted at the pain.
Mercy.
I willed my power to come forward then so I could set something on fire, but it remained hidden away as Rafael's whisper echoed through my mind. Why had I let him get so close? Why did I ever think I could be happy with him? That he would understand why I lied to him, and when he learned the truth, that he'd accept who I am. I fell back to the rug and glared at the ceiling.
Mercy, want to talk about it?
F off, I mumbled.
I need to know you're not going to do anything stupid while I'm gone.
Why would you ever think I'd do something stupid?
Mercy.
I'm the most responsible person in the world. You know that. Not like anything's gone wrong in my life to make me want to run off and get in a bar fight.
Another bar fight,
he corrected.
I pulled you out of the last two.
Not like the only friends I have left are purposely leaving me behind to go track down leads. Nope, that's not happening at all. I tilted my head back and glared at him. Not like people are keeping secrets from me. He didn't even shift as if he were uncomfortable. Damn, I needed to get better with my glare. On several occasions, I almost called Damien out for knowing Noor. They had some sort of connection. Were they working together? I didn't want to believe it. But why else would Noor, a Fed, be at the hospital checking up on a bounty hunter like Damien? It didn't help that Bowen, Rufus, and Todd were all on some artifact-seeking quest. They left without telling me. I'd gone to Rufus's place to find a freaking note telling me they'd be back in a few weeks. The sneaky bastards. Now Damien was running off to follow some mysterious lead he'd received on Cheval. But was I allowed to leave? No. I was forced to remain behind because no one trusted me anymore, whether they said so or not.
I know that look. Knock it off, right now.
What look? I picked out a fuzzy on the rug.
The look that says we're all treating you like a child. You know damned well why they went without you, and why I'm leaving you behind too.
I can handle myself, I shouted. He sighed. What?
You're a time bomb.
He rested his elbows on his knees, and his expression shifted to one of sympathy, a look I immediately wanted to smack off his face.
I know what he did to you, hurt.
Nope, I snapped as I hauled my ass off the floor. No, don't do that.
Do what?
Make me sound like some pathetic little girl who got her heart broken. I'm not.
Mercy,
he pressed and walked toward me.
He betrayed you. That takes time to get over, if you ever do, especially when you love him.
Love. That word was going to drive me up a wall soon enough. Doesn't matter, I said through gritted teeth, and no, I didn't.
The hell you didn't.
He rested a hand on my shoulder as he added,
You're really going to stand there and tell me you didn't love him?
I whirled around to deck him, but he easily caught my fist.
This is why you didn't go with Bowen, and it's why you're not coming with me.
I can't afford to fall apart over some freaking dumbass demon. He let go of my fist. I let it fall to my side. Cheval is coming. So is her war. I need to be out there helping stop it.
And you going out there, not clear-headed and able to fight, is giving her exactly what she wants. Take some time to accept your new circumstances.
He started for the door leading to his bedroom. When he came back out, he carried a bag.
My ride's going to be here any second. Do us all a favor and stay out of trouble. Keep your head down.
I will if you tell me where you were tonight.
Taking care of something, as I said.
He hurried to get past me into the main part of the office when it struck me. I snatched his arm.
Mercy, let it go.
You saw him? He dropped his bag by the front door.
I did.
And?
He gently pried my hand off his arm as he said,
He looked as bad as you do.
I don't look bad.
You look like you haven't slept in weeks or eaten. You have bruises that haven't faded from the last fight you started for no good reason. You look terrible. Maybe it's time you actually look in a mirror. I'm sorry he got to you this much,
he said quietly.
But if it's any consolation, pretty sure you did the same to him. I'll be back as soon as I can.
He started to go for his bag again, but I hugged him. He held me tight and told me it'd be all right. I wanted to believe him, but every day the pain only grew worse until I thought I was going crazy. Damien let me go, grabbed his bag, and stepped outside. A black truck pulled up to the curb. The windows were too dark to see who the driver was, and then it pulled away, leaving me alone. Bowen was gone. Rufus and Todd were gone. Damien was gone. I lingered in the doorway of the office, wondering what I should do tonight. Hitting up the underground sounded like a terrible idea. One of these nights I was going to pick a fight with someone I couldn't win against. I locked up the front, shut the blinds, and went back to the sitting room. Turning in for the night wouldn't be a terrible idea. I picked up my cell from the coffee table and scrolled through the news for the day. Nothing too terribly exciting was going on. I checked my texts next, and my thumb hovered over Rafael's name as my breath caught harshly in my chest. How hard would it be to text him? Just to see if he'd say anything back. Don't do it, I told myself firmly. Just don't. I scrolled down further and remembered Gigi's message from a few days ago, saying she was going to be leaving Sector 13 last night. She would be back at her shop by now. She said she was going to have quite the information dump for me, but needed time to sleep and regain her strength. I told her I'd swing by tonight and nearly forgot. Great friend I was. I'd ride over there and hopefully get someone to tell me what she was up to, instead of lying to my face as everyone else did these days. I texted her to say I was on my way, then left through the rear door, heading toward where my bike was parked in the alley. The ride didn't take long. Gigi hadn't texted me back at all, and as I climbed the steps to her shop's door, the rain turning from a drizzle to a torrential downpour, a cold shiver raced down my back that had nothing to do with the cold rain. I froze a few steps from the door and reached for my gun. Rufus hadn't finished making me a new sword yet, reducing me to my gun and daggers. Bloody gargoyles just had to ruin everything when they showed up on my doorstep. Cautiously, I crept up the remaining stairs, keeping my lips closed against the rain running down my face in rivulets. I was soaked to the bone, and the uneasiness hadn't gone away. I spotted the door was open a crack. I cursed Damien for picking the worst time to go out of town. Not wasting time to try and get a hold of anyone else or call Gigi's cell, I reached the door and tried to peer inside. It was too dark to make anything out. Gigi? I waited a few seconds, then tried again. Nothing. I pushed the door open wider and slipped inside. My boots crunched on broken glass. I quietly called her name again. Still no answer. The shop was eerily quiet. No bubbling cauldron, no sound of bottles being shifted around. No fire crackling warmly in the hearth. There was no sound at all. I straightened and marched right through the shop to the back room. The place was deserted. I flipped on the lights and looked around in disbelief. Oh no! The place was trashed. The shelves had been knocked over. Bottles were broken on the floor. Her perfectly arranged rows of dried herbs were scattered on the floor. The entire place was torn apart. I sifted through some of the mess with my boot and froze when I found blood. There was a small pool of it and a trail leading away. I followed it through the shop to the front door, flipping on other lights. On the doorframe was a bloodied handprint, as if Gigi had tried to hold on as she was dragged out of her shop. Damn it. I told her not to get involved. I told her and she didn't listen. Slowly I retraced my steps through the shop, searching for a hint as to what happened. Who came to take her? It had to be linked to Sector 13. I should have talked her out of going. Should have tied her to a damned chair. She could call me a hypocrite all she liked, but now she was the one kidnapped, maybe even dead. No, I wouldn't let myself think that yet. Gigi was strong, and if someone from the Dark Witch Coven took her, they'd want her alive for information. All she had to do was hold out long enough for me to find her. Except I was utterly on my own. While I continued the search through Gigi's place, I called Bowen's cell, but it went straight to voicemail. Rufus didn't have one, and I was damn sure a ghost wouldn't either. If I called Damien, he might come back. But he was following a lead on Cheval. We needed information on her. I glanced through my contacts and landed on Rafael. I had no one else to turn to for help. No one. He wouldn't answer the phone if I called. I believed that. No chance he'd respond to a text either, even if I asked for help. A cell rang behind me. I jumped. Damn it. Gigi's travel bags were buried under a pile of books. I shoved them aside, rushing to get to the phone before it stopped ringing. I grabbed hold of it just as it went silent, but at least I had Gigi's phone. I didn't recognize the number or the name of the person who called, but there were several missed calls and texts. Gigi's phone was easy enough to unlock. She wasn't exactly creative when it came to her PIN, and I read through the messages. All of them were from the same person, someone she referred to as Onyx. The chances of that being a real name were damned small, but it was a start, especially when every message was asking Gigi to please answer her phone and call her back. She told Gigi she messed up and was freaking out. She was worried about them getting to Gigi. Them probably being the Dark Witch Coven. "This is why you should listen to me," I muttered to the empty shop. I had to go to Sector 13 and get Gigi back. There wasn't a chance they'd keep her here. It'd be too easy for me to find her. And if I was going to be taking on a Dark Witch Coven, going in without any form of backup, or at least telling someone, was a terrible idea. Then again, what I was about to do was an even worse idea. I was either going to get shot or arrested. Possibly both. No way I was going to let these bastards kill Gigi, though. I'd do whatever necessary to get her back, no matter how much it hurt me in the end. I left the shop and stepped out into the pouring rain as lightning streaked across the sky overhead. As thunder rumbled over the city, I climbed on my bike, revved up the engine, and willed luck to be on my side for once. Chapter 3. Rafael.
At first I thought it was in my dreams, the loud knocking. Thunder rolled and the windows shook in their frames. A storm, that's all it was. I dragged my pillow over my face to get back to another night of restless sleep, when the banging came again, louder this time. I sat upright and reached for the gun in my nightstand, tugged on a pair of jeans quickly. Once partially dressed, I tucked the gun at the small of my back and took measured steps toward my front door. The banging stopped abruptly. I frowned. Had I dreamt it after all? Steps sounded just on the other side, and with one hand on the gun at my back, I grabbed for the locks and undid them. Holding my breath, I yanked the door open, then slammed it shut again. Why the hell hadn't I checked the peephole?
"Rafael, open up!"
Mercy shouted. She couldn't be here. This was a nightmare, that was it.
"If you don't open this door, I swear I'll break it down."
She kicked it for good measure.
"Open up! We need to talk."
"Go away," I shouted.
"Not happening. Open the door or I'll blast it apart."
"If you use your magic against me, I won't have any choice but to arrest you." Why didn't she get that? Did she want to get arrested? Go home, Mercy.
"Fine, have it your way then. Better stand back so you don't get hit by flying debris."
Growling furiously, I yanked the door open to find her smiling at me, leaning against the wall, looking like she was in no way about to break down the door. I snarled and went to slam it shut again, but she charged forward and shoved me back into my apartment, then shut the door behind her. "Do you have a death wish?" I yelled, even as I gazed upon her face. She was soaked from the storm, creating puddles wherever she walked. Damn, and I thought I looked terrible these last few weeks. Her cheeks were gaunt, and her eyes were colder than the first time I saw her. The scar stood out horribly on her cheek, as if it was freshly made. On impulse, my hand lifted toward her. Her eyes narrowed, and I let it fall, forcing myself away from her. "What do you want, huh? Come to yell at me some more? Did Damien not relay the right message for you?"
"What the hell are you talking about?"
I tilted my face toward her and tapped my cheek, Go on, I'll even give you the first punch."
"I didn't tell Damien to talk to you," she spat. "I didn't know he was going to talk to you, all right? I'm sorry if he gave you trouble."
"Really? You're sorry?" The punch caught me off guard, and my head whipped to the right.
"You're such an asshole, you know that?" "God, I'm sorry I lied to you, all right," she ranted, panting for air as she came at me again. "But you know what? You're the one that's full of shit. You're the one that betrayed me. You can live with that guilt for the rest of your life. I'm done feeling sorry for what happened. Done. I saved your life and you saved mine. We're done. Neither of us owes the other a damned thing."
She ran her hands madly through her sopping wet hair, and the coldness in her eyes shattered to reveal a lost look that bordered on madness.
"Just never mind. Forget I came here. Or you can go ahead and tell Nor. I don't give a shit anymore."
She muttered under her breath about going on her own. I stayed where I was, ready to let her walk out that door without another word, when I caught her saying the words Sector 13. "Wait, what did you say?"
"Nothing."
I snagged her arm as she reached for the door. "Sector 13, why are you going there?"
"None of your concern. Let me go."
Never. I let slip. She tensed in my grasp. Where had that come from? It was too late to take it back now. Not that I wanted to. "Mercy," I started. She tore herself free and back to the door, the hurt in those blue eyes cutting me deep.
"I'm going to Sector 13. With any luck, I won't come back and you can officially push me out of your mind."
"Who's going with you? Is this about Cheval?"
"No, it's not."
She turned to leave. I rushed around and planted myself in front of the door.
"Move, or when I deck you this time, you won't get back up."
With the fury burning in those blue eyes, I believed her. But it was Sector 13. No one went there alone, unless they were crazy or had a death wish. "You never answered my question. Who's going with you?" She worked her jaw. The urge to lie was evident in her movements, but she gave in.
"No one."
"You can't go there alone."
"No choice. Move."
"Tell me why, if it's not about Cheval." She did crazy shit in the past, but walking headfirst into Sector 13, alone, that was pure suicide. A growl erupted in my chest, imagining her being captured by the Reapers, or worse. They wouldn't kill her, not outright. They'd torture her. She'd suffer. I couldn't let that happen. "Tell me," I repeated.
"Gigi," she blurted, then looked like she hated herself for it. "She's missing."
"What? When?"
"Tonight, I think. Doesn't matter. I have to go after her."
"Where's everyone else? Or are you just in the mood to pick a fight with an enemy who will kick your ass?" Her lips curled in an evil grin. "Mercy, you can't go attack a Dark Witch coven alone, if that's even remotely what you're thinking."
"Everyone else is gone. They're chasing leads. And I don't know who took her, but I'm not sitting around to hear about her death. Move your ass."
"You can't go alone."
"Why do you care, huh?"
she shouted. I braced for the backlash of her magic, but there was no glow to her eyes, no flame erupting in her hands. She shoved at me when she caught me studying her hands. I'm sure confusion was written on my face. She managed to shove me aside and grabbed for the door.
"You can at least do me one favor. If I don't come back, let one of the others know where I am. I'd prefer those assholes not to have my dead body."
She stormed out my door, and I let her. I had no idea how long I stood there, staring at it, willing her to come back, but she didn't. And if I didn't stop her, she'd go to Sector 13 alone. She'd get herself killed, and no one would ever know what happened to her. Going back to sleep wasn't an option. I paced around my apartment, muttering to myself about how I should stay right where I was. I didn't want to care for her, but the more I paced, the more the truth slammed into me over and over again. She told me to let her go, and I said never. "Damn it," I snapped, and rushed to get dressed and geared up. This changed nothing. That's what I told myself after I marched out the door, aiming for Gigi's shop, not sure where else I should look for Mercy. I'd walked by her apartment a few days ago, mostly by accident, and the wall was still missing. She was probably staying at Damien's. Or Bowen's. A white-hot knife of jealousy stabbed me in the chest thinking of her rooming with that vampire. He had feelings for her, and with me out of the picture, what was to stop him from moving right back in? Except he wasn't the one she went to for help each time she needed it. He wasn't here when she needed him. I was. Standing outside Gigi's shop, I shook the rain from my hair and quietly stepped up to the open door. Lights were on inside, and I heard furniture shifting around. I started to reach for my gun just in case, but then a familiar cursing met my ears. Mercy. She was here after all. Glad I knew her as well as I thought. Not that it made any difference. We couldn't be together, not anymore. How could I ever trust her again? Find anything? Mercy didn't even look up as she hefted a large table upright and pushed in chairs around it.
What do you want?
I'm going to help you find Gigi. She lifted a bookshelf and shoved it back against the wall, then bent to pick up a stack of books.
Why should I believe you? How do I know you didn't come here to stall me and you've got Iris and the rest of your freaking agents coming to arrest me?
I should be doing that, but I'm not.
Yeah? How about you piss off then? I don't need your help, and I definitely don't need you babysitting me.
Gigi helped me out a few times, too. I'm going to help you find her. Mercy picked up the books and arranged them on the shelves, not even looking at me as she spoke again.
And if I told you Gigi's been helping us with the Cheval issue, heaven forbid I tell you the truth about her, too.
Is she part dragonborn? A growl came out with the words. Mercy dropped the stack of books as she whirled around and nailed me with a glare.
No, she's not. But if she was, you'd what, let the Reapers have her? Good riddance?
Mercy, stop.
Why should I? You and me, we had something, and you just broke it apart. You shredded it.
She stalked toward the back room, but I grabbed her arm and forced her back around to face me.
Get off me, she snarled.
You don't get to be the only one pissed off here.
Oh, no? You're the one who held a gun to my head.
You lied to me, and your lie cost lives, I seethed, not letting her go just yet. Those agents might not have died if you'd come clean with me and told me the truth. I could have handled it. Her laugh was bitter, and she stomped on my foot hard enough I released her.
Liar, you would have done the exact same thing. It's how everyone reacts when they hear the word dragonborn. It's like a plague.
People died, Mercy.
And a lot more people are going to die if you tell the truth, she shot back. Sometimes a lie is all you get.
I wanted to know everything about you.
Yeah, and now that you do, you wish you'd never met me. Go on, admit it.
You want to keep acting like the only one hurting here is you and play the victim? Be my guest. But at the end of the day, you're the one who chose to keep the truth from me. You didn't trust me. I whispered, as I lowered my face to hers. You can live with the guilt of all those dead. You can have their blood on your hands. And you are not the only one suffering here, not even close. I added harshly, then backed off. I'm offering to help you find Gigi for her, not for you. Take it or leave it, but I won't offer it again. Again, I expected her power to manifest in the face of so much emotional upheaval, but there was no sign of it. A voice in the back of my mind said that was cause to worry, but then she nodded. I accept. Good, but I don't want to hear about anything else, not about Cheval or what you're doing with the others. I don't care. That was a damned lie, and from the way her brow arched, she knew it. What have you got so far on Gigi? I simply had to act like a Fed and I'd get through this. That's all I had to do. Act like Mercy was just another investigator, nothing more. She brushed by me and I was stuck with the image of holding her as we laughed. She paused as if seeing it too, but then she kept walking. I watched her pick up a few more items around the shop. Mercy?
I don't have much.
She scooped up broken glass and dumped it in a small trash bin nearby.
I found her cell with her bags. She hadn't even unpacked when they came for her.
The urge to comfort Mercy was so strong I walked to the other end of the shop, picking up random items and writing them, keeping my hands busy. There were specks of blood here and there on the floor, and when I glanced around, I saw a handprint near the front door. Had to be Gigi's. So do you know who took her?
Dark Witch Covens.
So you lied to me again.
Are you going to be like this the whole time?
She chucked several large pieces of glass in the bin, then stood.
I can berate myself just fine on my own. I don't need a hot-headed demon to do it for me.
Fine, Dark Witch Covens. How do you plan on reaching out to them without giving your true intentions away?
Already taken care of. I'm simply killing time here.
You're going there tonight?
No, but a witch, Gigi's inside informant, has been texting and calling her almost nonstop. I finally answered, and she agreed to meet with me tonight at the Wailing Siren.
Mercy pulled out her cell.
Have about 2 hours until she can get there.
And you trust this witch not to curse you when she arrives, or to have backup?
Right now, I don't trust anyone, but she's my only chance to get a lead on Gigi.
I bit my tongue instead of telling her what a terrible plan this was. If I hadn't come after her, she'd be meeting with this witch alone, and potentially getting herself killed. Mercy wasn't an idiot, and though she'd been impulsive in the past, her behavior tonight had me fearing for her life. I helped her pick up Gigi's shot, getting everything righted the best we could, neither of us saying a word the entire time. We steered clear of each other, too. Being close was too hard, stirred up too many emotions I tried and failed to bury deep. When almost 2 hours passed, Mercy closed the door. Not that it'd keep anyone out, what with a busted window. Use your magic and seal it, I suggested. She lifted her hands, and I waited to see those gold and white flames, but nothing happened. She shook out her hands, muttering, "Come on," under her breath, then tried again. When no magic manifested again, she gave up and headed down the steps. Something wrong with your magic? I followed close behind, my worry growing.
No, I just decided not to listen to you, she said sarcastically as she neared her bike. Yes, there's something wrong with my magic. No, we're not going to talk about it. You going to walk or ride there?
I should have said I'd walk, but time wasn't on our side. Ride. Mercy shoved her helmet on her head, then climbed onto the bike, waiting. I told myself not to feel anything as I sat down behind her, but as soon as my arms closed around her waist, a jolt shot through me, a reminder of all the other times I held her like this. She revved the engine, then we were off. If I could have loosened my hold on her, I would have. But as fast as she was going, I'd end up on my ass. The rain had stopped, so we didn't wipe out on our way to the underground. I hopped off as fast as I could once she parked. Then, without a word, followed her into the underground. The crowded main street made it hard to stay right behind her. The Wailing Siren was packed. Shep was too busy behind the bar to see us at first. When he did, he glowered at me and waved Mercy over. "You here for drinks or trouble?" the shifter asked, throwing a towel over his shoulder as he eyed us. "I need Wesley's back room." "For what?" "Meeting someone." Shep's eyes flared yellow. "Damien told me to keep an eye on you while he was gone. And now you're down here with the Fed. Give me one damn good reason for not calling Damien and telling him to get his ass home." "Gigi's missing," Mercy told him. "Dark covens have her." Shep's eyes glowed brighter as he slapped the towel on the bar in his anger. "Who are you meeting?" "A witch. She said she'd be wearing a black cloak and have a sapphire pendant around her neck. I'll keep an eye out for her and send her your way." "Thanks, Shep." Mercy started to go, then paused. "You're not going to call Damien, right?" "Not yet." "Go on." We pushed our way through the mass of paranormals in the place. Once inside Wesley's room with the door closed, the noise from the bar was cut off. Mercy walked around slowly, tossing her dagger end over end as I watched from beside the door. The unspoken words between us piled up, as did the tension. A war brewed within me, one between my anger and my annoyance and so many other emotions I wasn't willing to acknowledge right then. Being near her was getting to me, and I dug my nails into my palms to ground myself and remind me why I had to keep my distance, no matter what Mercy said about keeping the war against Juval a secret. At some point, everything would come crashing down on her head. She'd either be dead from the fallout or taken into custody. Feeling anything for her would only make doing my job down the road harder. On us both. Yeah, keep telling yourself that, you moron. You know exactly how you feel for her, and you can't simply forget it. I grunted at the nagging voice in my head and looked pointedly at the floor. The silence dragged on as we waited for this witch to arrive. I had no intention of saying anything until she did, but then my mouth opened. "Why's your magic acting up?" She caught her dagger and sheathed it at her hip. "Thought you didn't want to know about anything else unless it had to do with Gigi." She had a point, but apparently I wasn't good at listening to myself. "Something happened to you?" "Do you mean was I attacked by envy again, or some other hybrid?" I tensed, waiting for her to say she was, but then she shook her head. "Then what?" "Dunno. You don't know. How can you not? Aren't you concerned at all?
So what if I'm not?
It's part of who you are. What if envy attacks and you don't have your magic?
And again, why do you care, Rafael?
Her voice was so quiet I almost didn't hear the words. I ignored her words and asked, "When did it start acting up?" This time she turned her back on me.
Stop.
When, Mercy? I demanded. Give me that much at least.
Why, because you think I owe you answers?
She had me there, but I wasn't backing down. When?
The night you held a gun to my head.
She spun around, face red in anger, but no glow from her magic, not even a flicker.
The night you shattered my heart into pieces because you said you could handle the truth, but you lied, Rafael. You did.
She burst out laughing, but the sound grated on my ears, it was so harsh.
God, I sound like some pathetic little girl.
Mercy.
Just don't, all right? I know exactly how you feel now. I'll get over it.
No, you don't.
You're a piece of work, you know that? You told me plain and simple how you felt about me because of what I am, and we're finished talking about us.
I couldn't let it go, but just as I was about to say something else, the door flew open, and Shep tossed a cloaked woman into the room, then turned and left without a word. The woman threw back her hood and looked around, eyes wild.
You!
Mercy snapped as she charged toward the witch and grabbed her by the throat.
Where is Gigi?
She shoved her into the far wall as the witch sputtered.
Where?
I'm sorry,
she whispered, the witch shaking in Mercy's grasp.
It's my fault.
Who has her?
But the witch was sobbing and kept mumbling she was sorry over and over. She wasn't going to tell us anything useful, with Mercy ready to break her neck. Mercy, give her some room. She's not a threat to us. She let the witch go and backed off, but didn't go far. Catch your breath, then tell us everything, I told the witch. As she hugged herself, I took in the details of her face. Her eyes were dark green, and she looked young, 20, maybe younger. Her cloak was black, and she wore a blue sapphire pendant surrounded by symbols designating the dark coven she was part of. I wondered if she'd chosen to join them, or if she'd simply been raised within their ranks. How had Gigi known her? Her dress was also black. The hem of it and the cloak were soaking wet and muddied as if she'd run all the way here. There were scrapes on her knuckles, too, as though she'd fallen along the way, or gotten in a fight and had to defend herself. The power coming off her was minimal, nothing like I sensed the first time I met Gigi, and not even close what I felt from Mercy, or had felt from her. I shot her another worried glance, but she only had eyes for the witch.
I'm sorry,
the witch murmured again.
I tried to warn her, but I was too late.
Let's start with your name, I suggested. How do you know Gigi?
Onyx, but it's just a code name. Gigi wanted to keep me as safe as possible while I helped her,
she whispered, clearly scared to talk. Then we'll do the same. Go on. Mercy's hand slipped to her dagger as she stared me down, not happy with my compromise.
Gigi found me a few years ago. I was travelling with some other witches from my coven. We stopped by a specialty market and she was there, saw me and we talked. The others didn't know about it. That's when Gigi gave me her number.
What for? Mercy asked, her tone softening slightly.
In case I ever needed a way out. My parents are dead, and I was being raised by the coven. But Gigi was worried about my being with them, said my magic could be used for the light instead of the dark.
She sniffed hard and smiled.
She was nice to me.
Gigi has a way of finding lost souls,
Mercy murmured.
You're the one she contacted about going undercover and investigating the dark coven?
Onyx bobbed her head.
I told her it was too dangerous, but she said it was important.
Do you know if she met with anyone? The Reapers or the Elders of your coven?
Onyx cringed at Mercy's questions.
Gigi didn't want me to know too much in case she was caught. She went off on her own a few different times, but all the dark covens were gathered, so it was easy for her to blend in. Or at least, it had been.
Did Gigi have to participate in anything while she was there?
With the witch calmed down and Mercy appearing to be in control of her anger, I stepped back and let her keep up the questioning. I peered out the door to make sure no one followed Onyx. It was clear.
There were some rituals, yes, and Gigi found ways around them.
Onyx shook and sank to the floor suddenly, her face pale.
I warned her to be careful who she talked to, but she told me it would be fine. The other witches and warlocks there, they started to pay close attention to her in the end, followed her around. They never seemed threatening, but I heard them talking about her one night.
Had they found her out then?
No, they just wondered where she came from.
Onyx hung her head, and when she lifted it a few seconds later, tears burned in her eyes.
They were talking about someone else too. Someone bad was coming, and they wanted to introduce Gigi to her, then take her away.
Mercy's gaze latched onto mine. Her. It had to be Cheval.
Did they say when she was coming?
Yes, she should be here by the end of the month, in time for the conference being held.
Conference for what? I asked. Weren't they just all together?
That was for the pre-conference rituals. Many come to assist in preparing the space and the elders. This is different. Every few months, all the dark covens gather and discuss plans for the coming weeks. There'll be vendors and workshops.
It was like listening to Nora tell me about the conferences the feds held once a year. Leave it to the dark witches to do the exact same amongst their covens.
I'm not always privy to those conversations,
Onyx went on.
but there's a lot of witches and warlocks there. They bring in donors every now and then. Sometimes the Reapers join us, but it's rare.
They found out Gigi was not a dark witch. I looked at Mercy. Mercy's brow furrowed.
If that was all, they would have just killed her, she said slowly. Taking her means they want her alive to meet this woman. They think she'll be useful in some way, that she has information they need, or Cheval needs.
She paced once around the room, then stopped when she reached Onyx.
I need you to get us into this conference. Give us different faces. Can you do that?
You want to go back there?
Onyx asked, alarmed.
You can't. They'll just take you, too.
No, they won't. But I'm not going to let anything happen to Gigi.
Mercy crouched down and rested her hands on Onyx's shoulders.
Please, we need your help.
You'll get killed,
she whispered, voice shaking.
So will Gigi if we can't get to her in time. They won't kill her quickly, Onyx. They'll torture her for information. Somehow they found out who she is, which means they'll know she's a friend of mine.
But I don't understand. Why would they care about you?
The witches won't, but the one who's coming to see them, Cheval, I have a damned good feeling she does. Please, we can't do this without your magic.
I didn't move a muscle as we waited for Onyx to answer. She threw her head back and closed her eyes.
All right, I'll do it. But I'm not as strong as Gigi. Those disguises will take time.
Can you have them ready by the end of the month?
I can. I'll have to go back to Sector 13 in the meantime. They'll get suspicious if I disappear for too long.
Will we be able to get away again?
For the first time, she smiled.
Yeah, I still have family outside the coven. They live in the sector. That's how I managed to get away tonight.
She tilted her head.
You said Cheval. Who is she?
A very bad person, trust me.
Onyx stood and smoothed down her cloak.
I'll contact you as soon as the disguises are ready. This woman will be arriving on the 23rd of April. That's when the conference will kick off too.
A week. We had a week to wait before we could head to Sector 13 and find Gigi. I worried about trusting this witch. How did we know she wouldn't turn on us when she made it back to the others? As she walked toward the door, Mercy grabbed hold of her arm and placed a dagger at her throat.
What the hell are you doing?
Onyx shouted.
Warning you, if you turn on us, if you betray us, I'll make you pay for it in kind. Can we trust you or not, Onyx?
You can. I swear it on my magic,
she uttered.
Please, Gigi is my friend. I want to help.
Mercy looked into her eyes, then released her.
Had to be certain.
I understand.
Onyx pulled the hood of her cloak up, promised she'd be in touch as soon as the disguises were ready, then bolted out the door. Loud conversations and bottles clanking came from the bar, as the door swung all the way open. "Going to be a long week," I said, half hoping to start a conversation. Mercy walked quickly toward the door.
Go home and get some sleep. You're gonna need it.
"Mercy," I said, but she kept on walking. I slammed my palm into the nearby wall, then stomped into the bar and sat down at the counter. Shep slid me a beer without my asking. "You going to give me another lecture to stay away from her?" I snapped, as I sensed him watching me. "Well?"
No lecture, he assured me. But you're a damned fool of a demon.
Yeah, starting to realize that. I drank my beer, mind in turmoil over the last few weeks. And now I'd have to wait another week before walking into the den of the enemy with a woman whose heart I shattered. She probably wanted to kill me. Hell, this might be her chance to do it. I wasn't even sure I could blame her anymore.
Chapter 4. Rafael.
4 days passed since I last saw Mercy, and it was like we were in that fight all over again. I could hardly focus during the day while we searched for any hints as to where Envy was holed up. If the few contacts we had knew anything, they were keeping quiet on his whereabouts. After fighting the hybrid, I didn't blame them. The paper Damien gave me with the name Franklin Monroe was tucked safely away at work. I hadn't been clear-headed enough to dig into who that might be. The nights were worse. The little sleep I managed to get was plagued with nightmares of Mercy fighting Envy and losing. Others were of her standing before a dragon, alone, and I couldn't save her. The dragon swallowed her whole, and I was left behind, bellowing in rage. On the 5th day, I was slumped over my desk, waiting for my pounding headache to go away, and replaying the latest nightmare. In this one, I'd shot Mercy. We were back in my apartment the night of the fight, and instead of letting her go, I'd shot her. She'd shifted into the same face as the dragonborn we fought, and I shot her. I'd woken up drenched in a cold sweat, and my stomach clenching hard, as if I was going to be sick. I hadn't been able to go to sleep afterward, and this headache was going on its 8th hour of sticking around. Nothing I did helped it dissipate. Sitting at my desk all day wasn't an option. With the date of the Dark Coven's conference drawing closer, I had to tell Nor I was putting in for a few days of leave. I had the excuse already in mind as I walked into his office and knocked on the door. But Nor wasn't there. In fact, I hadn't seen him since the day he scolded me about my attitude. As far as I recalled, no memo had gone out saying he'd be out of the building. "Iris," I said as I poked my head into the conference room.
Well, look at that. His Highness is finally gracing us with his presence. Come to snap at us some more?
She didn't even look up as she spoke. The other feds nearby stifled their smirks. I ground my teeth but didn't respond to the insults. "Have you seen Nor?"
No, he's been gone for a few days.
"What? Why?"
Something about a family emergency.
I looked at Iris blankly until she finally glanced up. "Family emergency?"
Yes, why? Rafael, is something wrong?
There were a lot of things wrong with what she just said, but I kept them to myself and backed out of the conference room. On second thought, I stepped back in long enough to tell her I was taking the rest of the day off, and not to worry if I wasn't back in the office after the weekend.
Where are you going? Nor said nothing about you traveling, she said loudly, as she rushed out of the room to follow me. Rafael.
Nor knew. I lied. It's about a different case. Nothing for you to worry about.
Are you going with Mercy?
Yeah, we caught a lead, and we're going to have to check it out. We'll be back in a few days. You've got everything under control here, right? Go to Jeremy if you need any assistance. Jeremy worked directly under Nor. He was a nice enough shifter, but the guy was damned clueless about what went on inside this office. I honestly wasn't even sure why Nor kept him around, but then I wasn't going to worry about it. With Nor gone, I'd be able to go to Sector 13 with Mercy, and no one would question where I was. I gathered up my bag and left the office behind. My headache didn't lessen, and I crashed on the couch with my cell in hand and the volume up all the way in case Mercy called. As the day turned into night, there was still no word from Mercy about this witch who was supposedly going to help us get into Sector 13. The longer it took for her to get back to us, the more I began to wonder if we could trust her, or if she was plotting against us. The witches could have already been preparing to make a move against Mercy. Shit, that could be why I hadn't heard from her. Halfway in panic, I texted Mercy and counted the seconds until I got a message back. She said she hadn't heard anything yet and would tell me as soon as she did. I asked if she'd gotten a hold of Damien to let him know what we were up to, and she came back asking if I told Nor. Tired of texting and needing to hear her voice, I called her.
What?
She answered on the second ring. Nor's out of town.
Doing what?
Iris said family emergency.
And? Why do you sound like you don't believe that?
I sat up on the couch as I said, because anyone who knows Nor as I do would know that's a damned lie. Nor has no living family. None.
Why did he lie? Where'd he go?
She asked, sounding more worried than I expected her to when it came to Nor.
Rafael?
He didn't leave a message with anyone.
Shit.
Something I need to know. I impatiently knocked my knuckles on the coffee table. Mercy?
Yeah, no, shit. I don't know.
Right, well, I don't have to worry about Nor. Do you need to worry about Damien getting all ticked off at you again?
No. What day did Nor leave town?
I'm not sure. Last time I saw him was the day Damien came after me in the alley. Several very vivid curses left Mercy's lips. I pulled the phone from my ear when the shouting only got louder and more vivid.
I'm gonna kill him. No, I'm gonna kill them both.
Her fury was out of control. What are you ranting about? Kill who?
Damien and Nor. Who do you think?
Mercy, I'm lost. Can you catch me up here? Why are we killing them?
Someone came to pick up Damien after he finished his talk with you in the alley,
she snapped. This was followed by a loud crash.
I couldn't see the driver. Now Damien and Nor are gone. I knew it. I should have called them both out weeks ago.
I had no idea what she was talking about and said so. You think Damien and Nor are, what, together right now? Why?
When Damien was in the hospital, guess who came to visit him?
No, it wasn't possible. I don't believe you, was what I said, and she hung up on me. Damn it, that's not what I meant, woman. I called her back once, then twice, before she finally picked up again. I'm sorry, that's not what I meant. I'm just not sure what it means. I got the words out as fast as I could.
Sure you did.
Nor visited Damien.
Yeah, and they talked for a bit. I only heard part of the conversation, but it was definitely Nor. He was dressed in street clothes and a ball cap. Obviously didn't want anyone to see him there.
Can you blame him?
Listen, buddy,
she snarled, and I felt the heat from her glare without even being in the same room.
Damien is the closest damn thing I have to a dad, so watch it.
I could have argued he was a piss-poor example of a fatherly figure, but kept my mouth shut. The last thing I needed was her deciding to come over here and kick my ass. Not that she could in her current state, but I wasn't going to go there either. What did they talk about?
Envy. Nor told Damien the gargoyles came from envy and that he was delivering a message.
And
it was on a piece of paper, so I have no idea what it said.
There was another crash, and then more cursing.
Damien said he was following up a lead on Cheval.
But we think Cheval's going to be in Sector 13.
I know,
she yelled, then said quietly, Son of a bitch. She hung up again, and I glared at the blank screen. My thumb was on the redial button when she texted me, saying to call Nor while she tried to get a hold of Damien again, if they were supposedly going after Cheval. And she was going to be in Sector 13. The lead they were following could be a trap. I called Nor, but it went straight to voicemail. I left him a message telling him to come back home, that he was walking into a possible disaster. I said nothing of Damien or Cheval, on the slim chance Mercy misheard what the two of them spoke about. I called Mercy back, but it rang and rang and rang without answer. I hung up, waited a few minutes, then tried again. On the third time, she finally answered.
Did you reach Nor?
No. You talked to Damien?
Left him a shit ton of messages. If they're going after hybrids, they might have left their cells somewhere else to make sure they didn't go off while they're hunting down whoever they're after. I knew something was going to go wrong. I knew it. Why doesn't anyone ever listen to me when I say that? First Gigi, and now Damien.
Did you ever listen to anyone when they tell you it's a bad idea to do something? The silence was answer enough, but at least she hadn't hung up on me. If I didn't think too hard, it was almost like we were back to normal, bantering and working on a case together. But we weren't, and everything had changed for the worse between us. There was no easy redo button, or a spell that would let us go back a month, or even longer. Mercy? Yeah, guess I'll talk to you when Onyx messages me, she said, then told me to hang on.
Never mind, she just texted. The disguises are ready.
When are we meeting her?
Midnight at Shep's. See you soon.
Then she did hang up, and I was left holding my cell as I played catch-up with everything I found out about Nor and Damien. If Nor was that close with Damien, that meant he must have known Mercy from the beginning, or knew of her. That meant anything I told Mercy she relayed to Damien, which would have made its way back to Nor. He would know we'd been together, and probably know that now we weren't. The next sliver of truth slammed into me like it was a truck barreling down the street. I sank back into the couch. He knows, I whispered to my empty apartment. This whole time, Nor had known who Mercy really was, what she really was. And he kept it to himself. Why? I had to rethink every conversation I ever had with Nor when it came to Mercy. The first time he met her face to face, she genuinely seemed not to know who he was, but I hadn't paid much attention to his behavior. Then afterward with the gargoyles, more than once he seemed concerned for her safety beyond what he should. If she was just a bounty hunter who got on the wrong side of the Fed's radar, if he knew about her, if he was with Damien, tracking down a lead on Cheval, then he knew everything about the hybrids and the Dragonborn trying to start a war. He knew every last detail Damien knew, and yet he didn't call in the hunters, didn't raise the alarm. All this time I was hiding what I knew from him, and he was a part of this network of contacts. As I leaned back against the couch cushions, I wondered if that was how Mercy managed to have the drop on the Feds in so many different situations. Damien gave her the information, but Nor was the one who provided it originally. He was a damned traitor. I slammed my fists into the couch cushions, the muffled thud not satisfying enough for my current mood. A year ago, my job made sense. I knew who the bad guys were. I cared about the law and chased down those who broke it. I brought them to justice. There was no grand scheme taking place behind the scenes, no war on the horizon because of some crazed Dragonborn. Dragonborns were gone, extinct, nothing more than a nightmare, just like the gargoyles. I took the cases given to me and didn't worry if the person I was after secretly worked with some underground network to prevent an outbreak of mass ritual sacrifice killings, or the ley lines were being charged with the blood of innocents. I didn't give two shits about artifacts because they weren't my department. I had an ex-girlfriend who drove me nuts, and no friends because I cared too much about my job and not so much about making connections. I'd been too angry at the world to get to know anyone in a way that made a difference. Now, sitting on the couch in my living room, all of that shit was gone. I had no idea anymore which way was up or down. I was sinking fast into a world of confusion and riddles. Those I assumed were my enemies turned out to be allies and friends. More than friends. And those I trusted with my life for years had secrets far worse than my own. And the fight I had with Mercy, the moment I held a gun to her head, was the worst mistake of my life. I covered my face with my hands, grunting in disbelief at my actions. She wasn't the one I should have been aiming at, Nor was. The second I saw him again, we were going to have a very long talk. I glanced at the clock. I had the rest of the day to kill, so I attempted to get some sleep on the couch. When my alarm went off at 11:30, I hadn't slept a wink. So much for that. I got up and found my way to the underground to meet Mercy and Onyx at the Wailing Siren. I didn't bother stopping at the bar to talk to Shep. I just headed for the back room. The door was open, but Mercy wasn't there yet. Several different versions of what I could say came to mind, but each one wasn't good enough. When her voice reached my ears from the bar, I vowed not to say a word until I had a chance to speak to Nor. I needed time to sort through how I'd been living my life that was now nothing more than a lie.
Rafael?
Mercy stood a few yards away, studying me with those blue eyes that were not so cold tonight.
You look like you're going to be sick.
I'm fine.
Really? You're not pissed at Nor for lying.
Keeping my arms crossed firmly, I held her gaze but didn't trust myself to talk, so I said nothing. Onyx arrived as the second alarm on my cell went off, Straight up midnight. I dismissed it as Mercy shut the door. Onyx removed a small black pouch from her belt.
Does anyone know what you're up to? Mercy asked.
No, they all think I'm visiting family.
Onyx's hands shook as she opened the bag and beckoned us closer. She dropped the pouch, but I caught it.
Thanks. I'm sorry. It's just been hard this last week. Acting like everything's fine when it's not.
Did something happen? I handed the pouch back. She was still shaking and bit her lip. She glanced over her shoulder a few times. Damn, not a good sign. Are you sure you weren't followed?
I wasn't, I swear. It's just I heard rumors about something at the conference.
Something different?
She nodded frantically at Mercy's question.
I only caught bits and pieces, and then this morning I saw the cages being brought in through the rear doors, then taken away through another set of doors. Not sure where they led.
Cages? For what?
Mercy met my worried gaze, but I had no idea what they'd be up to.
I don't know. And I was too scared to ask around. I'm sorry.
You're doing plenty to help Gigi. Let us take care of the rest,
Mercy assured her.
The disguises?
All right.
She shook the pouch, and 2 amulets fell into her palm. They were small, barely the size of my thumb. The metal was twisted into the shape of a dead tree, and a flicker of a very similar image came to mind. The place where the sacrifices had taken place. Mercy didn't seem to notice, and I didn't bring it up. The magic coming off them was potent and dark. I growled on reflex. Onyx shot me a worried look.
I know, it's dark magic, but Gigi never had a chance to really work with me.
We'll be fine.
Mercy shot me a glare.
How do they work?
Onyx held them up by the silver chains, and the amulets swung like pendulums.
You slip them on and the charm will take over. You'll both appear as different people. Hair, facial structure, eye colour, even body shape will be altered.
Great, I'm going to have to remember what you look like.
No,
Onyx corrected me.
I made it so you two only look different to everyone else. You'll still look like you to Mercy and vice versa. There's going to be too many witches and warlocks running around. I didn't want you to run into that problem. This is going to be dangerous enough as it is.
I held the amulet in my palm, cringing at the dark magic pulsing against my skin.
You gonna be all right?
Mercy asked, holding the amulet in her hand like it didn't bother her at all. Her magic should have reacted with the dark, but her eyes remained blue, clear of her inner fire. Yeah, perfect, I muttered.
I have more for you both.
Onyx removed a bag from under her cloak.
Clothes to help you fit in better. Invitations to the conference. The itinerary that gets mailed out ahead of time. Directions to the hotel. There's an opening ceremony you'll be expected to attend. The elders of all the covens will be there, but don't worry, it's not an RSVP event, so your names won't be missing from some list. There's a lot of witches and warlocks who show up at the last minute from all over the country.
To say I was impressed wouldn't be enough.
You thought of everything,
Mercy told her, looking equally shocked at everything Onyx provided for us.
Thanks.
There is one more thing. Someone at some point might want you to use your magic. Can you do that? I know you're a mage or something.
Mercy blinked a few times, then nodded.
Of course I can. It won't be a problem.
I shot her a look. She ignored me.
You're putting yourself at risk by doing all this. Are you sure you should be at the conference too?
It's my fault they got to Gigi. I want you to find her and bring her back home.
Onyx, if we pull this off, you should come with us. Gigi would want you to. You could live with her, and she could teach you everything you could ever want to know.
She shook her head, giving a disgusted look I sensed was meant for herself.
I don't deserve to be a good witch. Just find her for me.
Mercy pulled Onyx into a hug.
We will, I promise. I won't leave Sector 13 without her.
Good. And you'll be careful, right? Whoever this person is that's coming, they've beefed up security big time.
She wrung her hands as she backed away from Mercy.
There's a tiny chance the charms won't work, but the less you wear them, the longer the effect will stay intact.
Got it. Don't wear them unless we have to.
Onyx nodded to Mercy, then glanced to me.
Watch out for her.
Mercy didn't look my way, but her shoulders tensed all the same. Always do, I replied. Onyx dragged her hood back up.
I'll be at the conference, but I won't recognize you. It'd be a good idea if you didn't act like you knew me, too.
The look in her eyes said she doubted we'd be successful, and this would be the last time she'd see us alive. I didn't argue with her, since I had no idea how much of a shit show we were going to walk into.
Remember the 23rd at midnight. Don't be late. They always remember the late ones.
She left, and then it was just me and Mercy.
Here, think these are for you.
She pulled out all black clothes and a cloak.
Shit, is this a dress?
You've gone undercover in a dress before. I smirked at her raised lip and clenched jaw. I took the clothes she offered, remembering damned well how she looked at the Reaper's ball. The first time she kissed me, too. I seized up. This was not like old times, and could never be again.
Yeah, well, I'll have to find a way to hide my weapons somehow.
I'm sure you'll manage. I rolled the clothes up and tucked them under my arm, shoving the amulet in my pocket. You sure you're up for this?
Why, because of what we found out?
No, your magic. You told her if someone asks, you can show you have it. Can you?
Let me worry about that, all right? We have to get ready for this rescue mission.
I'm going to worry about it. I grabbed the bag from her so she could stop using it as a distraction. Are you sure you can do this? The doubt was right there, clear enough to see. But she squared her shoulders and stood to her full height.
I can. I'm not backing down. And I'm not leaving Gigi to suffer at the hands of these assholes. We'll meet at the transport at 11 on the 23rd. Are you sure you're up for this?
I am, but if Cheval does end up being there, you're not at your full strength.
It might not be her. Onyx never caught a name or a description. With any luck, it's just some witch.
And if not? She took the bag and slung it over her shoulder.
You best hope we find Gigi fast and get the hell out of there before someone asks me to use my magic. Good night, Rafael. Don't be late.
I held on to the clothes as she left. The door barely closed when it opened again. I half hoped it was her, but it was just Shep. Yeah?
Where are you two going?
Sector 13, Dark Witch Coven Conference. Starts on the 23rd. There was no reason not to tell him. Someone should know where we were in case we didn't come back.
You'd best not come back without her fed.
You think I would? I snapped. He shrugged. What happened between me and Mercy is between me and Mercy. Got it?
Is that right? Damien went easy on you.
Damien is still recovering from being attacked by gargoyles. Shep rolled his shoulders and his eyes glowed yellow.
I'm not. I should teach you a lesson about pointing guns at people based on what they are. You have no idea what she's gone through, what any of them have. And you're going to threaten her? Blame her? Perhaps you didn't hear me the first time. You're a fool.
She lied to me, and she's not the only one. How did you expect me to react?
Everyone lies, Shep said, as if it was indeed the norm. The question is, why did she lie?
To trick me.
And deep down you know that's a bunch of horseshit. She was scared to tell you the truth, scared to mess up your perfect world of rules.
He lifted his lip as he snarled,
scared of you turning your back on her.
I chucked the rolled-up clothes on the couch and took a step closer. You know what she is. What was I supposed to do?
Trust her as she trusts you.
But she doesn't. Shep's eye twitched. He made no move to attack me, though his shoulders were bunched as if he was ready to at any second.
The question you really need to ask yourself is, who are you pissed off at more? Mercy for lying to protect herself and every dragonborn in hiding? Or yourself for being such a dick once you learned the truth? Who are you mad at really, Rafael?
What are you, a shrink?
Shep didn't budge an inch. You bring her home, or I'd best not see your face ever again.
He made for the door, but I called him back. Damien and Nor, do you know anything about them working together? Shep started walking away again as he called over his shoulder,
I'm just a bartender.
Shep's question repeating itself over in my head, I grabbed the clothes and walked home. I was pissed at Mercy. That's what I should have said. Pissed that she didn't trust me, that she lied to me since the first day I met her. But as the night wore on, my agitation grew, and I sulked around my apartment. The rage that clawed at me since we lost all those agents abated, and I saw the situation clearly. If Mercy lied, it's what she'd been trained to do all her life to keep herself safe. Then when she learned the truth about herself, Cheval, and the others, she kept lying to keep those she cared for safe, keep innocents alive and out of the hands of the feds and Cheval. Both wanted the Dragonborn found. and neither would be nice when they finally got their hands on those left behind. As the sun came up, I stood at the back windows, knowing I messed up. Mercy wouldn't forgive me easily. And there was a small nagging part of me that said I might have overreacted, but how could I trust her fully ever again?
Chapter 5. Mercy. The time between Onyx giving us the disguises and the invitations when I had to meet Rafael at the transport was not long enough. I'd spent every waking minute back in Damien's place focusing on my magic. I'd meditated and cleared my head. I'd worked at getting myself pissed off and even went so far as to climb on top of the building where Damien's office was. I stepped right up to the edge, then held one foot out over nothing. If I'd jumped, I was pretty sure I would have broken my legs or killed myself. With barely an hour to go until I had to meet Rafael at the transport, I glared at my reflection. Just one spark. All you need is one spark. I shut my eyes and held up my right hand. After a few deep breaths, I cleared my mind and found quiet and stillness. I didn't move, hardly breathed, and waited for my magic to fill me like it used to. But instead, my mind drifted and I sifted through memories of me with Rafael. His laughter as we bantered and joked around with each other at his place, having his arms wrapped around me as he held me close, protectively. That intense look of worry in his eyes when I was getting myself into trouble. Seeing how much he truly cared for me each time I'd been hurt. The night he pulled the gun on me faded away, outweighed by so many other memories. Were we really going to let one night define what we were to each other? He hurt me, yeah, but as much as I wanted to sit there and say I could get over him and move on, I knew I couldn't. Rafael and I were far from done with each other. We were just too stupid to see it, too scared to admit it. The longer my eyes stayed closed, the more I heard his voice as if he was standing right behind me. Then a weight fell on my shoulder, comforting, and he whispered my name. As I opened my eyes, there was no sign of Rafael, but in my palm was a single white and gold flame. The light was back in my eyes, too. I sighed. He was the key. Putting aside my anger and pain was the only way back to my magic. Fantastic. At 11:30, I changed into the clothes Onyx brought me, grimacing at the snug-fitting black dress with a corset top. It was not even close to anything I'd wear. The sleeves were too much, draping and hanging alongside the skirt of the dress. My boots, at least, were hidden, and I tucked my 2 daggers in the sides. My gun was another story. There was no place to put it where it wouldn't be obvious I was packing. I took it with me anyway, so Rafael could have 2 guns on him, if nothing else. I kept the amulet off for now, not wanting to use too much of its power until we arrived. Once I was as ready as I could be, I packed up my small bag with extra clothes, closed Damien's office, and walked to the transport. Several men I passed catcalled and whistled. I glared at them all, and made sure to turn so they could see the scar on my face. One by one they fell silent, and I eventually made it to the transport. Rafael was already there with his own bit of luggage for our not-so-fun trip away from Sector 21. He turned around when I called his name, and I had to focus hard on keeping my eyes on his face and not on checking him out. Then I saw his eyes give me a quick once-over, so I gave in. The black button-down shirt with the long sleeves fit him perfectly, highlighting the muscles underneath. The pants were black leather, and though I never imagined seeing him in leather, it looked damn good on him. He held the cloak in his hand, but there was no sign of his gun.
"You look incredible,"
he spoke first, the words coming out rough. "Thanks. Not so bad yourself there, killer." I frowned as I took him in again. "No holster?"
"No, had nowhere to put it."
"You have no weapons?"
"Didn't say that."
He turned around and lifted the back of his shirt. His gun was tucked at the small of his back, the shirt billowing just enough to hide it. Once he put the cloak on, no one would notice. "You have room for one more? This dress is too tight. Couldn't find a place to hide it." We both glanced around, but there wasn't anyone nearby. I handed him my gun and holster, and after putting on his cloak, he carefully tucked them both in an inside pocket.
"Guess that'll do." "Better than going in with nothing. Are you ready?"
I held up my amulet in answer. Yeah, let's go find Gigi.
Mercy, your magic. Well, are you sure you want to do this?
He asked, holding my hand, preventing me from putting on the necklace with the amulet. I told you before, I can. We're wasting time. Onyx said not to be late. I pulled my hand free and slipped the amulet on, then gasped at the rush of magic washing over me. Rafael followed my lead, cursing as his body shook. I can't tell if it worked. You look the same.
She said we would to each other.
He frowned, then pulled out his cell. What are you doing?
Just hold still and smile.
What? I asked, as he stepped around behind me, then took a picture. Did you just take a selfie of us?
Not of us.
He tilted the phone so I could see the screen.
Of Roger and Maggie.
The two people in the picture were certainly dressed like us, but the man was not a demon, and the woman had no visible scar on her face. Holy shit, they work.
Yeah, they do. I've never seen myself without horns.
Don't really care for it, I remarked. He eyed me as he tucked away his cell. Just my personal opinion. You ready now? I put on my black cloak, and together we stepped into the transport. I typed in our location and waited to be taken to Sector 13, the last place I ever wanted to return to after the last time. When we stepped out, I adjusted my cloak, slipped my arm around Rafael's, and we started toward the hotel where the conference was being held. According to the papers Onyx gave us, Roger and Maggie were from a coven in Montana. Very small, very quaint. And the only state where no other witches for this conference had come from for the last decade. She had texted me yesterday to go over all the details one last time and told me she triple-checked. No one should know of or have met any witches from Montana. The hotel was a few blocks from the transport, but the sidewalks were far from empty. Quickly, we found ourselves surrounded by other witches and warlocks arriving in groups, and all making for the hotel. The dark magic emanating from them set my teeth on edge. It was pretty much like someone constantly dragging nails down a chalkboard. My hand squeezed Rafael's arm harder, and he leaned in closer.
You all right?
Yeah, just didn't realize it'd be this bad. I winced when my scar gave a twinge, nearly pulling Rafael to a stop. But he kept me walking.
Maggie?
He asked, using my fake name. My mind went completely blank for a few seconds as to what his fake name was, until it came back to me. I'm all right, Roger, just very excited, I said loudly with the best smile I could muster. I was not all right, not even close. That wasn't just dark magic I sensed pushing in around us. Hybrids. They were here, and not just one or two. More. A hell of a lot more. I dug my nails into Rafael's arm until he grunted. Sorry, I whispered. He took a firm hold of my hand, but it was too damned risky to tell him anything. It'd have to wait. I squeezed back and offered up another smile his frown implied he didn't buy. We walked with the rest of the crowd to the hotel. Once at the front door, we held out our invitations. The warlock checking people into the conference barely glanced at them as he waved us into the lobby, telling all new arrivals to check in at the front desk to get room assignments. Onyx also told me we'd be sharing a room. I would have preferred my own, but she said it would look odd. Most witches bunked with their friends and families. If we came together but didn't stay together, some would find it strange, and the last thing we wanted was attention of any kind. The desk clerk was kind enough, and after we gave our fake names, he handed over 2 room keys.
You'll be on the 6th floor, room 613. The attendant here will take your bags for you,
he said cheerfully. We handed over our bags and watched the man head for the elevator.
And here's the itinerary for the conference. There have been some minor adjustments to the one sent to you earlier. The opening greeting will start in the next hour. The auditorium is right through those doors behind you.
Thanks,
Rafael said with an easy smile as he took the key cards and paper.
Montana, huh? Don't think if we've ever had anyone from that state. At least not in a long time.
Yes, coven leaders felt it was time for us to branch out, so to speak.
Rafael explained.
There's not many of us either, so when 2 leave, well, it's a good part of the coven.
The clerk laughed politely with Rafael.
I can understand that. You'll have a great time here.
Thanks.
Rafael turned around with me attached to his hip for the moment.
You need to sit down?
He leaned in, his lips brushing against my ear as he spoke. Brief glimpses of other times spent together flashed through my mind. But now wasn't the time to think about Rafael and me. That time was over. Finished.
Maggie?
No, I'm fine. Like I said, just very excited. As he glanced at me, I purposefully shifted my gaze around the room, aimed at those I sensed were the strongest. His gaze narrowed enough to let me know he picked up on part of the message.
Yes, me too.
I wasn't sure if that meant he sensed it too, or if he'd keep an eye on them. We stood in the lobby observing everyone who entered through the front doors. It was just like old times until Rafael grunted and suddenly pulled away from me, mumbling about grabbing a glass of champagne. He didn't even ask if I wanted any. Guess all that friendliness since we got here was just for show. He wasn't worried about me. Not anymore. As a few people moved out of the way, I spotted Rafael speaking to a couple of witches, very attractive witches, who were extremely interested in him. The blonde kept running her fingers down his arm as she laughed. I cringed and rolled my eyes. God, that laugh was fake. Not even a good fake. Guess there weren't that many attractive warlocks here, and Rafael, Roger, was fresh meat. If he could flirt, then so could I. I wandered over to another of the tables set up serving champagne, picked up a glass, and drained half of it as I sauntered around the room. I smiled, catching the attention of several warlocks and witches. But one set of eyes looked at me with more intensity than the rest. Rafael. He could just deal with it.
I don't think I've seen you here before,
a smooth voice said from behind me. First time. I smiled brightly at the warlock as he walked around to face me. He took my hand and kissed the back of it, his gray eyes glinting with mischief. His dark magic made my skin crawl, but I forced my smile to stay in place. And you are?
Morris.
Maggie, pleasure to meet you. He didn't let go of my hand. His thumb ran over my knuckles, the movement anything but nice. Rafael had done that a few times, and having this flirtatious asshole do it had me clenching my champagne flute and biting my tongue to stop myself from decking him out of habit.
Where are you from?
Small coven in Montana.
You here all alone?
He sidled closer until there was hardly any room between us. His eyes wasted no time checking over my body in this frickin' ridiculous dress. What I wouldn't give for my gun right about then, or a new sword. I'd have to bug Rufus about making me one as soon as he and Bowen got back. There's someone else here with me, but we're only sent together.
Ah, so you're not with anyone.
I sipped my champagne, tried for a seductive smile. Completely available.
Then let me be your guide. I'm sure your companion can take care of herself.
Himself, and yes, he can. Morris offered me his arm, and I slipped mine around his.
Great. The opening night is just the tip of the iceberg of what we do during these gatherings. You stick with me, and you'll have an unforgettable time.
I'm sure I will. He talked a lot, but I tuned most of it out. I was working on finding a way to ask about Gigi. A gong was struck, startling me, I hated to admit, and everyone started for the doors to the auditorium. Morris stuck by my side and escorted me in. We found seats close to the front, where a stage was set up with a long line of chairs. 3 in the middle were fancier than the others.
The elders,
I whispered in Morris's ear.
Do they all speak tonight?
We were in our seats, and still I sensed Rafael's eyes glued to the back of my head. I didn't bother searching for him. He could be pissed off all he wanted about my flirting with someone else. He would never be with a dragonborn. He made that damned clear.
Yes, they give the opening speeches. I'll admit this part isn't too terribly exciting. Just a lot of catching up on what the covens have done this past year and plans for the future.
Great plans?
Sometimes. Sector 13 isn't the only one of its kind. There are sectors in all the states filled with dark covens looking for a way to take back what should be ours.
At any other time, I'd have found a way to drill him about these other sectors, but I was here for Gigi. That plus dark witches weren't really a priority for me, what with Cheval preparing for war and trying to charge ley lines so she could do who knows what to everyone. Morris talked some more about their plans to start showing their true strength with the feds, pushing back on the laws that restrict their magic. Thankfully, the lights dimmed and he finally shut up. The stage went completely dark, and Morris held my hand tighter in anticipation from whatever was going to come. A puff of red smoke, followed by violet, then green, then several more colors erupted on the stage. I clapped, along with Morris, though inwardly I wondered how cheesy this opening ceremony was gonna get for a bunch of dark witches. When every seat was taken, the stage illuminated. I recognized most of the faces up there, the elders of these dark covens, and all of them with innocent blood on their hands. If only I were here to wipe them all out. Depending on what state I found Gigi in, I might be. The opening ceremonies lasted too damned long, and by the end of it I was chomping at the bit to get out of this hotel. I needed a shower, or a very hot fire to burn the stench of dark magic off my skin. Morris held my hand in the crook of his elbow as we exited the auditorium, after listening to 2 hours of speeches about re-establishing the dark covens as a dominant power with the aid of several new allies. I assumed they meant the Reapers. I made mental notes to come back to this shithole later. Much later, if Sector 13 was still standing after Cheval did whatever she was planning on doing.
You look like you could use another glass of champagne,
Morris suggested as we followed the rest of the crowd down a long stretch of carpeted hallway. That I could. How could you tell?
I'm great at reading people. Something tells me you've had a hard go of it lately.
I tilted my head. Not really, just waiting for the next great thing to come my way.
Then you have come to the right place.
I needed to confirm what Onyx had told us about Cheval coming here, but just as I was working on how to phrase that question, we passed through a set of glass doors and into a large conference room. Booths for vendors were set up from one end to the other. Some sold drinks and food. Others sold charms, potions, and other items, clothing here and there. Morris guided me along, picking up another glass of champagne for me. Once we'd walked further, I wished I hadn't had anything to drink. The champagne churned in my gut, and I nearly lost it right there.
Maggie? Something wrong?
I shook my head, but couldn't get myself to talk. Opening my mouth right then was a terrible idea. I tugged him along, but the next table, and the next, were worse. Morris was trying to say something, but the words didn't register. I'd expected to see some dark shit while we were here, but what was on those tables made me want to draw my dagger and ram it into Morris's chest a few times, at least.
You're pale. Do you need to sit down?
I choked on the words I wanted to say, my eyes glued on what lay on the next table. The shifter parts and pelts had been a bad start. The demon horns were worse. The dragon scales, horns, claws, and what appeared to be dried organs were something from a nightmare. Dragonborn were supposedly extinct for centuries, so how the hell did they have parts of Dragonborn to sell? And if Cheval was coming here, did she know about this? Dizzy, I grabbed the edge of the table. The champagne threatened to come up as a horrible realization hit me. There were plenty of Dragonborn who stood against Cheval, my mom and countless others. She killed those who betrayed her, and she sold them for parts. My mom. A cold shiver ran up and back down my spine. They said they never found her body, that there were some bones left over from the blast, but they were all male. Mom, damn them, they'd taken her and cut her up, removed her scales, her horns. My vision swam, and someone was saying Maggie loudly. That voice, I knew it, but I couldn't get myself to focus on where it was coming from. My knees buckled, and then I was falling. Morris caught me, his hands holding me in a very inappropriate way, but I was too disoriented to shove him off.
You need to sit down. Come on. Get your hands off her.
2 very familiar arms closed around me protectively, and I clung to Rafael's shirt, trying to stay upright. I very much wanted to find a place to puke, but Morris and Rafael were arguing, and it was getting louder by the second. I grabbed Rafael's arm, wanting him to shut the hell up. The dizziness passed long enough for me to notice quite a few people watching us closely. Very closely. A couple of them were elders. That was not what we needed on our first night here with no idea as to where Gigi might be. I just need to lie down, I snapped loudly, tugging harder on Rafael's arm.
I can take her to her room,
Morris insisted. Rafael's usual demon growl rumbled in his chest, and I pinched his side, making him grunt instead. He glanced down at me. I shook my head subtly. Keeping one arm firmly around my waist, he said he'd take care of it and help me out of the conference room. We passed a lot of curious faces, but I kept my head down. Once we were free of the crowd and to the elevator, my legs gave out completely, and Rafael was the only reason I wasn't a puddle on the floor.
"Easy, Mercy, easy,"
he whispered.
"Almost to the room."
"Did you see it?" I gasped. "All of it? God, Rafael, the Dragonborn. They have Dragonborn parts."
"Yeah, I did."
The growl was back in his voice. The demon parts, I had no doubt he saw those too. The elevator dinged as we reached the 6th floor. I took a step forward but didn't make it very far. Rafael didn't bother letting me walk. He simply picked me up. I wasn't about to protest. At our door, he set me down long enough to slide in the keycard. Then I was back in his arms. "I'm fine, really," I told him. He growled quietly but set me down. Carefully, we both removed our amulets and set them aside. I barely got out of my boots when nausea kicked in full swing and I bolted for the bathroom. The champagne came up violently as I clung to the toilet, envisioning those Dragonborn parts all over again. My imagination ran off with me, and I heard Mom screaming as they tore her apart piece by piece. Rafael was there, holding my hair and rubbing my back. I dry-heaved for a long-ass time until my stomach finally settled, and I sat back. Rafael wet a washcloth and dabbed gently at my face. "Why are you doing this?" I mumbled.
"Doing what?"
"Taking care of me. I'm fine on my own." He sank to the floor in the doorway.
"That warlock is not a good guy."
"No one here is a good guy, remember?"
"Mercy, I mean he's not a good guy, even for a bad guy. I saw that look in his eyes the second you collapsed. If I hadn't stopped him, what do you think would have happened, huh?"
"You're saying I can't take care of myself anymore?"
"I'm saying that what you saw down there would mess anyone up. We're here to find Gigi. I can't let anything happen to you before then."
I wasn't sure why, but that pissed me off. I chucked the washcloth at him and clambered to my feet using the sink. I splashed water in my face and used the hotel mouthwash to get the acid taste out of my mouth. Rafael didn't move a muscle. I had to step over him to get out of the bathroom. I wanted out of this damn dress and into my comfortable clothes, then to curl up in bed and not move for the rest of the night. I needed something to drink, but my stomach was too unsettled to handle anything. I cursed and muttered, annoyed as I struggled to get out of the dress. 2 hands replaced my own and undid the zipper enough for me to reach it on my own.
"I'm sorry you had to see all that stuff downstairs,"
Rafael said quietly, standing right behind me. Why did his presence have to be so damned comforting and confusing? I was trying to hate him, but how was I supposed to do that when he obviously cared for me no matter what he said?
"Mercy."
"Rafael," I managed to say, but nothing else came after. I should have told him to leave, to stop being nice if he didn't want to be with me, but none of that happened.
"Do you want to talk about it?"
"Talk about what? The shit you're putting me through because of what I am? Or what happened downstairs?" Angry. I just had to get angry. Then I could get through this mission to save Gigi. He blew out a heavy breath as the tension between us crackled like electricity.
"Downstairs."
"Great, so we're not going to talk about how you're acting like you didn't hold a gun to my head. That's freaking fantastic. You know what? I don't think I want to talk about anything with you unless it has to do with finding Gigi." I tore through my bag and found my sleep shorts and tank. Rafael made no move to leave the room. "Mind?" Crossed his arms and still didn't move. "You're a pain in the ass, you know that?" I snatched up my clothes and marched for the bathroom, slamming the door shut. It took a few extra minutes to get out of the damn dress and into my comfy clothes. When I opened the bathroom door, Rafael stood right on the other side, expression torn between anger and confusion. I knew exactly what he was going through. I wanted to kiss him and smack him at the same time. Was he really angry with me? I opened my mouth to yell at him some more when his arm was around my waist and his lips on mine. The action startled me for a split second. Then I was kissing him back. I ended up against the bathroom door, and I forgot why I was supposed to be angry at him. This was right. All of it. But as fast as it started, Rafael pulled back, muttered something under his breath I didn't catch. Then he was gone. The door slammed shut behind him, and I was left more confused than ever. Furiously, I chucked my boots at the door, then sank right back to the floor. Eventually, I found my way to the only bed this room had, of course, and fumbled for my cell. But I had no one to call. I tossed it into the pillows, yanked the covers over my head, and tried to get to sleep, praying I wouldn't dream about Rafael, or have nightmares about my mother being turned into dragonborn parts to be sold at the market. Chapter 6. Rafael.
I managed to snatch up my amulet, then stormed out of the hotel room, not even sure where the hell I was going. But I had to get away from Mercy. I could have gotten us both found out down there if Mercy hadn't stopped me from acting like a demon. I wasn't a demon. Not here. And I wasn't supposed to be feeling so damned protective of her. That kiss. Why had I done that? She needed something to cling to, and without even thinking, I threw myself right in her path. She could have decked me if she wanted, probably kicked my ass, and I would have let her. But she didn't. She kissed me back. How were we supposed to make it through this conference without winding up caught if I couldn't stop acting like her boyfriend? I'd been worried about her magic not working, but it was me who nearly lost it. When that warlock started flirting with her before the opening ceremony, the desire to tear him limb from limb had been so strong, I had to physically grab hold of the nearby counter to keep myself planted. The way he touched her, the look in his eyes, it wasn't hard to tell what he was after. If Mercy had looked like Mercy, instead of some sexy witch in that skin-tight dress, he wouldn't have gone near her, shallow asshole. Then when we entered the second room, I stayed behind them, biding my time. I planned to break into their conversation at some point, but then Mercy had nearly collapsed, and the warlock had grabbed her. I'd torn away from the women chatting with me and yanked him off her. I saw the parts on those tables, all the tables. Once we found Gigi and returned her safely home, I'd be coming back here with an entire team of feds to raid the place and shut the black market down. All of it. The elevator took me to the main floor, and I wandered into the lobby lounge. Witches and warlocks mingled, many going back to the black market vendors and coming out with bags filled to the brim. It disgusted me to think of what they purchased in there. I ignored them all, found a corner table, and sat down in the dimly lit lounge. A waitress came by and I ordered a beer, my tone rough. Music was playing, some eerie crap that grated on my nerves, but there was nowhere else for me to go. Leaving Mercy alone at the hotel was not an option. I planned on staying down there for a few hours, and hoped by the time I returned to the room, Mercy would be asleep. I'd crash on the couch or the floor. Tomorrow I'd keep my distance the best I could. "Evening," a familiar voice said. I looked up with a glare. "Ah yes, I sensed you might not like me at the moment. Came over to apologize." The warlock from earlier stood beside my table, holding his hand out. I made no move to take it. "Listen, she said she was single. At least I thought she did. I didn't mean to step on any toes." His hand remained up. I swallowed my anger and offered a small smile as I took it. "She is," I said, and motioned for him to join me. "This is our first time away from the coven, and I was charged with protecting her. She's fragile." Shit, if Mercy found out I called her fragile, she'd beat my face in. Or try to. "That explains it then. Yes, I might have overreacted, but I made my promises and all that." "Understandable. My first conference was extremely overwhelming." The waitress dropped off my beer, and the warlock ordered something I'd never heard of before. "Morris," he added, turning back my way. "Roger," I replied. "Maggie wanted me to thank you for showing her around earlier. She's resting now, so she won't be down until tomorrow." "That's quite all right. We can have some warlock time, eh?" He laughed as he said it, like we were about to be the best of friends. Oh, goody for me. Not that I don't love my fellow witches, but sometimes they're a bit much. "Can be." "You're lucky since your coven's so small." I shrugged, sipping on my beer, watching the crowd in the lobby. We are, but there are still times all I want to do is disappear for a short spell, clear my head, or do something to let loose. Not much to do out there, mind.
No, guess there wouldn't be. Never really thought about the witch scene out in Montana.
Tiny, very tiny.
You seeing anyone?
Was he hitting on me now? That'd be a twist. It's complicated. I finally settled on that.
Ah, I see.
I set my beer down hard at his tone and that smirk on his face.
See what? You're here to be her bodyguard, but you like her. Makes sense. No worries, friend. I'll back off. Let you have your chance. If you're gonna try and romance her here, though, I would take her on one of the stargazing tours up to the roof. They do a fantastic dark ritual up there to replenish one's magic. It's brilliant. The sacrifices always make it worthwhile.
Beneath the table, I dug my nails into my palm to stop myself from grabbing hold of his throat and slamming him into the nearest wall. I'll keep that in mind. Gigi. We were here to find Gigi.
I do have a question for you. Maggie has a friend we were supposed to meet here, someone who's visited our coven a few times, witch by the name of Gigi. You happen to see her around at all? Think she came weeks ago to help with the pre-conference rituals.
Morris thanked the waitress as she delivered his drink, then spun the glass around.
Gigi. That name does sound familiar.
I was about to describe her as bubbly and cheery, wearing bright colors to match. But that wasn't how she looked the last time I saw her. She usually wears black bows in her hair, I said, and is very friendly, strong, too. He leaned back in his chair, casually drinking his whiskey as his eyes narrowed.
I'll keep an eye out for her, but I can't say as I've seen her recently. She might have left for a while with plans to come back.
Do many witches and warlocks do that?
Some, yes. The pre-conference rituals can take a lot out of you.
Everything about his subtle movements and his tone told me he was telling the truth. Not that I believed a word coming out of his mouth. If what he said was true, Gigi might not be here anymore. They could have moved her somewhere else. She might not have come here at all to begin with. If she wasn't here, Mercy was going to be pissed, and we'd have no way to figure out where she was being held. The chances of finding her alive would drop dramatically.
You know, you seem like the kind of guy who enjoys something a little more entertaining, he said slowly, mulling over the word as he winked. You're not really into all these talks and whatnot.
Not usually. Morris did a quick look around, then scooted his chair in as close to the table as he could.
There's another part to this conference very few know about. I can get you an invite. You and Maggie, if you think she'd be up for it. Good chance to see some action. And if you're lucky, make some good money at the same time, if you're the betting sort of man.
Whatever he talked about sounded like we'd be getting a behind-the-scenes look at the conference. I wanted to run it by Mercy, but didn't want to wake her if she'd fallen asleep. I'm in. Where do we go?
Meet me in the lobby tomorrow evening around 11. I'll take you both there.
What exactly happens where we're going? I asked as he stood, taking his blood-red drink with him.
Don't want to ruin the surprise now, do you? I'll see you around tomorrow. And Roger, fair warning, but if you don't make a move on Maggie before this week is over, I will.
He chuckled quietly as he strolled away from the table. I clenched my hands into fists and kept them tight on my thighs so I wouldn't do anything I shouldn't, then drained my beer. Cheeky bastard. But he was good for something. We now had an invite to another part of the conference, one that sounded like it was reserved for specific guests. If we were going to get any information on Gigi, or Cheval for that matter, it could be there. I expected to see some sign of Cheval during the opening ceremony, but the elders might not want everyone to know the Reapers weren't going to be their only new ally. Finishing my beer, I left the lobby and wandered around the hotel, hoping to pick up tidbits of conversation. Quite a few of the guests were tipsy and loudly talking about the conference. I smiled at everyone I passed, and even caught up with the two witches who'd been flirting with me earlier.
"Roger, there he is!"
the blonde exclaimed as she stumbled toward me in her heels.
"Clarissa, right?"
She nodded, excited I remembered, then weaved a bit. Her friend was just as wobbly on her feet. Mercy never acted like this, even if she was drinking. She knew how to hold it and when to stop. But if I could use it to my advantage, I might get some more information about Gigi.
Where's your girly friend? The one who fainted?
Resting in her room.
Will she be all right?
The brunette asked. I couldn't quite remember her name. Yes, she is a bit sad, though. Both women pouted at my frowning face. Our friend was supposed to be here, but we haven't been able to find her yet.
Maybe we know her,
Clarissa burst out.
We know almost everyone.
Her name is Gigi. Clarissa and her friend looked at each other for so long, I thought they were about to pass out or puke, possibly both. But then they smiled.
We remember her, yeah. She was chatting it up with one of the warlocks here. They were inseparable, you might say.
Her words slurred, but they were clear enough for me to understand. Which warlock?
Well, it's actually the one your friend was talking to all night.
Morris? Clarissa and her friend giggled.
We wondered why he was talking to her anyway. She didn't really seem like his type.
She grabbed hold of my bicep and squeezed.
But you most certainly are my type. Your arm is so big. Nothing like the other warlocks here.
With a smile, I pried her arm free and backed away. Sorry, but I have to go check in with my friend.
We'll be here all week,
Clarissa yelled after me.
You know, in case your friend bores you.
I rounded the corner in the hall and hustled to the bank of elevators. Morris lied about knowing Gigi. My instinct to rip him apart was spot on then. I reached the 6th floor and quietly opened the door to our room. The lights were all off, so was the TV. But the bed was empty. The bathroom was clear, too. Mercy! I slipped off the amulet and set it next to hers on the nightstand. Had she left without it? Mercy! I started to reach for the gun tucked at my lower back, but a chill breeze blew through my hair. The door leading to the balcony was wide open. Quietly, I crept toward it and found Mercy sitting outside on the cushioned bench, her cloak wrapped around her tightly. She was shivering each time the wind blew. I took the quilt off the bed and dragged it outside with me, draping it over her. She jumped, fist raised to hit me, then mumbled an apology. What are you doing out here? The balconies were private, so no one else could see us, but it was still dangerous exposing her true identity like this. I sat down beside her, and when she didn't yell at me to go away, rested against the back of the bench and crossed my ankles.
Couldn't sleep,
she replied.
Room felt too small.
We sat together on the bench, looking up at the stars, the only sound the wind rustling through the trees surrounding the hotel. She needed to know the truth about Morris, but that's not what I ended up talking to her about. Earlier, that kiss, I said slowly. It was out of line. I'm sorry. She barely nodded.
So you didn't want to kiss me?
I did, I replied without thinking.
And you're apologizing for it.
I am. Heat of the moment and all that. I was trying to... Shit, I don't know what I was trying to do. Just forget it, all right? I have intel on Gigi. I filled her in briefly on what Morris and I talked about, and then ended with what I found out from Clarissa. Mercy?
I heard you. This event we're going to, have any idea what it is?
None, but after what we saw in that room, it's not going to be anything joyous. You don't have to go. I can tell Morris you're still not feeling well or something.
I'm not a coward.
Never said you were, but the way you acted tonight, I can't have you falling apart on me again.
Why, because you almost broke your cover?
She snapped, getting up from the bench and storming back inside, leaving me to follow.
Because you can't decide what you want from me? From us?
Right, it's all my fault. You shouldn't even be here.
Why not? Gigi is my friend.
And you're unstable, I shouted, until I remembered where we were. Look, I muttered, lowering my voice. You admitted your magic's been off, and whatever shit happened to you downstairs, that's not normal. Not for you. Talk to me. Convince me you can handle this. Because if I don't think you can, I'll drag your ass back to the transport and send you home.
You think this is one of your Fed cases? You're not in control here.
Appears I'm the only one able to be. She chucked the quilt and her cloak at my face.
You bastard. You're not invincible either. Not even close. So don't stand there and patronize me because I had a moment.
How do you know it's going to be the only one?
I don't, but you are not sending me away. Not now.
She rubbed her hands harshly down her face, cursing about hybrids and something about Cheval. She stumbled away from me, then sank to the floor in a heap. She was shaking so damned hard. I went to her, but she threw her hand out to stop me. Too bad I wasn't in the mood to listen to her. I shoved her hand aside, sat down beside her, and drew her into my arms like I'd done so many times before.
I don't need you,
she muttered, her words muffled against my chest. If we're going to find Gigi and get out of here alive, you do. Talk to me, please. She said nothing for a long while, but I didn't move to get away from her. There'd been demon parts there too, so I figured the same anger I had at seeing them was what she was going through. But when she tilted her head back, there wasn't anger in her eyes. There was fear.
Cheval, if she's really a part of this, why would there be dragonborn parts for sale? She whispered. Damien told me she hurt those who betrayed her, other dragonborn. I assumed she just killed them. But what if she tortures them, then tears them apart?
She gulped and curled in even tighter on herself.
The night my parents were killed, the only bodies left behind were males. Mom wasn't amongst the rubble.
She fell silent. It took a few minutes, then I cursed and held her tighter.
Yeah, that's what I was thinking. What if Cheval captured her and tore her to pieces? My mom's horns, her scales, whatever she had. It could have all been sold on the black market. So yeah, I lost it a bit. Can you blame me?
No, I couldn't, not after hearing that. The fear in her eyes, it wasn't just for her mom either. If Cheval got her hands on Mercy, what would she do to her? Instinct screamed at me to get Mercy away from here. But that wasn't my place. Not now. She was right. I'd held a gun to her head, flat out told her I didn't trust her. And look at me now. Because this situation wasn't confusing enough, I had to go and make it worse. The clock read almost 4 a.m. Tonight, wherever Morris is taking us, you know it's only going to get worse.
I figured.
If you want to stay behind, I won't hold it against you.
No, I'm going with you. We're finding Gigi and we're getting her away from this freak show before they decide to do something like that to her. Besides, you think I'd pass up the chance to kick some of their asses? Not a chance.
She pushed against my chest and I let her up. She put the quilt back on the bed and curled up beneath it. I headed into the bathroom and changed into my sleep pants, the leather from the other pants making it almost impossible to stay upright while I made the switch. I planned to sleep on the couch, but eyes watched me from the bed. Subtly, I shifted my head enough to see Mercy looking at my bare chest.
This bed is huge, she commented. Just sleep in it so you don't have a crick in your neck tomorrow.
You sure? Don't mind the couch.
Rafael, sleep in the damned bed before I decide to kick you out of the room completely.
Shaking my head at stubborn, pain-in-the-ass women, I crawled into the other side of the bed, ensuring there was plenty of space between us. Her breathing steadied out after a few minutes, and I was left staring at the ceiling, doing my best not to move closer to the woman lying beside me.
Chapter 7. Mercy. There'd been no dreams all night long. I counted it as a miracle after the shitty day I had. I shifted beneath the blankets, snuggling against something extremely warm and solid. My hand roamed, and I froze as my fingers traced well-defined abs, then higher up. Slowly I opened my eyes to find myself draped across Rafael's chest. He was passed out, thank God. I did not need him waking up to see this. My leg was wrapped around his too, and his one arm curled around my back drew me in closer each time I started to pull away. He had to be awake, but when I looked at him, he never opened his eyes or gave any other indication he knew what he was doing. Gently, I slipped out of his hold and away from the heat of his body, then out of bed. The afternoon sun peered through the windows, but according to the itinerary, most of the events started late in the afternoon and evening. Witches and warlocks kept much later hours. I ducked into the bathroom for a quick shower. As I towel-dried my hair, I stepped out to see Rafael sitting on the edge of the bed, scrolling through his cell.
"Morning,"
he said without looking up. Any word back from Nor? I'd almost forgotten we'd been trying to get a hold of him and Damien before we left. Or Damien?
Nothing, but no bad news either, about Nor being found dead.
Yeah, guess that's okay.
They can take care of themselves. We should focus on a plan for tonight.
He tossed his cell behind him, then slipped into the bathroom and closed the door. The shower turned on and I crossed my arms, annoyed. Really? Wow. Guess I'll figure out that plan all on my own then. After finding the notes I brought along, thanks to Onyx, I set them on the table and sorted through them, searching for any mention of Gigi hanging around a certain warlock. When nothing turned up, I sifted through them again for the layout of the hotel. From what Morris told Rafael about tonight's activities, there had to be a special room for them if they wanted to keep most of those attending away from them. My eyes crossed after staring at the layout so hard. There were more conference rooms, but they were all listed on the itinerary as being used for workshops. Dark magic workshops. What they did in there, I did not want to know. If Morris was taking us somewhere away from the hotel, we'd need a way to track our movements. I hated Sector 13, mostly for how little the setup made sense. Buildings had been demolished and resurrected in the weirdest ways when the Reapers essentially took over. According to them, it mirrored their home realm, which they no longer had access to. They wanted to preserve it, so over the years they'd been rebuilding Sector 13 without any care for permits or what the governor said. If I were governor, I'd let them do what they wanted too. They were Reapers. Bastards were damn near impossible to kill, and their network was vast. They were like the paranormal version of the human mobs, except 100 times worse. Gigi had been convinced the Reapers were getting involved with Dark Witch covens, but what for? I tapped my fingers on the table, the only sound in the quiet room. Rafael had finally turned off the shower, but stayed in the bathroom. My mind drifted from the Reapers to Cheval and her role in all this. There were hybrids here. I might not have physically seen them last night, but I'd sensed them. The tingling of my scar said they weren't too far away. Was she here to recruit more? Or strike a deal with the elders somehow? Gigi said messing with the ley lines would affect everyone with magic. That included these witches and warlocks. Unless she spared them all, or turned them all into hybrids. Shit, this many hybrids would be a nightmare. The mages had been bad enough. And the Dragonborn we'd faced. He'd killed 12 agents before we brought him down. If Cheval was here, even if we found Gigi, we had to gather intel and see what she was up to. There had to be a way to seek her out, get closer without letting her know who I was. My eyes wandered to the amulets on the table. The disguises fooled everyone so far. Would they fool her if we ended up face to face? An icy chill raced down my body as goosebumps appeared on my arms. If I was captured, she'd torture me to make me tell her everything, and if I refused, if I didn't join her, she'd hurt me in ways I couldn't imagine. That I knew without any doubt. After everything Bowen and Rufus told me, I had enough of an idea of the pain I would face. And when she was finished with me, she'd sell me off. She might even hand me over to the Reapers for the rest of my miserable life. Mercy. I jumped out of the chair with a yelp and spun around. Rafael held up his hands ready to defend himself, but there was hardly a flicker of magic at my fingertips ready for me to attack with. After I caught my breath, I sank back into my chair.
"Thought you heard me,"
he said as he joined me at the table. A bit lost in thought.
"Noticed. Any ideas?"
On?
"Tonight. Dealing with Morris."
He pulled the hotel layout closer, brow furrowing as he ran his fingers along the map.
"Does this place have a basement? Onyx said she saw cages disappearing through another door. Nothing on the itinerary seems to deal with cages."
"Not that I can tell. And who says it has to take place in a basement?"
"Most horrible things end up in basements."
He had a point, but there was no basement anywhere on the map. I hadn't seen any stairwells leading down either. Nor a B button in the elevators. Could be off-site.
That would be bad news.
Yeah, no shit. I ran my fingers through my damp hair, dragging my mind away from the darkening thoughts of being tortured and eventually killed, onto thoughts of saving Gigi. One thing first. You said Morris did know Gigi.
According to some very intoxicated witches, they could have been mistaken.
Or not. I'll stick with Morris today, see if I can't get him to spill anything else until we head to this event tonight. His growl followed me to the couch where I tossed my dress last night. You have any better ideas? He clearly likes me.
And I had to play off that I'm your bodyguard last night.
He coughed and mumbled something else I couldn't quite catch.
What was that? He thinks I'm in love with you and promised to back off for my sake. He might not want to be around you.
With the dress in hand, I kept facing the wall as I asked, Do you?
Do I what?
What was I thinking? Get it together, Mercy. You're here to save Gigi, and as soon as you get back to Sector 21, Rafael will go back to his happy life as a Fed and forget about you. That kiss last night meant nothing. None of it meant anything. Nothing, never mind. I'll convince him to stick with me for a while. I can be persuasive when the need arises.
Don't I know it?
Ignoring his last comment, I dressed in the bathroom and did a simple braid with my hair. Not that it'd matter. Once I put the amulet on, it'd give me a fancier-looking hairdo. I wasn't sure how much longer we needed the magic to last. With any luck, we'd uncover a better lead on Gigi and be able to escape out of here with her while our disguises were still intact. Rafael had dressed in the room and was buttoning up his black silk shirt when I exited the bathroom. Our eyes locked, and my heart pounded violently in my chest. I'd been involved in life-or-death situations plenty of times before. This was much worse. Each time I took a breath, he mirrored me, and his hands paused with his shirt only half-buttoned. Every subtle movement either one of us made was watched by the other, licking my lips as my mind imagined striding across the room and kissing him as he had kissed me last night. He took a step as if reading my mind, but I blinked, and an image of Gigi hurt or dying tore me away from the moment. I scooped up my boots, tugged them, grabbed my daggers, then aimed for the door. See you downstairs.
Mercy, amulet.
He held it out to me. The disappointment in his eyes lit a sudden angry fire in me. Good. He could be disappointed. I took the amulet, slipped it on, then left him behind. Gigi. I was here to find Gigi, nothing more. The lobby was bustling when the elevator door opened. A late lunch, well, breakfast, really, since it appeared everyone else was just waking up now too, was being served in the dining hall. I followed the crowd inside, but didn't think I could stomach more than coffee. Once I had a mug, I sauntered around the room and found an empty table where I could keep a close eye on the doors. Morris eventually appeared. I called his name as I waved at him. He left the warlocks he was speaking with behind and hurried to join me.
You're looking much better today,
he said as he sat down. Yes, I'm not sure what came over me last night. He glanced around.
And Roger?
He should be down shortly. Listen, I was hoping you'd still be willing to show me around today. I promise not to faint again. I held my hand over my heart as we both laughed. Morris sighed.
As much as I would love to, I don't want to make Roger jealous.
Jealous? Why would that make him jealous? Yes, please make him jealous. As soon as I thought it, I wanted to kick myself. But Rafael could deal with some uncomfortable emotions for a while. Morris?
It's just I think Roger feels more for you than you realize.
Oh? Loud giggling met my ears. You sure about that? I nodded to the doorway where Rafael had finally appeared, the witch from yesterday clinging to his arm.
Huh, I could have sworn he was into you. Guess I'm not as good at reading people as I used to be.
He laughed.
Well then, I would love to be your escort for the day. Did you have a chance to see what was going on this evening?
I did. I ran my finger lazily over the rim of my mug. He watched me intently. Last night, Roger mentioned you had something special in mind.
Ah, that is a surprise for later. Trust me, you'll both enjoy it.
He winked, then kissed my cheek. My hand was raised to punch him when he pulled back, and I quickly rested it on his shoulder instead. He tilted his head with curiosity, but the moment passed, and he asked if I'd eaten. Yes, but please help yourself. While he was grabbing food, I followed Rafael and the witch around the room with my gaze. He was grinning like an idiot as she practically sat in his lap while they shared a plate of food. If looks could kill, that witch would be dead on the floor. Sparks flickered to life at my fingertips, and I shoved my hands out of sight. Of course, now my magic would start acting up when I was pissed off about Rafael. When she kissed his cheek,
I bristled and glared into my coffee until Morris returned to the table.
Then it was back to smiling and flirting. I wanted him to like me so later when I confronted him about Gigi, he'd talk to me. Or he'd realize I wasn't who I said I was, and then we'd really have some fun. At 11 at night, Morris and I made our way to the lobby to wait for Rafael. My stomach was in knots, and I was glad I hadn't eaten anything. The workshops we attended had all been focused on combining different forms of magic. Hybrids. They were giving the covens lessons on being hybrids without them even realizing it. Was Cheval going to turn them without even asking? Each session was worse than the one before it, and I was ready to burn this place to the ground, with all the elders inside. The witches and warlocks here might use dark magic, but no one deserved to be turned into a damned slave for their magic. While we waited, I leaned into Morris's side. We sat on one of the couches after a very long seminar on using the right type of horn in certain potions. Not that I paid any attention to it. "Morris, I was wondering if you knew someone. A friend of mine." He shifted subtly away from me.
"Oh, and who might that be?"
"Gigi. She was supposed to be here, but I haven't seen her or heard from her. Just worried."
"I'm not sure. There's so many witches here."
"I know. I was just wondering is all." He was lying to my face. His right eye twitched, and his left hand nervously fidgeted on the arm of the couch.
"If I see her around, I'll let you know."
"Thanks. That'd be great." If he saw her, which meant he knew what she looked like. If nothing else came from this night, I'd be dragging Morris into our room and beating the truth out of him, then take his unconscious body and dump him somewhere very far away.
"Ah, there's Roger now."
Rafael was alone, and though he grinned, it was clear he was beyond tense. Clarissa, the witch Morris told me about a few hours ago, must have been driving him nuts. She had a reputation at these gatherings for finding those warlocks she deemed worthy of her, and digging her claws in as deep as she could. She was nothing but a dark witch looking for a strong protector, and someone to spoil her. Morris said she already ruined a few good warlocks.
"Good evening to you both."
Rafael gave me a quick once-over. His brow wrinkled as it always did when he was worried, but I shook my head and he left it alone.
"I trust you had a pleasant evening so far." "That we have, but the night is far from over."
Morris held out his hand and helped me to my feet.
"You two are going to enjoy this, I think."
"All this secrecy makes it sound like not everyone knows about whatever it is we're doing." Morris chuckled as he led us to the elevator.
"They don't. I'm one of the few who get to choose those lucky enough to see the best entertainment the covens and our new friends have to offer."
"New friends? The elders mentioned that last night," I said once the three of us were alone in the elevator. "Who are they talking about?" Morris hit 3 buttons at once, the main floor, first and second. The elevator descended. So, there was a basement. Rafael grunted. I hated to agree, but basements were always trouble. "It's just you seem to be one of the more informed warlocks." I wrapped my hand around his arm as I said it, purposefully pressing myself against him. Rafael turned away, but he couldn't complain. Clarissa probably spent the entire day flirting with him, and he would have flirted back to get information. Morris smiled as he tucked a strand of my hair behind my ear.
"I am one."
"So, these new allies?"
"Don't you worry your pretty little head about it. All will be revealed in due time. First, the covens have to be prepared. Then everyone will share the glory of what's to come."
Morris was definitely our go-to guy when the time came to beating the answers out of someone. He seemed to be in on whatever plans the elders made. The faster we made it through whatever this was, the faster I could tell Rafael what I thought the elders were up to. The doors opened, and 2 large shifters stood guard outside a set of double doors. Music pulsed from the other side, along with shouting and yells. My gut said I should turn around and go back upstairs, but Morris was pulling me along, with Rafael behind us. "They're with me," he said firmly to the shifters. Their eyes flared yellow, and I panicked. What if they smelled demon or mage? Our covers would be blown. There weren't supposed to be shifters here.
"You may enter,"
the one on the right said gruffly, and opened the doors. As soon as we were through, the doors slammed shut behind us.
But I wasn't too focused on an escape route. The shouting grew to a crescendo, then burst, nearly deafening me. My feet became stuck to the floor as my jaw dropped. "I know, right?" Morris yelled to be heard over the crowd surrounding us. "Isn't this great?" Great was not a word I'd use to describe what was before us. A circular cage took up the center of the massive space. The floor was covered in dried blood. Some of the stains seemed old. The cage was surrounded by stadium seating, and it was packed with witches and warlocks. Morris maneuvered us to a bench with empty seats in front of the cage. A warlock stood in the center of the cage, making an announcement about the fight we saw the tail end of. I was deaf to his words. I sat on the edge of the hardwood. Morris evidently mistook my shock as excitement. "I thought you two might like this," he said to Rafael. "You can even put some money on the fights if you want. This was how I made my small fortune over the years." There were always rumors fights like this went on, but I never ran across them. Damien hadn't either in all his years living with the underbelly of our society. And here I was sitting in the middle of one. Paranormal fights to the death. That's what this was. Morris yelled and clapped with the rest of the audience, but Rafael and I exchanged pissed-off glares. We had to get out of here before either one of us lost our shit and blew our covers. Rafael tilted his head. I frowned. What was he trying to tell me? I looked through the bars of the iron cage to the raised platform situated on the other side. It was higher than all the other seats. Several of the elders were present, but they weren't the ones that made me wish I had a few of Rufus's magical bombs. I grabbed hold of the bench harder as I counted the dragonborn on that stage. No, not dragonborn. Hybrids. They were all freaking hybrids like the ones we faced down weeks ago. Some of them were mages, too. What of Envy? Was he here? My scar throbbed, but I didn't see any hint of Envy. In the center of them all was a seated figure, but whoever it was remained in shadow. I couldn't make out any details at all, only a silhouette. From here it could have been a man or a woman.
"Next to the ring, we have a shifter hungry for blood,"
the warlock announced from the center of the stage. A door cranked open as the crowd went crazy. He was shoved into the cage, eyes bright yellow as he roared and shouted in rage. He shifted easily into a large and dangerous-looking wolf, then prowled around the cage. He threw himself at the bars in front of us, and I jumped. Those yellow eyes latched onto me. We had to get out of here. I did not want to watch two paranormal beings tear each other apart for sport. I was almost on my feet when the announcer said, "And his opponent is the last of his kind. An ancient being of great power. Send in the Gryphon." "What?" I snapped and shot to my feet.
"Maggie, you all right?"
Morris was asking, even as Rafael was shaking his head furiously.
"Yeah, I can't believe they found a Gryphon."
Wesley. He was the only Gryphon I knew of. Another door cranked open, and a figure shambled inside the cage. As soon as I saw his face, I grabbed hold of the bars, desperate to get to him. He looked so much worse than the last time I saw him, when he was being dragged away by gobs. His clothes were ragged, and he was dirty, covered in dried blood. How many times had he fought in the cage already?
"You may want to sit back for this,"
Morris warned. Reluctantly, I let go of the bars but didn't sit down. Wesley stepped to the center of the cage as the warlock exited through a side door. A horn blew and the fight began. In all the years I'd known Wesley, I'd never seen him leave his damned couch, and he was mostly blind. How was he supposed to stand against an old and experienced shifter? The beast circled Wesley, who made no movement whatsoever. He stood there, a damned smirk on his face, waiting. The crowd started to turn restless, and the shifter pounced. I gasped. Wesley easily sidestepped the attack, and did the same when the wolf came at him again and again. I blew out a sigh of relief, though I wondered if my relief would be short-lived. The shifter snarled in rage and swiped at Wesley. His massive paw caught him across the chest. The claws tore into his flesh, and blood bloomed at his chest. He staggered backward. I was back to grabbing the bars. Then I was yelling for him to fight.
Wesley's head whipped around, and his blind eyes saw me. Not this disguise, me. I knew they did. He grinned wider, then laughed loudly. The shifter was ready to tear him apart, but Wesley ducked at the last second, and the shifter flew over his head. How long could he keep this up? Eventually, the shifter would get lucky. I was looking for a way to get inside the cage, not giving a damn about keeping my cover anymore, when the shifter launched himself at Wesley's back. I screamed in warning. Wesley moved faster than I'd ever seen and grabbed hold of the shifter by his jaw. He held on tight, gripping his snout with his other hand. The shifter clawed and snarled, but Wesley didn't let up. He shoved the shifter to the hard concrete floor, then yanked with a furious yell that turned into a sharp cry coming from the Gryphon left within him. A sharp crack echoed, and the crowd fell silent. The shifter's body went limp. Wesley let it go, and it slithered to the floor. He'd killed his opponent. Wesley glanced back toward me, then turned for the door he came in through, and waited.
"Well now,"
the announcer was saying, sounding as stunned as everyone else.
"The Gryphon is the winner!"
The crowd went crazy, cheering for Wesley as he disappeared through the door. I sighed in relief, but now we had a new mission. We had to get Wesley out. I was not going to let him be killed in a cage for the amusement of these evil bastards.
"That was the best damn fight I've seen in a long while,"
Morris commented as I returned to my seat.
"Didn't I tell you this would be a great time?"
I somehow put a smile on my face as Rafael nodded, then covered for me, asking Morris all sorts of questions. I'd have to thank him later. I let them talk and turned my attention back to the stage. The figure remained in shadow, but this time when I focused on the darkness, I knew I was being watched in return. Whoever it was, he or she either had to be an important hybrid or perhaps an elder who didn't want to be seen down here. Large dragon eyes filled with fire suddenly flooded my mind's eye, and I gasped. Or was it Cheval? Maybe I wasn't merely staring at some hybrid. I was staring at the bitch herself. Could she see through this magic? The eyes came again, and this time with a growl that was loud enough to drown out the crowd. We had to get out of here, fast. I was working on an excuse of some kind when Rafael was saying something about forgetting to check in with our coven that day. Morris seemed upset that we were leaving so soon, but we promised we'd come back tomorrow night and stay for the whole thing. Morris kissed my cheek, then offered to see us out. We convinced him to stay and enjoy the show for us. The walk back to our room was too damned long. Once we were inside and the door was closed, I yanked the amulet from my neck and threw it on the bed. "Wesley! Damn it, that was Wesley!" I muttered, messing up my hair and tugging hard on the zipper at my back. I hated this dress. I hated being here. They're making them fight to the death.
"I know, I saw."
Rafael gently turned me around and undid the zipper enough for me to get changed. He turned his back as I wiggled furiously out of the dress, somehow managing not to rip it, and put on my pants and t-shirt. "You can turn around." I was seething, digging through his bag, searching for my gun.
"What are you doing?"
"What do you think? I can't let this go on. I won't. Wesley shouldn't be here. None of them should be." I cursed and slammed the bag down on the floor when I couldn't find the gun. "Where is it?" He crossed his arms and planted his feet.
"You can't charge in there. They have guards, more than just those two shifters at the door."
"I don't care. I'm in the mood to beat the shit out of something."
"What happened down there?"
He still hadn't told me where my gun was. I started tearing through my bag next, thinking he tucked it away.
"Mercy, you were watching the fight, then you went pale. There was fear in your eyes."
I swallowed hard and chucked my bag aside next. "Cheval."
"What about her?"
"She's here. She was on that damn stage and she was staring at me." He pulled me around so fast I was surprised I didn't get whiplash.
"Why the hell didn't you say something? You have to leave Sector 13 now."
"I'm not leaving without Gigi."
"I think Gigi will understand. If Cheval knows you're here, she's going to come after you."
"I don't know for certain. She could have just been staring at me as this witch. We're disguised, remember?"
"And she's damned strong. How do we know she didn't see through these?"
He held up his amulet, then took it off and laid it on the table.
If she knows you're here, you have to go. I'll find Gigi and bring her home."
"I'm not leaving without her or Wesley, and you can't get them both free without me."
"Mercy,"
he pleaded. I shook my head. "If she knew who we were, why hasn't she come for us yet? The magic works against her, but Wesley doesn't have much time. I'm going back to the basement to find him."
"Not tonight, you're not."
He sat me down on the edge of the bed and crouched in front of me.
"Just stop for 5 seconds, all right? You're not thinking clearly. I get it, you're pissed. But charging in there without a freaking plan is going to get you killed. We will figure out a way to save Wesley and Gigi, but we need to think this through."
I blew out a breath, holding my face in my hands. Why was it when I really needed backup, everyone I knew was gone on some mission halfway across the country? "Can you call in the feds?" I asked, hopeful. Rafael's brow arched. "What? Fair question."
"I'll call Nora again, but I'm not about to bring feds into this mess. The second they hear feds are coming, the cage, all those paranormals, they'll disappear. So will the black market. They've been doing this for years. They'll have contingencies."
"I hate when you're right."
"Doesn't happen often,"
he teased, but I wasn't in the mood to joke.
"Try Damien again. Maybe Bowen's back too. But promise me you will not leave this room and go after them right now."
Ensuring my fingers were out of sight, I crossed them and I said, "I promise, I'll wait until we have a plan."
"Good. I'm going to change, then we can start coming up with a plan that won't get us all killed."
We'd come up with a plan, but it wouldn't do us any good unless we could see where Wesley and the others were being held. "Sorry, Rafael," I whispered to the closed door, already figuring out how I was going to sneak out of the room once he fell asleep. "You'll thank me later." Chapter 8. Mercy. I held a dagger at the ready as the elevator doors opened on the basement level. It was 5 a.m. and the hotel was quiet. Rafael had taken forever to fall asleep. As soon as he was out, I put my amulet back on and snuck out the door. I braced for the shifter guards to attack, but there was no one there. Cautiously, I exited and pushed on the doors, expecting them to be locked. Either very trusting or stupid. The door swung inward, and I entered the underground arena. The cage created an ominous atmosphere that made me want to turn around and run, but I came down here for a reason. Wesley was here, somewhere, locked in a cage. There was a chance Gigi was down here with him. My boots made little noise as I hurried through the stadium seating to another set of doors where a cage tunnel linked them to the main cage. That was where Wesley and the shifter entered. When I neared the stage, a weird lightheadedness rushed over me, and I fell into the cage bars waiting for it to pass. So many hybrids in one area were leaving their mark. Another flicker of those dragon eyes urged me to get a move on, and I spotted another door next to the tunnel. This one was locked. I was tempted to shoot the thing, but still didn't have my gun. Kicking the door in was out of the question, too. I carefully used the tip of a dagger and worked on jimmying the lock. After a couple of minutes of cursing and sweating, waiting to be caught, the lock clicked, and I opened the door. "Holy shit," I mumbled as soon as I was through. I'd seen some messed up crap in my life, but this was the worst. Rows and rows of cages filled a room half the size of a football field. Every single one was occupied with a shifter, vampire, fae, mage, goblin, ghoul. There were even some witches and warlocks. An entire row was dedicated to demons, and I was glad Rafael had not come with me. Most were asleep, but a few watched me curiously as I weaved through the cages. Many were bloodied and bruised from their fights in the cage. A cluster of cages toward my right were empty, probably from the fights tonight. The deeper into the room I moved, the more prisoners woke up and whispered to each other about what I was doing here. How could we possibly get them all out? I told Rafael I wasn't leaving without Wesley or Gigi. But how could we call ourselves the good guys if we let this go on? And once the conference ended, they would be taken away, possibly forever. I turned around and came face to face with a cage that made my heart leap into my throat and my stomach plummet to the floor. Kids. There were kids in that cage. Most of them were fae from the look of it, but a few shifters. They clung to each other as I approached, the fear on their faces slashing through me like a knife. The cages behind them were filled with humans. Furious tears burned in my eyes, but I wiped them away. Now was not the time to fall apart. I nearly promised them I'd get them out, but there was a good chance I was going to get myself killed in the next few days, so I kept my mouth shut and stuck to why I'd come down here. Find Wesley, then go from there. I jogged down another row of cages and finally spotted the old Gryphon sitting in a meditative position in a large circular cage.
"I thought I saw you out there,"
he said as soon as I approached.
"Never figured I'd see you here."
Wesley! I stuck my hand through the bar, or tried to, but pulled it back with a gasp of pain. A blue shimmer surrounded the cage. It's shielded?
"They all are."
That's why the doors weren't locked. No chance of you all escaping.
"None, indeed."
He finally turned to face me, those blind eyes seeing me without any trouble at all, though I wore the magical amulet to disguise myself. What would it have been like to see him in his prime? He certainly wouldn't have been captured and thrown in a cage.
"I thought I told you to run that night,"
he said. I was thrown out a window.
"And the demon with you?"
A friend. He came here looking for Gigi, but found you instead. All of you, I added quietly, glancing around me once more. Is this where you've been the whole time?
"No, she tortured me first. Don't feel guilty,"
he said quickly when I hung my head.
"I've suffered through much worse than what that bitch could throw at me."
And when you didn't speak, she brought you here?
"Sold me to her new friends, yes. That's who most of us are, her enemies or those she deems she can no longer trust."
Why is she holding kids? I whispered.
"Why do you think? Their parents are probably not following her orders as well as she likes. She kidnaps their children to keep them in line, feeds them to those who have lost their humanity if the parents act out."
I gasped but held myself together. I have to get you out of here.
"You shouldn't worry about an old man like me."
Wesley, we need you, all right? There's no time to explain, but I know everything about Cheval and what Damien is to me, and all of that.
"Yes, I figured as much since you didn't question who was torturing me. I'm sure Damien loves your being involved."
He smiled as he said it. Yeah, you could say that. We need you. We figured out what she's planning.
"Aside from allying herself with the dark covens."
Ley lines, I breathed. He stiffened. I continued. She's charging them with artifacts and sacrifices.
"Blood moon,"
he sighed.
"She's finally figured it out, then."
Guess so. I walked around his cage once, testing the magic every few steps. It's going to take a damn strong blast to open this cage. And the rest of them, I was not leaving them behind. I needed more firepower, a lot more. Who was I going to possibly call? Wasn't like I had a handy coven of mages lazing around somewhere. But I did know someone who idolized my dad and might be willing to go out on a limb for me. Sycamore.
"What did you say?"
Nothing. Maybe there was someone we could call for help after all. I did not trust the Gathered, but Joseph Sycamore had proven to be a mage of his word. He was nearly killed alongside me and the agents fighting the Dragonborn hybrid. Is there another way out of this basement?
"We were brought in through a tunnel that exists beneath Sector 13. I'm not sure where it starts, but there were many places it branched off."
You let me worry about that.
"You should go. They do nightly patrols,"
Wesley warned. I didn't want to leave him, but had to see if Gigi was down here. Then I could return to my room. I'll be back, and I'll get you out. All of you, I added quietly.
"It's good to see you,"
he replied and smiled. There was true relief in his eyes, and I wanted so badly to reach through and take hold of his withered hand. but the magic wouldn't let me.
Try along the eastern side of the room. I heard a commotion there not too long ago. One of the voices shouting sounded familiar.
Had Wesley ever met Gigi? I suppose at some point he might have. Then again, there were many things about Wesley I didn't know. I backed away from his cage, then took off at a sprint, searching for Gigi's face amongst those now watching me closely. The anger in their eyes for the predicament they were in told me they wouldn't rat me out to the guards about a lone witch being near the cages. I slipped as I darted down another row and dropped to my knees. There, lying unconscious at the bottom of a cage too small for a normal person to stand upright in, was Gigi. Her hands and ankles were bound with chains, and there was tape over her mouth. All of it hummed with power. They didn't want her being able to use her magic at all, it seemed. "Gigi," I whispered, crouching near the cage. "Gigi, wake up." Her eyes fluttered, and she grunted, but didn't move. I was ready to start shaking the cage when a door slammed open, and voices echoed around the room. Male voices. "Quick!" A vampire in a nearby cage hissed at me. "Hide under the cage!" There was barely enough room for me to squeeze in, but I did, and stayed perfectly still, waiting for approaching shoes. Any of these prisoners could warn the guards there was an intruder. I held my breath as the steps came closer and closer. The voices weren't familiar, but the power they gave off was. Hybrids. 3 sets of feet eventually came into view as I squirmed against their magic pressing in around me. My scars seared my flesh, and to keep from crying out, I bit the inside of my cheek so hard blood filled my mouth. I gagged on it, and the steps stilled. Then the vampire in the cage above me snarled and lashed out at the bars, covering up any sounds I made.
"Oh, piss off. Perhaps you'd like to fight tomorrow, eh?"
One of the hybrids snapped as the other 2 cackled.
"Mark him down."
The steps moved on, and another door slammed shut. I waited until the count of 60, then wriggled my way out from under the cage. The vampire stood at the bars. "Thanks," I said, then frowned when I noticed he was staring at me, eyes filled with hope and recognition. "What?"
"You're her,"
he whispered.
"The bounty hunter."
"What?" I slapped my hand to my face, then glanced down. I wore the amulet, but the hybrid's intense magic must have made it give way. Slowly, I spun around. Every prisoner who could see me, all of them were staring. "Yeah," I finally said. "I am."
"Why are you here?"
I should have lied, but there was no denying what I was planning on doing now. Saving you all.
"How?"
You let me worry about that. I held up the amulet and shut my eyes, cleared my mind, and prayed it to keep working. "Do I look different?" I asked after a few seconds.
"Yes, you look like one of them."
"Good. I don't know how to yet, but I'm going to be back for all of you." I started to walk away, then stopped. "The tunnel you came in through, where does it start?" The vampire hissed as he glared in the direction of the massive set of double doors, big enough for the cages to fit through.
"Beneath the Reaper's mansion, though the newer additions were brought down from above."
This was not what I wanted to hear. We couldn't escape that way then, not a chance in hell. The tunnels might have other passages branching off, but there wasn't time to see where they all led.
"You better go before they come back."
Gigi was still unconscious, but I hoped she'd know I was here. I told the vampire if she woke up to let her know help was coming. Then I was off. I sprinted all the way back to the elevator, waiting to be caught, but there were no more signs of a patrol. As soon as the elevator doors closed, I hit the button for the 6th floor and kicked the wall, denting it. Kids. There was a cage full of kids to be disposed of if their parents didn't do what Cheval wanted. So many innocents were down there. We had to get them out. Sycamore was our only chance for backup. As soon as I was back in the room, I'd give him a call. I paced around and around the cramped space, cursing when the elevator dinged on the 3rd floor. The doors opened and a shaky witch jumped to find someone already in there.
"Oh, hi,"
she said, her voice high-pitched as she stepped inside. "Heading up?" She pressed the button for the highest floor.
"Yeah, I couldn't sleep. Someone said there was a pool up top, so that's where I'm headed.
She was dressed like all the others, but her hands shook the entire time, and she kept mumbling under her breath. She was maybe a couple of years younger than me and looked a wreck. "Are you all right?" I shouldn't have asked. I had enough problems to deal with, but I'd been around enough messed up people to know when someone's in trouble.
Oh, yeah, I'm fine.
You sure? We were on my floor and the doors opened, but I didn't get out.
Is this you?
It is, but I want to make sure you're okay. I let the doors close and rode higher with her. You can tell me, you know. Won't say anything. She tugged hard on a lock of hair.
First conference. My boyfriend dragged me along.
You didn't want to come?
No, not really. We met at college and everything. I thought he was a white warlock, but turns out he's not.
She let out a breath and tears shimmered in her eyes.
He wants me to leave my coven and join his. But I'm a white witch. I can't do it.
Did you tell him this?
I did, but he won't let me leave.
The doors opened on the top floor, and I stepped out with her.
He's changed since we've been here. He's scaring me. I want to leave, but I'm worried what he'll do.
The tears came then, falling down her cheeks as she held her face. I really didn't have time for this, but kicking some warlock's ass for being a D-bag sounded like a great way to vent some of my pent-up anger. "What's your name?" I asked as I put a comforting arm around her shoulders.
Val.
"Val, I'm Maggie. I want you to come to me if he threatens you again, all right?"
What? No, I don't want you to get hurt.
"Trust me, he won't hurt me, but he can't keep you here. You find me." I gave her my room number and hugged her again. "Go for a swim and clear your head, but don't let him push you around. You're stronger than you think."
No, I'm not. At least he doesn't think so.
And who gives a shit what he thinks? I took a firm hold of her shoulders and caught her eye. There was a strange shade of hazel that caught me off guard. "Just remember what I said," I mumbled, faking a smile. "I'll be around if you need help." She bobbed her head and hugged me so hard I couldn't breathe.
Thank you.
"Welcome." She let me go and darted down the hall toward the rooftop pool. I hit the down button for the elevator and the doors opened immediately. Once inside, I rested against the back wall. There was something odd about Val, but there was no time to figure it out. I'd keep an eye out for her as long as I was here. As soon as we were ready to make our move, she'd be on her own. Chapter 9. Rafael.
Mercy was talking loudly. I sat up, rubbing the sleep from my eyes as I leaned over and glared at the clock on the nightstand. It was barely 6 in the morning. Across the room, Mercy stood at the back door, talking to someone on the phone. I reached for mine, wondering if Nora had gotten back to me yet, but my cell wasn't there. As I got out of bed, Mercy glanced at me and held up her hand, stopping me from getting my question out. My question was, what was going on? When I came closer, I realized she was on my cell. I crossed my arms and waited impatiently.
2 days? She said. "You're sure that's as soon as you can make it?"
"Mercy," I whispered loudly. She turned her back to me.
"I don't think they have that kind of time,"
she snapped, then stalked to the other side of the room. When she whipped around, she was pinching the bridge of her nose, shaking her head.
"That's not good enough, Sycamore."
Sycamore from the Gathered. Mercy ignored me again, but when she walked around this time, I stayed with her, waiting for her to give me more information so I knew what she was up to.
"If you're late or you're lying, I'll kick your ass from here to next year."
She paused as I assumed Sycamore spoke. Then she said,
"I don't trust the Gathered, but I'm trying to trust you. Don't mess it up."
She hung up and tossed me my cell.
"We're going to have a friend joining us in 2 days."
"A friend? What friend?" I glanced at my cell again. "Why are you talking to Sycamore?"
"We need help, and he's the only one around, unless you want to call in the feds to raid this place, which honestly I'd be quite all right with."
She was shaking, but it wasn't out of fear. It was anger, pure, raw anger. She muttered under her breath a few times, then whirled around and kicked the nearest end table, sending it crashing to the floor. She grabbed the lamp and chucked it across the room. Glass shattered, and I was ready to pull her away from it before she hurt her feet, but she was wearing her boots. She was fully dressed and wearing her damned amulet.
What are you staring at?
Why are you dressed?
You really have to ask? You're not stupid. Why don't you tell me?
She poked me hard in the chest with the last question, punctuating every word until I took a firm hold of her hand. You left the room?
Kind of had to.
I dragged her closer as I growled. You went back there alone. What were you thinking? What if you were caught, or Cheval was down there? Damn it, Mercy! I ranted and stalked away from her, as images of her locked in that massive cage battling it out with some shifter, or worse, appeared in my mind. Seeing her dead, seeing her in Cheval's grip before she was torn apart and sold on the black market. Mercy had no outward signs of being a dragonborn. For all I knew, Cheval would sell Mercy alive to the Reapers for being a rarity. My gut gave a sickening lurch, but when I faced her again to continue the lecture, she didn't even appear ashamed of lying to my face. Again. I should have expected it. I knew Mercy as much as I told myself as I didn't want to, just like I cared for her even when I told myself repeatedly it was a bad idea and was only going to get me in trouble.
I only ran into one patrol.
Her words did nothing to make me feel better. I'm assuming you weren't seen.
No, they were hybrids too.
Of course they were. Why couldn't she have just waited?
You can drop the pissed off act now. They have cages, Rafael. Cages and cages of shifters, vampires, demons, every race. They're trapped down there in cages like animals.
A flicker of her white fire flared to life in her eyes.
Humans, too. And children. Paranormal children.
Shit. If there was a way to call in the feds to raid this place, I'd do it. But the second they caught wind of any authority headed for the hotel, it'd disappear in a shot. I knew that, but it didn't make the decision any easier not to call it in. You find Wesley?
And Gigi. They're both in bad shape, which is why I called Sycamore. We need help to get them all out of their cages.
All? That's not why we came here. We can't get everyone out.
There are close to 100 innocents down there being pitted against each other every damned night this conference goes on. Shit, probably when it doesn't, she seethed. I am not leaving this hotel until we get them all out. Their cages have shields I can't remove on my own. We need Sycamore's help. We are rescuing them from this hell. You can either help me or get the hell out. Cheval has hurt enough people already.
No. Her eyes flared brighter. As happy as I was to see her powers weren't as off-kilter as they were before, now was not the time for her to lose control and blast me into a wall.
No? What do you mean, no?
We came here to get Gigi out, and that's all we're going to do. Saving the others is going to have to wait.
Since when do you turn your back on innocent people?
Since it entailed putting your life in more danger. You said it yourself. Cheval's here. I will not watch you get taken by her. I won't, so don't ask me to help you with this impossible mission. I was breathing hard by the time I got to the end of my short rant. Tying her up and hauling her ass back to Sector 21 was starting to look like a damned good idea. We'd come up with a way to free everyone else once we had Gigi and Wesley safely back home.
I'm doing this, she reaffirmed. You try and stop me, and I'll beat you senseless and leave you for the warlocks to find.
The look on her face was dead serious. I ground my teeth. Mercy.
You going to help me or not? Sycamore's going to be here in 2 days.
Why are you doing this? Is this some form of payback or something?
What the hell are you talking about?
The room crackled with the tension between us. She sighed, then laughed. It was far from a happy sound.
Oh, I get it. You're a piece of work.
I blinked furiously, not shifting on my feet. I'm not the one risking her life again.
So what?
The rage I felt when Morris had gotten too close downstairs threatened to come rushing back. I turned my back on her as I gnashed my teeth, fighting for control. She acted like her life was worthless, like people wouldn't miss her if she was to get herself killed. Like I wouldn't miss her.
You really need to make up your mind.
Mercy was glaring when I met her gaze. About what?
About this, because you're going to drive me insane. I can't deal with your shit on top of everything else.
So figure it out and just let me know. She sat down on the edge of the bed and shrugged out of her coat, tossed it aside carelessly, followed by her boots.
People always bitch about how women can't make up their damned minds. Then there's you, brooding and being indecisive. Can't even answer a damned question with a straight answer.
What question are you talking about? She crawled up the bed, dragged back the blankets, and burrowed beneath them. Mercy? I tugged on them hard, revealing her face.
Go away. I'm getting some sleep before we have to go play nice with these assholes.
She yanked the blankets back up over her face. I nearly tore them away again, but drew my hand away. I picked up her coat and draped it over the back of the chair, set her boots beneath it, then went to take a steaming hot shower to try and clear my very confused head. I knew damned well what question she referred to, even though I acted like I didn't. Did I love her? Why couldn't there be an easy answer to that question? Since I found out what she was, I decided I couldn't be with her. It was impossible. Now I wasn't sure I'd ever get over Mercy, let alone be able to stop loving her. Because I did. There was no changing that fact. I checked on her once I was out of the shower. She was sound asleep. She'd kicked off the blankets, and I gently tucked her back in. Without even thinking, I kissed her forehead, lingering there as she breathed steadily in her sleep. "What am I going to do with you?" I whispered, then backed away from the bed. After I slipped my amulet on, I left her a note saying I'd be downstairs in case she woke up, then headed out the door. It was too early for most of the conference attendees to be awake, but I hoped to bump into Morris all the same. I didn't expect to find breakfast laid out yet. When I reached the main floor, there was a sign announcing it was set up in the dining hall, in case anyone was awake. There were a few others there, but no one I recognized. I snagged a cup of coffee, but wasn't in the mood to eat, so I grabbed a table with a good view of the doors. The conversations around me were too quiet to pick up on anything, so I fiddled with my cell, trying to act like I was doing something instead of staking out the room. When I finished my first cup, I refilled it, left the hall and the lobby, moving outside to the courtyard. The place was deserted, so I took a chance and called Nor. It went straight to voicemail, no ringing. I didn't say anything, but tried Damien next. No answer there either. I even tried Bowen, but again, there was nothing. I wasn't sure what my plan was, beyond finding someone else to convince Mercy this plan of hers was insane. Not that she even had a plan. Cheval being here should have been enough to get her to leave, and instead she stayed. Her resolve was impressive, but it was going to get her killed one day. Giving up on the others, I called Sycamore. "Rafael," he said after picking up on the first ring. "I wondered if you'd be calling me. Not like I have anyone else to call." Mercy said the same. From the tone of her voice, I'd say it didn't go over well. "Mercy filling you in?" "What do you think?" I yelled. I looked around quickly, but I was alone. "Did she tell you her magic hasn't been working as well as it could be? Not that it's ever that great to begin with." "She did, but I have faith in her abilities, as should you." "I've also seen her after she uses too much magic. It drains her. Rescuing all these people could kill her. You realize that, right? The bad guys might not even get their chance at her, because she'll kill herself for them." "It's her choice." I wanted to rant and rage against those words. Her choice to die? I was not about to let that happen. How is one mage going to make a difference? "This mage is coming with an arsenal, though I can't say that this will succeed for certain." "Then why agree to it at all?" "Because nothing is ever certain, Rafael. Surely you've worked that out by now. And with the darkness brewing on the horizon, we're going to need all the help we can get. If Mercy rescues these people, she'll have them on her side when the time comes." As far as I knew, Sycamore had no idea Mercy was part Dragonborn. He only mentioned her father, so I said nothing about the real reason I was worked up. Cheval was the enemy we hadn't even seen face to face, and she was the one pulling the strings. She would be the reason the war started if we failed to stop her in time. And she was here, somewhere in this very hotel. The second she learned of Mercy's presence, we'd be on the run. We'd have to rescue the prisoners and sneak them all out of the hotel without being caught. It was impossible, and I said as much to Sycamore. Once I get there, we'll come up with a plan you're satisfied with. But tell me honestly, do you think you can stop Mercy from doing this? Not unless I knock her out, and I don't want to deal with the fallout of that. Then I suggest you hang tight until I can get there. See you in 2 days. He hung up. I sat down hard on a stone bench, sipping my coffee and watching the wind rustle the leaves of a nearby oak tree. Why could nothing be easy? Ever.
Chapter 10. Rafael. Here, what about this?
Mercy slid the itinerary across the table for me to see.
Third from the bottom.
I picked up the paper and read over the event. This?
It takes place in one of the conference rooms, the largest one. I guarantee everyone will be there to see it.
Why do you assume that exactly? My head throbbed and I was stressed out from waiting for Sycamore to arrive. He was supposed to be here first thing in the morning. Waiting for him had been beyond terrible. Mercy had wanted to go back to the cages, but I had refused, telling her she'd been lucky the first time. Doing it again was pushing it.
Says there's going to be a special guest. Who do you think that's going to be?
You really think Cheval is going to reveal herself to the covens, just like that?
Maybe not as herself, but she's the ally they've been talking about. You and I both know it.
Mercy slunk back in her chair, picking at the fries on her plate. We'd ordered room service today, mostly so I could keep an eye on her, and because I hadn't seen Morris at all. It was probably nothing. But it bothered me how he practically sought out Mercy those first 2 days. Then he just up and disappeared.
It's going to be her.
Mercy mused again. All right, so everyone goes to this event. Then what?
We'll cause some sort of distraction to get everyone out of the hotel, then make our move on the cages.
Just like that. She shrugged.
You got any better ideas?
Yeah, come back when there's more than 3 of us trying to save all these people. She kicked me under the table. I grunted, scowling at her. You're going off the notion that everyone is going to be at this event, and they're going to leave the cages unguarded.
Never said they wouldn't be guarded, but if they are, we'll take care of them.
You said they were hybrids.
And?
I shoved the paper back to her. And what if Envy's here? What if the hybrids are as strong as he is? You expect to be able to face them all down? Just you, Joseph, and me?
Why not?
How about I'd like us to walk away in one piece?
Joseph said he was bringing something that would help us break through the shields around the cages. If we can get them open, then all we need is a distraction big enough to empty the hotel.
I tapped my fingers slowly on the table. Thought you said there was a second entrance.
I did, but we can't use it.
Why not? Better than dragging everyone back up through the hotel.
The tunnel empties out by the Reaper's mansion,
she explained.
The rest of the passages branching off it would take weeks to see where they lead, and we don't have that kind of time. You want to deal with the Reapers or the covens? I'll let you decide.
The second we started a fight with the Reapers, we were sure to end up with casualties. What kind of distraction?
What else are witches and warlocks afraid of? Fire.
You want to start a random fire? The smile that spread across her face was far from nice. She wanted some of these witches and warlocks to get killed in the rescue attempt.
Who said anything about random? Trust me, I'll take care of it. And while I'm doing that, you can help Joseph rescue everyone in the cages and funnel them upstairs.
She shifted the papers around until she found the one of the hotel layout we'd put together.
There's loading docks off the kitchen. If we can get them out that way, there's a good chance we won't be seen.
I don't have magic. You should be the one to help Sycamore.
And you can't set a fire that thinks for itself. I can.
How sure are you about that? She clenched her jaw. White and gold flames flickered to life at her fingertips.
Damn sure. If he needs me for my magic, we'll work out a new plan. But if all he needs is his back guarded, you can do that. I'll meet you down there and get them out.
Nothing about this plan sounded plausible, but until Sycamore showed up, it was the best we could hope for. I studied the hotel diagram again. wondering if there was another exit we'd missed. It had taken some time a few hours before, wandering around the main floor, searching for ways in and out of the hotel. The docks were closest to the elevators. There had to be a set of stairs leading to the basement, but I had yet to find a stairwell going beyond the main level. Wait, if there's a fire, the elevators will be shut off, I pointed out. Everyone will be trapped in the basement. She puffed out her cheeks.
I didn't see any stairs leading down, did you?
None.
Great. Looks like we might have to use that tunnel after all. Wesley said it took us close to the Reapers. If we keep quiet, don't cause too much commotion, we might be able to slip past them unseen.
Think Gigi will be up for a spell by then?
Depends on how hurt she is. There are other witches too. We might need their help.
Mercy sifted through the papers some more, but there were no more answers for her to find. We barely started planning, and already it was going to shit. I did not have high hopes for this succeeding.
We need another set of eyes in that tunnel to make sure it's clear all the way to the end.
We need more backup, I argued. Mercy, we have to come back and do it later.
You really think we'll be able to find these people again?
She whispered, her tone warning me I was on dangerous ground.
As soon as they realize Gigi and Wesley are gone, what do you think they'll do? Security will amp up and they'll disappear. We might never find them again. There's kids down there, Rafael. Kids.
I heard you the first time.
Then what's the problem, huh? You never liked any of my plans, but you went along with them.
You never gave me a choice, I snapped as I stood abruptly, knocking over my chair.
You've always had a choice. You just chose to stay by my side.
She hurried around and took hold of my hand.
Whatever you feel for me doesn't matter. There are countless lives down there, and they're losing hope of being rescued. If this is where my life ends, then so be it.
You don't mean that. I squeezed her hand back.
I do. I'm tired of going after one pathetic bad guy after another, when there's someone so much worse ready to tear our world apart. If we do this, we can start hitting back hard. Let her know we're not going down easy.
Her eyes searched mine, those widened gold flames flickering in their depths.
What do you say? Follow my craziness one more time before you pretend that what we have isn't real?
Mercy was no longer a bounty hunter. Something changed in her over the last few weeks. Something I hadn't been around to see. Something I hadn't even noticed until this moment. She was always a fighter, but now she was so much more. A soldier, a warrior, because that's exactly what we were stepping into. A war against an unknown number of enemies wanting to destroy everything of our world. When I fought my way out of the slums, I'd seen the same look in the faces of the demons who'd stood beside me. They'd known they were probably going to die, but they fought anyway, to save those too weak to fight back. We need to see what's down that tunnel, I finally said. I'll do some recon of my own once the hotel's quiet.
I should be the one to go. I've already been down there.
No, with Morris missing, I don't want you leaving this room. Not until you have to.
I can handle one warlock.
And if he's not just a warlock? I tugged my hands free and gathered up my gear for venturing out in a few hours. If he's a hybrid, and you haven't realized it yet.
He's not. I'd sense it.
Either way, you're going to stay in this room until we're ready to move. Deal? Sycamore would be arriving sometime soon, and I wanted her to be in the room when he arrived. I holstered my pistol at the small of my back and slipped my amulet over my head. I wouldn't make a move for the basement level until the lobby cleared out, but I might as well do more recon on the place while I had time to kill. Mercy handed me her daggers.
Just in case,
she said when I raised my brow.
Just take the damn things.
I did as she ordered and tucked them inside my boots. You going to listen to me this time?
Don't get used to it.
She grinned, but it didn't last long. I strode for the door when she grabbed hold of my arm and yanked me back, her arm wrapped around my neck, and she dragged me down for a kiss that left me burning. I lifted her off her feet, ready to keep the moment going, but a voice in the back of my head warned me that I was just going to leave her again once we were out of this mess. I was getting ready to break away, but as if she heard my thoughts, she pulled back suddenly and disappeared in the bathroom, slamming the door shut behind her. A whirlwind of emotions threatening to tear me apart. I exited the hotel room and made for the lobby, unable to forget about the Dragonborn who I was never going to be able to get over.
Chapter 11. Rafael.
There was still no sign of Morris. I remained in the lobby for most of the evening and into the night, watching as witches and warlocks eventually sauntered off to their rooms. When only a few lingered here and there, I casually walked to the elevator and headed down to the basement level. Mercy said the shifter guards hadn't been there when she arrived, and I held my breath that it would be the case tonight. When the elevator dinged, I reached around for my pistol, but there was no one at the double doors. I expected them to be locked, yet they opened easily enough. Cautiously, I slipped inside and stayed low, using the stadium seats as cover. The room was empty, but all the lights were on, as though they had either finished an event or were getting ready for a new one. I probably should have waited longer before coming down here, but sitting in the lobby made me anxious to get a move on. Getting Mercy back to Sector 21 safely was my main priority, no matter what she said about getting the captives out. I'd do my best, but I was not leaving here without her. As I approached the cage door leading to the short tunnel, I noticed it was open. Wet blood pooled in the center of the area, along with bits of what appeared to be flesh and bone. Clanking came from beyond another set of doors just ahead. I drew a dagger for a silent kill if the need arose, and tested the door handle. The door opened easily. This was not how Mercy said. As soon as I cracked it open, several voices met my ears. Staying low, I stepped inside, pressing my back to the closest thing I could use for a cover. It just happened to be a cage holding a very large, very pissed-off-looking shifter. He snarled at me. I waited for him to call out an alarm, but he saw the dagger in my hand and settled down. He crouched low, eyes darting around, then whispered, "You with the bounty hunter?" Shit, had Mercy taken off her amulet down here? Yeah, you saw her? Saw someone in here. She told some vampire she was going to get us out. He straightened, peering through the other cages. You got an army coming, right? Sadly, no, but we'll get you out, I promised. Did I really just say that? The tunnel. Where is it? Far end of the room. But the others, they're here now. You won't get around them. How many? 10. More than I wanted to deal with, especially if they were all hybrids. But I came down here for one reason, and I wasn't leaving until I inspected the tunnel, which was our only way to get everyone out. The shifter waved at me to go around his cage to the right, and I did, trusting he wasn't sending me right into them. He didn't, but what stretched out in front of me nearly stopped me in my tracks. The sheer number of cages had me biting my cheek to stop from snarling aloud. Mercy telling me about what she witnessed was one thing. Seeing these innocents trapped, many bleeding and bruised, sporting legs or arms that were clearly broken, was a knife to my gut. I blinked and I was back in Sector 2, watching the mages torture my race. Except now, this torture affected anyone these bastards could get their hands on. I shifted around another cage that held a fae who could barely keep her eyes open. The sight against the wall made me sick. Bodies of the dead were piled high, waiting to be removed, I supposed. So many. And they'd been killed by unwilling participants in this game. Gripping the dagger so hard it made my palm hurt, I pushed on toward the tunnel, reminding myself I was not strong enough to take on 10 hybrids alone and win. I was here to do one thing, and one thing only. Fighting had to wait. Each time I passed another cage, I waited for the victim inside to turn on me, but none of them did. A few quietly urged me to get out before I was caught. The guards were closer, but I had yet to make them out through the maze of cages. I was thankful I hadn't spotted the kids yet. Wasn't sure I'd be able to handle that. Wesley and Gigi were here somewhere, but I hadn't seen them either. She wants them all moved tonight, one of the male voices said as I shifted a few rows over, including the dead. Why don't we just burn them? Why burn good product? A few of the guards chuckled. I shut my eyes, focusing on the voices. If I could remember them now, I could pick them out later and stop these assholes from doing this fighting ring all over again. She's got a big show planned for the end of the conference, and she needs the space. We were running out of time to get Wesley and Gigi out of here then. I peered around another cage, empty this time, and spotted a group of guards moving through the grisly scene. One of them had a clipboard, while the other was pointing out certain cages. "We have one more show to put on with these guys, though. Once it's over, we'll get them out of here, and back to her place." Her place? They had to be talking about Cheval. I waited for one of them to give a location, but there was nothing. Just more instructions on how to move cages and when. They were packing up the markets, too, from the sound of it. If we were going to call in a Fed raid, they'd never get here in time. Everything was going to be cleared out in the next 48 hours, give or take, including Cheval. What about the witch? A voice I did recognize this time said, "She's on the docket to be sold." Gigi, were they talking about her? They were going to sell her, but to who? The Reapers? "That's a shame. You know for how much?" "Come on, Morris, you can find a witch who actually cares for you instead of that one. She's likely to tear your face off if you give her half a chance." "I could break her." Suddenly I was very glad I'd come down here to investigate the tunnel and not Mercy. At the sound of Morris wanting to break Gigi, and from the sound of it enjoying it far too much, she would have been around these cages in a shot, intent to kill him. The voices moved toward the door, and I silently continued toward the tunnel exit. I was nearly there when I passed by a cage with a woman lying in it. Her hands and feet were bound, and she was unconscious. "Gigi?" I dared to whisper when I neared the bars. She wouldn't recognize me as me, but Mercy wasn't sure if she even knew we were here. "Gigi, wake up." She stirred, but her eyes remained shut. Whatever they'd done to her had hurt her badly. We had to get her to a hospital fast, before Morris decided to make his move early and take her away from here, or before Cheval sold her to God knows who. I left her cage behind, and after checking to ensure the guards were out of sight, I rushed to the far wall and peered around the half-circle entrance that led to the tunnel. There was no door, and from what I could sense, no magic protecting it either. Throwing one more glance over my shoulder, I ducked into the tunnel, following it for a solid 10 minutes. There were no other doors the entire way, but that wasn't what made me decide we couldn't come this way. It was too damned easy. Even if we did get everyone inside this tunnel, they could easily collapse it with all of us in it, or have an army of hybrids waiting at the other end. We had to use the elevator, or find a set of stairs that led to the basement. The tunnel wouldn't work. Convincing Mercy was going to be a pain in the ass, but I'd find a way. I sprinted as fast as I dared through the tunnel and to the room filled with cages, trying to text as I went. I wasn't sure if the message was sent or not, since the signal down here was spotty. When I reached the end, I figured I'd try to find Wesley and give him a heads up, then return to Mercy. It was only a few rows in when Morris appeared from behind a cage that was completely enclosed. "Roger," he frowned, glancing around. "What are you doing down here? How did you even get in here?" "I walked," I replied with a smirk. He laughed with me, but it was fake. After the other night when we saw the fight, I don't know, something just called to me. I found my way down here. I'm sorry, I know I probably shouldn't be. "No, you shouldn't." "Right, I'll head back to my room. Never saw a thing," I said, and turned to go. "Roger, hold up." I swallowed my growl and stopped to let him catch up to me. "I'll walk with you. I was hoping to see Maggie, actually." "She's in the room. Is a touch upset with you, to be honest." "Is she now? For what?" "Hasn't seen you at all since that night. Thought maybe you were upset with her." He scratched at his chin. "Not at all. But what I am curious about is why you're lying about why you're down here." He clapped me on the shoulder when I grimaced. "Tell me the truth, man. Why are you down here?" I was clamoring to come up with something believable when a door slammed open, and a voice I never expected to hear so soon slammed into me. I froze even as I told myself I needed to run and get the hell out of there. The dark magic from the amulet hummed, vibrating against my chest. I wanted to reach up and see if it would stop, but I didn't dare move. "Morris, who is that and why is he down here?" "Just a friend who lost his way. I'll see him out." "Wait." My chances of reaching the door and getting out of here were 0. With no stairs, I'd be stuck waiting for the damned elevator. No chance I was going to get past them all. Heavy steps shuffled closer, and the hairs on my arms stood on end from the immense power flowing off the hybrid in waves. The scars on my back throbbed in a way they hadn't in months. When the hybrid came around and looked at me, I met his suspicious glare with a blank face, willing him to let me go.
And who are you?
Told you, just a friend, Morris replied. The hybrid's dark green glare flickered toward him, and he fell silent, taking a step away from me.
Well?
Working my jaw, I offered a small smile. Roger.
Roger, is it?
Yeah, from a small coven in Montana.
Is that so?
His eyes slid to the amulet, keeping my identity a secret, and his lip lifted in a sneer.
Interesting. Now I'm wondering why you feel the need to lie to me. After all, I thought we had quite the connection last time we met, Demon.
He yanked the amulet from my neck, and the charm dissolved. The hybrids and Morris all cursed and stepped back, drawing their guns. Envy cackled as he held up the amulet, swinging it back and forth in front of my face.
Now I have to wonder, if you're here, where is dear Mercy,
Mercy who? He laughed louder.
Don't give me that bullshit. We both know a demon does not go into a rage for just anyone. Where is she?
Mercy? As in the bounty hunter? Morris chimed in.
Yes, that would be the one. Where is she?
Envy demanded from me again. I raised a brow. He nodded slowly.
If that is how you wish it to be, then fine.
He decked me hard enough to whip my head to the right, and blood spurted from my nose. The magic encasing his fist burned my cheek.
Where is she?
I spit blood at his feet and grinned. He hit me again, harder this time. I staggered backward, but stayed on my feet. He yelled for me to answer him, but I refused. He handed over the amulet as 2 crackling whips formed in his hands, falling to the floor at his feet.
You want to play hard? Fine, then we'll play hard. But one way or another, you will tell me where she is.
The idiots hadn't even disarmed me yet. I might not get far, but damned if I was going down without a fight. Without so much as a sound, I threw my dagger at the hybrid beside me. It struck him in the chest with a dull thud, and he collapsed, gasping for air as Envy attacked. I ducked under the first whip as it lashed out from my neck, but the second cut into my side, biting deep into the flesh. Blood oozed from the wound, but I went after another guard. I tackled him to the floor, drawing Mercy's second dagger, and plunged it through his neck. Envy's whips flew through the air, and I rolled away in time for them to hit the hybrid mage instead of me. 3 more closed in, all dragonborn, as was evident from the scales and horns on their heads and faces. I kicked and punched, but they held me down. Envy wrapped one of the whips around my neck. I stilled.
You will tell me where she is so I may take her to my mistress. Envy seethed. She has much to answer for, as do you for interrupting my ritual.
You won't win. Neither of you will.
Is that so?
He tightened the whip's hold around my neck.
Where is she? Or you lose your head. Are you willing to die for her?
I licked my lips, ready to come up with a lie, when Morris cleared his throat.
What?
Envy glowered at the warlock impatiently. I think I know how to get her down here without you having to give up your presence. I growled, lunging forward to get him, but the whip burned my neck, and I winced at the sting, forced to remain motionless in the arms of my captors.
Is that so?
I can bring her to you. For a price, of course. Morris shoved his hands casually in his front pockets. I might not know Cheval as well as you do, but I doubt she wants to make a scene this early in the game. Let me bring Mercy to you. Don't you touch her. I flashed my fangs at Morris, but all he did was laugh.
What is your price?
Envy asked, loosening the whip from around my neck. I took it as my chance to break free, but he rested his palm against my forehead, and my vision blurred, glazing over with a green fog.
Gigi,
Morris said. I want her. You let me have her, and I'll bring you mercy. No, I protested, but my limbs were numb, not responding to my commands. The hybrids let go, and I slumped to the floor in a useless heap. What did he do to me?
Done. And take this one to the other room. I want him to have a front row seat for tonight's special show.
Envy cocked a leg and kicked me in the ribs until one of them cracked. I gasped for air.
You're going to wish you killed me that night, demon. You're going to wish you never made it out of Sector 2 after I'm finished with you and your bitch of a mutt.
My growl was pathetic as I was dragged away. Envy and Morris were talking, but I heard nothing. A few of those in the cages around me cursed and shouted, but the hybrids threatened to off them if they didn't pipe down. Then we were through the doors and in the room with a massive cage. I expected them to throw me in it, but instead they hauled me up to the stage and sat me in a chair. Chains were wrapped around my middle and my legs, holding me in place.
Give you a good view of what's to come, eh?
One of the Dragonborn teased. I tugged on the chains, muscles straining as I attempted to break free, but they held fast, and whatever Envy did to me had completely drained my energy. My eyes barely stayed open, and even breathing was a struggle. I had to warn Mercy, but my cell was in my back pocket, and I couldn't reach it. The hybrids left me alone on the stage when Envy yelled at them to prepare the cage.
And get a lineup ready,
he added with a dark smile that promised a nightmare about to be unleashed.
I want her blood to wet this floor before the night is over.
I snarled and thrashed, but the chair was bolted to the stage, and all I managed to do was hurt myself against the chains. Mercy, I whispered, wishing she could hear me somehow. Behind Envy, Morris wore a sick grin. He saluted me, then whistled as he walked out of the room. A furious roar ripped from my chest and echoed back to me, unheard by anyone else in the hotel. Envy spread his arms wide and spun around inside the cage as he continued to give orders. I knew this plan was going to be shitty, but I didn't think it'd go downhill this fast. Fighting off exhaustion and Envy's power as it bore down on me, I willed Mercy to figure out something was wrong and get out of here before it was too late.
Chapter 12. Mercy. As another hour ticked by, I checked my cell, but there was only one message from Rafael saying the tunnel was a no-go. He didn't explain why and hadn't responded. That was over 10 hours ago. Night had come and gone, with my frantically pacing from one end of the hotel room to the other. The sun was coming up, and as I called Rafael again, I knew something had gone terribly wrong. I should have gone with him. Furious at him for being so damned stubborn, I kicked the nearby armchair, then called Damien. Come on, I whispered. Pick up. Just answer the damned phone. But like all the times before, there was nothing. I didn't bother leaving a message. I tried Bowen. It rang this time at least, but after 4 rings it went to voicemail. I left him a brief message telling him where I was and with who. I ended up with our plan going to shit and needing backup. There wasn't time to say more when someone knocked on the door. I hung up the call with Bowen and reached for my amulet. Who is it?
A friend?
Joseph was here. I unlocked the door, reached out to grab him by his suit jacket, and hauled him inside the room. About damn time! We have a problem.
What's happened?
Rafael went to search for a way out of the basement, and he hasn't come back. Joseph's brow furrowed as he set down the large black suitcase he brought with him. That does not bode well. Not at all. You believe they have him? There's no other reason for him not to return. I have to go down there and look for him.
Just like that? What about a plan?
What plan? I snapped, digging through the bag on the floor. My pistol was in there, and I shoved it out of sight at the small of my back. I was dressed in my own clothes, tired of walking around in a dress that was only going to make a fight a hell of a lot harder than it was already going to be. If they have him, they could be taking him to Cheval, or worse. He could already be trapped in a cage. I didn't stop to think about what else they could do to him, remembering all too well the tables of demon horns at the black market. I have to find him.
I can help you, but if you're going down there, then we might as well work on freeing everyone, yes? Before you run off. Tell me what's down there exactly.
I itched to sprint out of this room and find Rafael, but Joseph was right. Might as well move up the timeline, because if they did have Rafael, I'd be leaving a trail of bodies on my way to getting him out of this hellhole I dragged him into. As quickly as I could, I told Joseph everything I knew about what was in the basement and the power protecting the cages. He said nothing the entire time I spoke, which I liked. I hated when people interrupted me with pointless questions or comments. I took time to tell him about the black market, too. He didn't know I was dragonborn, but it wasn't just my kind being sold for parts. Once I finished, the usually calm Joseph Sycamore was pissed. His eyes glowed with power, and each tap of his fingers on the table sent sparks flying.
"We are meant to protect the innocent," he whispered. "And here I find something like this going on so close to home. It's despicable. I will help you put an end to it. Once I return home, I will ensure Quinn is informed of these heinous crimes."
What can the Gathered do against dark covens?
Trust me, this will not be allowed to stand. Any of it.
I want to believe you.
But you have yet to earn the trust of the Gathered. I understand. You said there were hybrids here. How many?
10, 15, probably more. I haven't seen them all together, but they're here. Their magic is like a terrible nagging in my gut that won't go away. I held a hand to my stomach, not even having to concentrate too hard to feel such strong and corrupt magic. What do you plan on doing about the cages?
I'm glad you asked.
He hefted his black case onto the table and opened it.
These are very, very old,
he said as he pulled out black crystals the size of his palm and set them on the table one after the other.
Each one is imbued with my magic, but it needs another boost to ensure they work properly.
A boost from me?
Yes. Once charged and placed around this room you spoke of, they will work against the shield protecting the cages. It will take time to break through them, but it should work.
Should? You realize how many cages are down there? And the hybrids. You won't have time.
Don't you worry about me. Just show me how to get downstairs. I'll take care of the rest.
I stepped back as he arranged the crystals on the table in a circle, readying them for me to imbue with my magic. Joseph Sycamore never struck me as the type to fight. He was more the academic variety.
Mercy, I can feel your skepticism. Are you concerned?
My friends are down there, and no offense, but you don't exactly appear like the type to kick someone's ass to pulp if need be. He chuckled.
There are many things you do not know about me, such as I am only one level below Quinn in terms of order in the Gathered.
I'm assuming that means you're strong.
Very.
He waved me back to the table.
All I need you to do is rest your hand on each of the crystals for 30 seconds. You'll feel it begin to warm. Once it cools again, you may move to the next one. You'll need to direct your power into them without destroying them if you can help it. They are very old, and I would hate to lose them.
Gently, I rested my hand on each of the crystals in turn, focusing on filling each one with my magic. As soon as I touched the first one, the crystal rough against my palm, I sensed Joseph's magic already in it, humming with life. I visualized adding mine to it, making each one stronger. The crystal warmed as Joseph said it would, and I counted to 30 in my head. Once I reached it, the crystal cooled again, giving off a faint glow.
Perfect,
Joseph commented quietly. I did the same with the other crystals, then stepped away from the table. You're sure you'll be fine on your own?
Yes. Now go. I must get to the basement to place these crystals, and you must find Rafael. As soon as the cages are open, we'll have to move quickly. Whatever distraction you have planned, best work.
Shit, I hadn't even decided what kind of distraction I was going to use. Rafael not coming back threw me off my original game plan. I'd come up with something, maybe what I did at the Reaper's Ball when I was going after Liam. Though that had been a complete accident at the time. If I could figure out how to cause such an explosion again, it'd definitely get everyone's attention. But I had to find Rafael first and get him ready to move. Ensuring my amulet was in place, I exited the hotel room, leaving Joseph to make his way to the basement level when he was ready. I shoved aside my worry about his being caught. If he said he'd be fine, then he would have to be. Otherwise, no one was getting out of here tonight. Not sure where I was even going to start, I took the elevator to the lobby and stepped out into a busy room. The conference was in full swing. Witches and warlocks everywhere. But none of them paid me any attention. Amongst them all was no sign of a very tall demon. I searched the entire lobby, then braced myself and entered the conference rooms. The black market was still taking place. I was fine as long as I avoided looking at any of the merchandise. I steered well clear of the Dragonborn table, not in any position to fall apart again.
I don't want to be here anymore,
a woman shouted, attracting the attention of others nearby.
Let go!
You're embarrassing me, you know that?
I'm sorry, all right? But this isn't for me. Please let me go back to the room. I'll stay out of the way.
I pushed through the crowd to see Val standing there with a warlock I assumed was her ass of a boyfriend who dragged her here to begin with. He had a tight hold on her wrist, and from the way she kept grimacing, he was hurting her.
You never should have brought me here,
she whispered. He bared his teeth and raised his hand as if to strike her. I stepped forward and caught his wrist and twisted it hard. He let go of Val, a yelp slipping out. I forced him to his knees. He tried to get up, but I shoved him back down. Val, you all right? I asked, without looking away from the furious warlock in my grip.
Yeah, I'm fine.
Good. I turned back to him. You're a piece of work, you know that?
Piss off,
he snapped. I twisted harder, making him cry out again.
Let me go!
Why, so you can hit your girlfriend? I don't know what she sees in you, and frankly, I don't care. You're finished with her, understand? Done. Go find some other witch to terrorize. I let him go and shoved him away from Val. I expected some pushback from my actions, but a few of the witches nodded my way, appreciation on their expressions. Some of the warlocks glowered at the guy as he got to his feet unsteadily and stormed out of the room. The crowd dispersed, and I took Val by the hand, pulling her to the side of the room and out of the way. You sure you're all right? I asked, glancing at the wrist she cradled against her chest. Tears shimmered in her eyes as she nodded, staring at the floor. I patted her shoulder. Hey, don't let him bother you.
You were here now, she replied. But as soon as you're gone, he'll come after me.
You have no one you can stay with? No friends? She shook her head, and I was staring at a younger, lost version of myself. Not like I could make any worse decisions today. Right, I want you to get your things if you can, then head to the transport off Gibbon Street. Can you do that? She tilted her head, confused.
I can, but why?
Do you trust me? Val wiped the tears from her eyes and squared her shoulders.
After what you did, yeah.
Good. You're going to wait for me there. I might be a few hours. It could be longer. But you wait there for me. I'm getting you away from the dark covens for good.
Really?
Yeah. I think I know someone you can stay with. Someone to teach you how to use that white magic you have in your veins. I added the last quietly so no one else would hear. Go on, get your stuff. She hugged me tightly, murmured her thanks, and the strangest sensation of familiarity came over me that I hadn't noticed the first time I met Val. The room seemed off, and my ears were muffled, as if someone shoved cotton in them. The hybrids, maybe it was them. Were they close? Val let me go, but the smile on her face disappeared as she looked at something behind me.
Maggie,
she breathed. What is it? Morris stood behind me, and he wasn't alone. 4 more warlocks were with him, and none of them looked happy. I glanced at her quickly. Val, I need you to do as I said, understand?
But Maggie...
Now, do it. She walked swiftly toward the doors, hurrying away from Morris's curious gaze. No, not curious. Something else. Did he stiffen when she passed? And his head, I thought he lowered it slightly. Why would he do that? I had to be seeing things.
Morris,
I said, hoping I sounded happy. I've been wondering where you've been. Been here all along, he replied with a shrug. Come on, thought we could take a walk. He offered me his arm, and I had no choice but to take it. I slipped my hand around his arm and let him lead me from the conference room, through the lobby, then out to the courtyard garden. Nice night, don't you think? It is, I agreed. What have you been up to? Working, sadly, but now I'm all yours. Thought you'd be happy to hear it. I am. My cheeks were hurting from smiling so much, but I had to keep up the pretense that I enjoyed being with him. Where's Roger tonight? Not sure. Think he went to some of the events on his own. Is that so? We came to a stop at the end of a path, far away from the hotel doors. You sure he wasn't sneaking around the cages in the basement? The last word was barely out of his mouth when I grabbed his arm hard and whirled him around, slamming him into the nearest wall. I reached for my gun, but he recovered too fast and rammed his elbow into my face. He wrapped his arm around my waist, crushing me to his body as he cackled. It was like he was getting a kick out of this. His hand found the gun at my back, and then he headbutted me. Let's see what you really look like. He grabbed the amulet and tore it free. Well, well, so it's true. Mercy the bounty hunter, as I live and breathe. You know, you've taken down some of my friends in the past. I willed my power to manifest and light this bastard on fire, but it sputtered, then went out. Figures. Luckily, that wasn't my only option. Good. Now it's your turn. I jammed my knee into his groin. He grunted as I scrambled for the gun. My hands closed around it, but he twisted my wrist, and it fell from my numb fingers. He kicked it away for good measure, then decked me. This time when I brought my fist up, it was encased in white and gold flames. About time. I struck him in the gut, then followed it up with a hit to the face. I was more than ready to keep beating him until he told me where Rafael was, when a panicked yelp came from behind me. Stop, or I'll kill her.
Maggie?
Val asked, confused, shaking in the hands of a hybrid dragonborn.
What? I don't understand.
She cried out in pain when the hybrid dug his claws into her shoulder. Enough, or she's dead, the hybrid repeated. The flames spread up my arms, more than ready to take on this challenge, when something heavy bashed into the back of my head. Val yelled as my knees hit the ground hard. A second hit sent me tumbling into darkness. I groaned, hearing voices around me. A few of them were familiar, but I couldn't place them. Why the hell did my head hurt so bad? Something was crusted on my face, and the ground was hard beneath me, hard and cold. I pushed up to my knees and elbows, opening my eyes wide as I could, only to find bloodstains beneath my hands. Looks like she's awake. Get the contenders ready. And our guest of honor, of course. Morris, that rat bastard. I was going to beat him into a bloody pulp as soon as I could see straight again. I shook my head, but that was a mistake. I managed to turn to the side as I vomited. Concussion, I figured. How hard had they hit me? You sure she's going to be up for a fight? That was a voice I did not know. She'd better be. She's the main event tonight. Something hard struck metal, and I cringed, the sound echoing painfully in my skull. Hey, you alive still, or what? I flipped him off, but all that did was make him laugh. Slowly I lifted my head, then wished I hadn't. The cage. I was lying in the center of the damned cage. The stands were empty, except for a few individuals that I knew were hybrids. Their power pulsed around me, making my scar itch. Morris stood in front of me, holding my gun in his hand. He smashed it against the bars again. I considered throwing up on his shoes, but didn't get over there in time.
I wiped my mouth on my arm, spitting the awful taste lingering in my mouth. Carefully, I reached behind my head to find a bump and dried blood in my hair. "Thanks, asshole," I snapped, sitting up on my knees. "You know, for being Mercy the famed bounty hunter, you don't seem all that impressive."
"Why don't you step inside the cage and we can go a few rounds? I'm sure I can change your mind." Temptation crossed his face, but then he shrugged, and it was gone.
"Not tonight. I do have plans to stick around and watch the show."
"What show?" He leered, pressing his face against the bars.
"The one you're starring in. You should feel privileged, really. The demise of Mercy the bounty hunter. I hope it's not over too soon. I'd like to enjoy my date night."
"Date night? You're kidding, right?" I glanced around the outside of the cage, but I couldn't see past the first few rows of seats.
"I made a deal, you see. I bring you to him, and I get a prize. Would you like to see it?"
"Only if it's me kicking your ass."
"Well, you're going to see it anyway," he said, as if I hadn't spoken at all. "Bring her to me." I worked on breathing and waiting for the dizziness to go away. A door opened, and chains dragged across the floor. 2 hybrids guided a third person between them. They turned her toward the cage. I shouted in rage, throwing myself at the bars. My stomach revolted from the sudden movement, but I held back the vomit. "You bastard! Let her go!" Gigi's eyes widened, and she reached for me with her manacled hands. Morris placed his arm around her waist and dragged her back into his chest. The fear in her eyes tore at me, and I shook the bars, willing my magic to kick in and kill him on the spot. But there were no breathtaking flames, no fire, nothing. "He wanted you badly enough, he was willing to part with her. Such beauty for a white witch."
Morris trailed his fingers down Gigi's cheek. She flinched away, but he grabbed her chin in his hand and sighed.
"You'll learn your place soon enough. But first, it's time for a show. What do you say, pet?"
Gigi muttered through a gag, but her words were too muffled to understand. The manacles around her wrists bound her magic. I shook the bars again as Morris maneuvered her to some front-row seats, then sat her down. He kept his arm possessively around her shoulders, sneering at me as he lifted a lock of her hair and smelled it.
"You're gonna wish you were never born when I get out of here," I warned. "I'm gonna tear you apart, piece by piece." "Such violence and anger in you, Mercy. I think it's time we let you express those emotions."
That voice. Envy. Envy couldn't be here. He wasn't. Gripping the bars of the cage until my knuckles hurt, I followed the sound of his voice and approaching steps. His smile was straight-up evil, and when he reached into the cage for me, I backed off, not about to let him touch me. The stinging that started in my scar turned into full-blown agony. I bit my cheek to stop from reacting, not about to let him see me in pain. His green eyes shimmered with glee at whatever plan he'd concocted.
"Now then, my mistress is not too pleased with you disrupting her plans. Time to teach you a lesson. If you survive this night, she'll forgive you. If not, well, then, there's one less person we have to worry about. Sounds fair, don't you agree?"
The cage was empty, but the door leading to the room with the cages was wide open. I didn't dare move to it yet, not wanting to see what was about to come charging at me. I won't kill innocents.
"Yes, I thought as much. Let's make this more interesting, shall we? Wouldn't you like to see your surprise guest?"
He clapped his hands twice, and spotlights popped on. Vel stood at the back of the room, a hybrid holding a dagger to her throat. Tears flowed from her eyes in a steady stream as she quietly pleaded to be released.
"Don't worry, she's not who I'm talking about."
Envy clapped his hands again, and the lights for the stage lit up. "Rafael?" He strained against the chains holding him to the same chair Cheval occupied a couple of nights ago. The gag prevented him from talking, but he yelled all the same. From the blood around his wrists, he'd been trying to get free for a while now. Envy laughed like a kid as he bounced up the rows of bleachers and landed on the stage. He walked around Rafael. Don't you touch him, I shouted as I charged the bars again, but he snapped his fingers, and a green shield illuminated, throwing me backward. He clicked his tongue, wagging his finger at me. Now, no need for that. Let him go, I begged. Let him and the girl go, and Gigi. Cheval can have me then, all right? Just let them go. Envy tapped his chin as if he was seriously considering my offer, but I knew he wasn't. Interesting how much you care for this wretch. He smacked Rafael. Rafael's hands curled into fists, and he lunged against the chains to get to Envy. But they held. Not interesting at all. Let him go. He has nothing to do with this. Doesn't he now? Tell me, Mercy, does he know your secret? I wonder what he'd do with the truth. He looked beyond pleased with himself, as if he was about to reveal something massive that would ruin my life. I forced a laugh that turned real at the insanity of our situation. Envy glowered as he stomped back down the bleachers and stood outside the cage. Yeah, that ship sailed, dumbass. He knows. Envy sniffed, annoyed, and squared his shoulders. No matter. He's going to watch you fight and probably die, all the same. Then he'll join you, as will the girl. Do you have any last words? Any at all? She's not going to win. My dear, she's been winning since the night she murdered your parents. He snapped his fingers, and a whip of pure green energy latched around my neck. I tugged at it, but that only made it worse until I was gasping for air. Raphael's bellows of fury sounded far away, and black spots filled my vision. I know you and your friends seek the artifacts. The longer you keep them from her, the more of you will die. Is that what you want? I spit at him, and the whip tightened so much that when I came to, I was back on the cement floor. Raphael yelled and shouted, managing to get the gag off his mouth.
Mercy! Wake up, Mercy! Get up and fight!
Fight? What was he talking about? I couldn't get to Envy.
Mercy, behind you!
I spun around in time to catch a fist to the face. My back slammed into the bars, and I ducked as a second hit was headed toward my nose. The vampire hissed and threw himself at me. I hadn't planned on fighting anyone, but there was nothing but bloodlust in this vamp's eyes. He was shirtless, his chest and arms bearing scars that had taken months, years of torture at the hands of his captors. I reached for my daggers, but they weren't there. I was on my own.
Come now, Mercy!
Envy yelled. I caught hold of the vampire's fist and flipped him over me, but the move took more out of me than I expected, and I sank to my knees.
Where's that powerful magic you possess? Surely you can give us all a good show.
My power was currently dormant. There was no flicker of heat anywhere in my body. And it wasn't like the vampire was going to let me call a timeout to get myself into a meditative state of mind. I had no weapons, no easy way to kill the bloodsucker's snapping fangs that came closer to my neck with every attack. Raphael's yells fell away until it was just me and the vampire facing off. I ignored Envy's jabs and focused only on what was in front of me. A weapon. I needed a freaking weapon. A stool sat in the corner of the cage. It would have to do. The vampire threw himself at me again. I misjudged his speed and went down in a sprawling heap. He slammed me into the floor as I pushed against his face. Saliva dripped from his mouth, those fangs ready to pierce my neck and drain me dry. That was not going to happen. Not tonight. Digging deep, I bellowed as I got a boot into his gut and threw him over my head. He rolled into the bars. I raced for the stool. Not wasting time, I bashed it against the cage until a leg broke off. The vampire hissed in fury and blurred into me. I turned. The stake plunged deep into his chest, and his body went limp. Dead. I yanked the stake free and shoved the dead vampire away from me. That all you got? The second Envy grinned. I wanted to kick myself for taunting him. From the look on Raphael's face, so did he. Not even close. Envy clapped his hands. I rushed to pick up another stool leg. 2 figures entered the cage.
I hung my head. Sticks weren't going to do a damn thing against shifters. They threw back their heads and howled, then shifted into ferocious wolves.
"Wait," Envy yelled as they made ready to charge. "Let's make this more interesting, shall we?" He waved to the hybrid holding Val, and to my horror, they dragged her closer to the cage. She screamed, begged him to leave her be, but the hybrid slashed his blade down on her arm, spilling blood. Envy's magic wrapped around her in a green haze, then she shimmered into the cage beside me. "There, that's better. Carry on."
"Mercy,"
Val whispered.
"I can't fight."
"Get behind me. You stay there, understand?" I hefted the stool legs in my hands, watching the shifters come in closer. Val whimpered behind me. I found my gaze pulled to Gigi beyond the bars. Morris had a firm hold on her hands, his other running continuously through her hair. Rafael shouted for me again. Our eyes met. I didn't want him to see this, but as soon as that thought struck me, a warmth grew in my gut. Fire. My fire. It was still here after all. Too bad there wasn't time to pull on it. The shifters growled, then lunged our way. Chapter 13. Rafael.
Mercy disappeared beneath a pile of fur and claws. Blood oozed down my hands where the chains cut into my skin. The witch in the cage with Mercy shrieked. One shifter smashed into the bars of the cage. He slid down. The other squared off against Mercy. There'd been a flicker of white flames in Mercy's gaze seconds before they charged, but there was no hint of it now. She opened her eyes wide, as if struggling to stay conscious, holding her right arm at an odd angle. Her jacket was torn, and blood dripped off her fingertips, adding to the stains at her feet. The shifter swiped at her face, and the stool leg she had as her only weapon broke into pieces. She yelped as her head flew back. "Mercy!" Envy cackled in delight from the chair beside me. "Revenge is such a sweet thing." I gnashed my teeth at him, my demon rage more than ready to break free, but these damned enchanted chains kept me held down. Mercy was going to die, and I couldn't stop it. When she straightened, her face was covered in blood and fresh claw marks. The second shifter was getting up now, and they both circled her as she struggled to keep the witch safe behind her. I had no idea who she was, but Mercy seemed intent on keeping her alive. The shifters attacked as one, and she vanished beneath their furred bodies again. The witch's cry cut off, and then there was nothing but silence. "No," I breathed as my heart plummeted. "Mercy." Envy scooted to the edge of his chair, eagerly waiting to see the shifters move aside. They remained where they were, though. He frowned. "What's going on in there? Where is she?" She couldn't be dead. She couldn't. Envy was on his feet, moving toward the cage when the chains around my wrist grew burning hot. I winced, but stopped myself from yelling in panic. The manacles weakened enough for me to easily break them. There was no sign of Mercy yet. My gaze roamed over the room, and I caught the tail end of a person ducking back into the room with the cages. Sycamore? How had he gotten down here without being caught? Not that I was going to argue, if he'd been the one who freed me. "I said, where is she?" Envy raged. I moved my hands and the chains broke apart. Just a few more inches and I'd be free to tackle Envy. I was about to stand when several hybrids rushed past me. I froze, but they paid no attention to me, sprinting to the cage instead. The shifters' bodies moved, and Envy held up his hand, yelling for silence. I craned my neck around to see them when a burst of white fire shot up from the shifters' bodies, launching them into the top of the cage. They crashed back down. Mercy stood in the center. Mercy's eyes were alive with fire as golden white flames crawled up her arms. Envy started to clap. Mercy threw her arms to the side. Flames shot out, breaking through whatever enchantment he placed on the cage. The hybrids and Envy struggled to get back as Mercy's hands curled into fists, and the metal bars twisted and groaned from the pressure. The entire cage shifted, breaking free of the cement that held it in place. When Mercy's hands opened, the broken bars shot out, running hybrids through left and right. They screamed as they died, massive rods of iron driven through their bodies. Envy caught the one aimed for his chest, but not completely in time. With a shriek, he tugged on it, the tip that pierced his skin. He chucked it aside, staring in awe and anger at Mercy. I counted off the seconds they stared each other down, waiting for Mercy to keep up the attack, but as fast as the flames appeared, they vanished in a puff of smoke. She collapsed to the floor, curling in on herself. I'd seen it happen before, but not so fast. As Envy started forward, I took my chance and threw myself at his back, taking him to the floor. Morris had dragged Gigi to the side of the room, out of harm's way. I charged to Mercy's side and shook her shoulders. "Come on, look at me, damn it." Her right thigh was slashed, so was her side. She'd lost so much blood. She was in bad shape. I had to get her out of there, fast. Mercy's hand squeezed mine weakly. Envy shouted for help. Hybrids poured into the room from other doors, cutting off any chance of escape. I stood in front of Mercy protectively, roaring as my demon rage took hold. I was more than ready to go down fighting, and from Envy's hesitation to come toward me, he remembered all too well how he fared after our last fight. Sycamore was in the other room. What was he waiting for? Envy snapped his fingers as the hybrids charged at us. I clocked the first one, then grabbed the second by his throat and hefted him off the ground. Chucking him into the others, I took down 3 more and whipped around to beat back 2 more trying to go for Mercy and the witch. One came at me with a dagger. I wrenched his arm back, breaking it, and snatched the blade away. It would come in handy. They kept coming, and I found myself relishing the fight and spilling their blood. All for Mercy. "Enough of this!" Green light filled the room. Envy prowled closer, bearing a sword made of pure magic. "You are going to die, demon. I promise it won't be over quickly." A flurry of movement behind him distracted me, but then I was rushing to block Envy's sword with the dagger. A yelp of pain came from across the room, along with the sound of chains clinking. I couldn't see what it was because Envy's glowing blade continuously came toward my face. I ducked low under his strike and slashed at his side with the dagger. He shrieked, but it did nothing to slow him down. Scuffling came from behind me. I started to turn until Envy bashed the hilt of his sword into my face. The second hit nearly sent me falling over. A blur moved between us, and Mercy was there, stabbing him through the heart with another dagger. Envy gasped. Mercy yanked it out and plunged it in even deeper. His sword vanished into thin air. I took my dagger and rammed it into the side of his neck for good measure. We backed away as he grabbed for the blades. Envy pulled the first one free from his chest with a smirk. I hung my head. This bastard was never going to just die. "You really think you can kill me?" He reached for the one in his neck and with a grimace removed it, then tossed it aside. He snapped his fingers, and even more of his men moved into place, surrounding us. The words to take us were probably on his lips when a yell came from the other room. The ground trembled. Another yell echoed off the walls, followed by rumbling thunder. Only it wasn't thunder. The doors burst open. Mercy grabbed me by my arm, pulling me down to the floor with a curse as a small round object sailed through the air. It ignited over our heads, and the bright flash was blinding as the shockwave from the blast pressed us into the floor. Envy and the rest of the hybrids cried out. Suddenly Mercy had hold of me and was pulling me to my feet. "Where's Gigi?" Mercy was pale. I had no idea how she was even standing.
"Mercy!"
I turned to see who'd called her name. Through the mess of bodies struggling to get back to their feet came Gigi. She ran into Mercy, and they embraced as the doors behind us burst open to reveal 2 faces I had not expected to see, followed by all those trapped in the cages. Bowen and Rufus marched toward us, looking pissed off. They glared at Mercy, pointedly ignoring me.
Nice timing,
Mercy said. Bowen hissed. She gave him a look.
What? Don't give me that shit right now, all right? Just don't.
You're going to tell me why the hell you decided to attack the Dark Covens?
I didn't. I came to get Gigi, so back off, or I'll make you.
Any other day, I'd like to see her go around with Bowen and beat him, but she was hardly able to stand. Bowen's red gaze flicked to Gigi at Mercy's side, and his lips thinned. "We are going to have a very long talk if we get out of here," he informed Mercy.
Bite me,
she snapped in reply. He bared his fangs. I made ready to intervene if necessary. "Perhaps I will." I stepped in to stop him if he so much as raised a hand to her, but he never got the chance.
Can we do this later? More are coming, and those guys aren't going to stay down for long.
Todd's ghost shimmered into view beside us.
Let's go. Get everyone moving, or you are all going to be joining me.
The room flooded with people that were bustling through several sets of doors. So many people who'd been trapped. Sycamore appeared among them, walking with Wesley. I caught hold of his arm. "What did you do?" "Bit of old magic," he said with a wink. "Mercy helped. Get them to that far wall and tell them to keep running. It'll give." I wasn't sure what he meant, but Bowen blurred to it, and the wall did disappear, revealing a set of stairs. The stairs Mercy and I hadn't been able to find on the blueprints. The longer explanation of what Sycamore did and how Bowen, Rufus, and Todd came to be here would have to wait. Now we had to run. Every single cage had been emptied, and those trapped for too damned long charged out of the room and into the hidden stairwell. Mercy clung to my side amid the chaos. Bowen had hold of Gigi, with Rufus bringing up the rear. Envy wouldn't stay down for long, and once again we weren't going to be able to kill him. One day he'd end up dead. One day. As one, we charged up the stairs and burst into the lobby of the hotel. Screams and panic ensued immediately. I was concerned we were going to be stopped when an explosion erupted behind us. A bright flash of white light filled the lobby. Mercy urged me to move faster. "What the hell is that?"
"Rufus," she replied simply. "Bastard always has explosives on him these days."
A second explosion sent everyone streaming out the doors, but our group stayed huddled as close together as we could. We sprinted for the transport, leaving the burning hotel behind, as witches and warlocks stood around on the street in confusion, watching us retreat. A few started to follow, but Rufus pulled another bomb from his pocket and threw it, covering our escape. Mercy staggered. I hoisted her back up, not letting her slow down for anything. We hadn't seen Cheval, but that meant nothing. An army of hybrids led by her could come charging after us, and no one here would try to stop her. Reaching the transport, Bowen directed as many as he could into it, sending them all to Sector 21. I asked him for his cell. He shot me a pissed-off look, but handed it over. Mine had fallen back in the room with the cage.
"Who are you calling?"
Mercy asked, her voice weak from blood loss and power flaring. "Help. Trust me." She mumbled something I didn't understand, then leaned into my side. Iris answered on the third ring, asking who was calling. "Shut up for 5 seconds and listen," I said roughly. "Get everyone you can to the transport off 3rd Street, and I mean everyone."
"Rafael, what's going on?"
"I'll explain when I get there. Just do it, Iris." I hung up, not waiting for her to answer, and handed Bowen his cell back. "Mercy?" I gave her a little shake when she didn't react right away, and she grunted, "Stay awake, all right?"
"I'm good. I need to check on Gigi."
She needed to stop moving, but instead she pulled away from my side and pushed her way over to Gigi. They held each other up. The witch I heard them call Val when we were escaping stayed nearby. Something was odd about her, but I let it go. Now wasn't the time or place to start an argument. I helped usher everyone through the transport, offering to be the last one through. Mercy stepped inside with Gigi, Val, Bowen, and Rufus. Sycamore and Todd's ghost hung back with me. When I looked at Mercy's face, The look she gave me ripped a hole through me. Then they were gone, and I was left feeling so cold and hollow as I never had before.
Chapter 14. Mercy. Bowen stayed with those we rescued from the cages. He yelled at me to get Gigi's ass back home and take care of myself. To say he was pissed would be an understatement. Rufus wasn't much better, growling at me every few seconds and shaking his head like I'd disappointed him somehow. Even Todd had disappeared from sight after shooting me an annoyed look that said I'd be getting a lecture from him later. Wasn't sure what they were all pissed about. We made it out of Sector 13 alive, and with between 50 and 100 saved captives, including the kids, who would have been killed by Shoeball at some point or another. Rafael stood near the transport, quietly talking with Bowen, who held up a very weak Wesley. We needed to talk, alone, but I had to get Gigi back to her place. And Val. I almost forgot about Val. Gigi had agreed to take her in. I'd introduced them once we'd gotten through the transport. Val hardly had to tell Gigi much about her story when Gigi hugged her close and said she'd be more than happy to bring out the white magic within her. They sat on a curb nearby, conversing in low tones. It was the middle of the night, and the place should have been packed. I spotted Iris at the end of the street, being followed by more feds. SUVs drove slowly alongside them. They'd blocked off the street, allowing those we saved not to become a spectacle. Iris went straight to Rafael and started yelling at him. That was my cue to leave. Without trying to get his attention, I went to Gigi and helped her unsteadily back to her feet. Ready to go home? I placed her arm over my shoulders as Val stood at her other side, just in case. Gigi's wounds needed to be patched up, but I worried more about her mental state. Gigi?
What? You didn't like my home away from home?
She winked as she said it, but her voice was weak.
You know, for a couple of days there, I was worried you weren't going to find me.
I held her up the best I could, not about to let her falter. Ye of little faith.
What? Not like I was able to call you or anything?
She stopped short and nearly toppled us all over when she looked at me, confused.
How did you know where I was?
Your friend Onyx. She was worried about you.
What? Where is she?
I glanced over my shoulder and spotted her with the others being talked to by the feds. They'd found her in one of the cages. I'd noticed her among the group rushing out with Sycamore. Someone had picked up on her strange behavior these last few days and thrown her down there. She made it out. She's safe. Everyone is. Now can we please get you home? And then can we talk about how you should never take a page from my book ever again? She chuckled as she replied,
Yeah, remind me never to do that.
The rest of the walk to Gigi's home passed in silence. I opened her door slowly, and she let out a stream of curses at the place. Sorry, Rafael and I picked it up the best we could, but think you might have lost a lot of supplies.
It's fine,
she muttered darkly.
It can all be replaced.
I didn't let her sit until we were in the back room and at her bed. Val stayed in the front room at my request, and I pulled the door closed so I could have some privacy with Gigi. She was already up and moving toward her closet until I scolded her to sit back down so I could get fresh clothes for her. She sighed, giving in, and sank back to the bed with a grunt.
Think I'm going to sleep for a week.
Just a week? I pulled out one of her favorite pink t-shirts and comfy sleep pants and tossed them onto the bed. I rummaged around for any healing salves that hadn't been ruined when her place was ravaged, and let out a triumphant yelp when I found them. Wrists, I motioned for her to hold them out. She finished changing, then held them out to me. They'd been bruised and cut by the manacles she'd worn inside the cage. She winced when I dabbed the salve on, but then seemed to relax. I propped her feet up on the bed next and did the same to her ankles. She had a couple of cuts on her upper arms and cheeks, but thankfully nothing needed stitches. I was terrible at stitching. Once most of the salve was gone and all her wounds had been checked over, I helped her get comfortable and dragged a chair over to her bedside. I said nothing, not entirely sure what she'd been through when trapped in that cage, and wasn't about to push it. I rubbed at the blood on my hands. My jacket was torn to shreds,
and after a while I finally took it off, balled it up, and chucked it into the trash can across the room.
Shit, Mercy!
Gigi gasped.
Your arm!
I'll live. My arm was slashed up, courtesy of the shifter, as with my right side, my leg. The cuts on my face were starting to sting now that the adrenaline was wearing off. Dried blood, mine and that of those I'd killed tonight, covered me from my boots to my hair. Gigi hauled herself off her bed and started puttering around. What are you doing?
Taking care of your wounds before they get infected, and don't tell me you'll take care of them later. You and I both know you won't.
I have bandages at home. The look she shot me said I'd better shut up, so I did, and let her do what she does best, what she was comfortable doing, helping people. Gigi was damned good at defending herself, but going undercover with the dark witches had taken its toll. She seemed older, and not just exhausted, but also beaten down, mentally wounded in a way she wouldn't easily recover from. I didn't make a sound of protest as she moved from one injury to the next. She sniffed hard, and then tears streamed down her cheeks. A second later, and I was on the floor with her as she finally fell apart. I held her as she cried, mumbling incoherently about hybrids and assholes and about being treated like an animal.
They made me fight,
she whispered when she lifted her head, face streaked with tears.
I killed Mercy. They'd been tortured and twisted, but they were innocent captives all the same. I killed them so I could stay alive. Who does that? What kind of witch am I?
You did what you had to do.
No, I should have let them kill me.
I grabbed her shoulders and forced her to look at me. Don't you ever say that, you hear me? You did not ask to be put in that situation. You can do more good for this world alive and by helping me defeat Cheval. You think that's the only underground fighting ring she has?
Oh, Goddess, I never even thought of that.
This fight is far from over, and I need you by my side. I need a friend I can trust, a powerful witch who's willing to risk her life to save others. I gave her a firm shake. You are not to blame yourself for anything that happened. She hung her head and her cheeks reddened. She had yet to tell me how she'd been captured in the first place, and honestly, I'd been too scared for the truth to ask. Gigi, tell me how they got you. Talk to me. She swiped at her face and rested against her bed. We stayed on the floor, not wanting to distract her. As her eyes took on a faraway look.
I let him get to me.
Morris? She laughed bitterly, picking at the rug.
Here I was teaching you how to seduce men, and I went and got myself seduced. Well, you know, stuff happened. I thought I had him. I thought he was going to give me everything. Goddess, I was an idiot. I should have known something was wrong when he didn't show that night, then turned up here the night I came home.
Did he hurt you?
No, thank the goddess, no,
she said, and I sighed in relief.
Cast a binding spell on me when I fought him to get away. He said he had something to show me. Ended up in a cage that night.
Who did you see?
No one I recognized. All hybrids, though, from the look of them.
She shuddered, and I held her hand.
They gave me the creeps. The one with the green eyes. He questioned me the most.
Envy? She shrugged. Did you see Cheval at all? Was she there? I couldn't say for certain yet if she'd been there or not. One hooded figure on a stage was not enough evidence for me to believe she had attended the conference.
They said her name once,
Gigi told me, screwing up her face in thought.
But I never saw her. Not that I know what she looks like, but the Dragonborn there were all hybrids and mages.
She held up her hand when I cursed.
But there was one figure that came through the cages, hooded, never said a word. Envy bowed, acted like he was sucking up to whoever it was. That might have been her.
If I'd gotten there sooner, I might have caught her. Or if I'd gone by myself and hadn't let Rafael try to take control of the rescue mission. Even as I thought it, I knew I was stupid for doing so. If I'd gone in alone, I would be trapped in one of those cages with Gigi. Or worse, I'd be dead, and no one would even know. I helped Gigi off the floor and let her finish fussing over me, whatever made her feel better. Once my arm and leg were bandaged, and salve added to the cuts on my face, not the side with my scar, she fell back into bed exhausted, and I pulled over my chair again.
"It wasn't all a waste,"
she said after a long while of silence.
"Getting my ass captured, I mean."
Not sure I'd agree with you.
"You will. Cheval's working with the Reapers."
What do you mean? How?
"I didn't get everything, but I overheard Morris talking to the hybrids before I was taken. The new ally the witches were talking about? Pretty sure it's Cheval, but not just her. She's bringing the Reapers with her."
Gigi grabbed my hands frantically.
"Mercy, she's recruiting them to join her. Where do you think she got those sacrifices for the rituals?"
I wasn't sure what she was getting at until it hit me. Donors. Damn it.
"They didn't say it outright, but they mentioned a new shipment coming in, and that they were going to be divided."
How? She gulped, then whispered.
"Between fighters for the cage and those to be sacrificed."
We were running out of time quickly.
"You have to find a way to stop the Reapers from helping her."
It's not that easy. I pushed out of the chair and walked slowly around the room, waiting for some genius plan to hit me in the head. But none came. It's not like we could just walk right back into Sector 13 after the stunt we pulled tonight, knock on the Reapers' front door, and ask them nicely not to help Cheval start a war to end all wars. Why could nothing be easy? I sure as hell couldn't do it alone, unless I had about 12 of those bombs Rufus used to blow up Liam's mansion. Which, come to think of it, might be the only way to stop them. Reapers were a pain in the ass to kill, since they were pretty much dead already.
"Mercy, you've got that look on your face."
What look? I don't have a look.
"The look that says you just got out of one stupid mess, and you're ready to throw yourself back into another one. Don't do that."
Don't have a choice. If we can stop the Reapers, we might be able to hold off Cheval's plans, slow her down. I would have to talk to Bowen and Rufus about making plans, if they were even willing to talk to me again. I wouldn't drag Rafael into this. I told him once we saved Gigi, I'd leave him alone, and I meant it. Did I like it? Hell no. But until he made up his mind, he was nothing but a distraction. Facing down the Reapers without him left me anxious. Rafael and I worked well together, no matter what he seemed to think about my heritage.
"You do have a choice."
She was eyeing me funny when I turned back to face her.
"You were with Rafael."
Yeah, and?
"And last you texted me, he pulled the gun on you because he learned the truth."
Then you went and got yourself captured. She waved away my words.
"We're not talking about me, we're talking about you. He was with you at the conference. Care to fill me in on what occurred between him trying to kill you and him saving your ass and mine?"
There was too much that I did not want to get into tonight. I told him I needed help.
"And he just said he would."
Not exactly, but then, yeah, he came through. It's not a big deal. I'm sure I won't be seeing him again. She rolled her eyes and shifted her pillows around.
"You're a dumbass."
Wow, really? I just saved your dumbass, if you recall.
"I never said you were a dumbass when it comes to fighting, but damn, Mercy, you really think he would have risked his life for me? You know that's not why he went along."
I don't know what you're talking about.
"Yeah, you do, so stop playing stupid. He went along to keep you safe."
Rafael doesn't want to be with me, all right? Just drop it. I stormed for the door, not wanting to go off on my recovering friend. Get some rest. I'll check on you and Val tomorrow. You sure you're okay with taking her in?
"It'll be nice to pass my gifts along to someone else. And you know I'm right. Don't let him get away,"
she warned. I didn't have the heart to tell her it was probably too late for that, and left. Val was in the front room, reading through some of Gigi's spell books. You still have my number?" She nodded as she quickly set the book down, looking like she was in trouble. "Hey, you're safe here with Gigi. Just call me if she's pushing herself too hard or if you need anything. Got it? There's a cot in the corner over there. I'm sure she'll get you set up better over the next few days."
Thanks for this, Mercy. You didn't have to take me with you.
"Didn't want that asshole coming after you. You're safe here," I reminded her, and gave her a quick hug. "Get some sleep. I'm sure Gigi will be running you ragged soon enough." Val seemed eager to learn, and I left, waiting until I heard the door lock, then walked down the steps to the sidewalk, and cringed. I had to walk the rest of the way to Damien's place. I considered turning around and crashing in Gigi's place for the night, but if I went back up there, she'd start talking about Rafael, and that was not a topic I wanted to discuss. Forgetting about him was what I should have been doing. I'd been working on it, sort of, when Gigi had to get her ass captured. If she hadn't, we wouldn't have seen each other again, unless he decided to turn me in. Not that anything would come of it, since I was sure Nor and Damien knew each other far better than I originally thought. As I walked, I checked my cell, but there were no missed calls or texts from Damien. The next time he gave me a lecture on acting impulsively, I'd remind him of this night right here. Back at his place, I took a shower, changed clothes, and fell onto the couch I'd been using as a bed. I lay in the dark, shifting my concentration to what Gigi told me about the Reapers. But no matter how hard I focused on them, it was Rafael's face that appeared in my mind's eye, his voice that whispered across my ear. I turned over and faced the back of the couch, studying the dark blue fabric closely for imperfections, counting fuzzies, anything I could do to get my mind away from Rafael. Eventually, my eyes fluttered closed, and I was back in that cage, fighting for my life. His furious bellow as his demon rage took over shattered the nightmare. Then we were fighting side by side, carving a bloody path through the enemy. When they were all dead at our feet, he wrapped me in his arms. I bolted upright off the couch, feeling his lips against mine as if he were here with me. I held my face in my hands, knowing I would never get over Rafael. That demon rage told me as much the first time he used it to save me. This time had been no different. He'd come for me, as if driven by pure, raw instinct. Not want, but need. We were stuck with each other, whether we liked it or not. Did I risk going to him? Our last words had been jumbled with a rush of emotions from nearly dying. Again. Then we were running out of the hotel and through the transport. There'd been no time to talk and figure things out. There never was, and I was tired of it. I dug through my bags of clothes and pulled on pants, a long-sleeve shirt, and my old black leather jacket, then hightailed it out of Damien's place. I had no idea what I was going to say, but if I didn't say something, anything, I'd regret it forever. Chapter 15. Rafael. Wesley's breathing grew worse the more we walked. The rest of the ones we saved from the cages were being tended to by Sycamore, Iris, and the feds. Bowen, Rufus, and Todd were right behind me. All three looked pissed off. None of them said a word to me, not that they said much to Mercy, either, after they rushed in to get us out of there alive. I ground my teeth, thinking of her and how she disappeared from in front of the transport. I hoped to talk to her, but it was probably for the best that she got out of there so fast. My gut twisted painfully as I thought of not seeing her again, and I growled without meaning to. "Best keep that rage of yours in check," Wesley mused as we slowly walked into the underground and aimed for the wailing siren. "I'm fine."
"Yes, I'm sure every man has said the same at some point in his life."
"You're talking nonsense. Perhaps you hit your head on the way out," I muttered, readjusting my grip on his arm. He said nothing else until we reached the bar. Shep sprinted outside and easily picked the old Gryphon up and carried him in. I was tired, beaten, bloody, but found myself following them to the back room. Shep situated Wesley on his decrepit couch and fussed over him like a mother would a child. The sight would have been more amusing if I wasn't currently tearing myself apart over Mercy and what I should do. Back at the hotel, Watching her fight that vampire and shifters on her own had destroyed what little control I had over my demon rage. The adrenaline hadn't fully worn off yet. That and a voice in my head that screamed that I should track down Mercy.
"You look quite distraught,"
Wesley said to me after Shep finally stepped away from the couch. I said I'm fine.
"And you're full of shit. I'm old, Rafael. I've seen your situation far too many times to count. Sadly, most of the time, people choose the wrong option."
He looked at me with those blind eyes as he said sternly,
"Do not be one of those people."
I crossed my arms, turning my back on him. "You don't know anything."
"The hell I don't. What's more important to you, right now, at this moment? Your job? Your sense of what's right and wrong? Or the half-mage, half-dragonborn woman you're in love with?"
I was about to fling at him the same excuse I'd been using the whole time, but swallowed the words back. They weren't true anyway. Mercy had lied to me, but how could I blame her for doing so? She'd done it to protect herself and me. The decision hadn't been selfish on her part. It had been practical. I wasn't mad about her lying. I was pissed off at how I reacted. I was the one who lost control, who acted out, who pulled a gun on the woman who stole my heart the first time she set those cold blue eyes on me, who took the rest of me and turned me into the demon I never thought I could be. My chest rose and fell with each heavy breath. I was making a terrible mistake. How am I supposed to be with her when there's a war coming? I confessed to Wesley as I turned back around. His blind eyes focused on me. How am I supposed to try and live a life with her when I don't even know what's coming?
"Would you rather not know what you two could be together?"
An annoyed growl slipped from my lips. He chuckled.
"You two are stronger together. The sooner you realize that, the better we'll all be. She will need you before the final battle. And you her, I think."
He waved me closer. I crouched in front of him.
"Dark times lay ahead. I sense it deep in my bones. Death looms so very close now, and it will try to claim all it can."
What are you saying? There's no hope?
"There is always hope, but you must remember that. You must cling to the light and all that makes you who you are. You will be tested, both of you. If you fail, the rest of us will be doomed."
You can't put that on us. I backed away from the weight of his words. We're not the only ones fighting Cheval.
"Maybe not, but you're the only two that matter. What do you know, old man?"
He shut his eyes and rested on the couch, laying his hands on his stomach.
"I know enough. We're in the middle of the game now. The pieces are moving into place. If you are not where you're meant to be at the right time, Mercy will die."
A snarl tore free as I seethed. I won't let that happen.
"Then what are you doing standing here?"
Numb, I left Wesley to rest and exited the back room. Shep had closed down the bar. Seemed he did so after Bowen called to tell him we were coming. The vampire stood with Rufus at the bar. Todd hovered nearby. They glared at me as I approached. Then Bowen blurred and was in my face. "What the hell were you thinking?" he snarled, his eyes glowing red as he shoved me. I braced my feet and barely budged. "Really? You're going to yell at me?" "Mercy nearly died tonight. She wasn't meant to leave Sector 21. She was not supposed to be flinging herself at the hybrids or Cheval. And what do I get on my phone? A message from her, saying the two of you were in Sector 13. He went to shove me again. I snatched his wrists and shoved him back this time. He staggered away, baring those fangs at me. If I hadn't gone with her, she would have gone alone. Is that what you want? I scoffed as I stared the three of them down. You stand there and claim you know mercy. But what did you think would happen if she was left alone? Gigi was taken. What did you expect her to do? Wait for sufficient backup. And if we had, more would have been killed. Gigi was going to be sold off. Wesley probably would have been killed, then sold for parts. I moved to his right, but Bowen shifted with me. Get out of my way, vamp. You don't deserve her, he hissed, and my anger flared hot. You never will. Coming from the vampire who thought it was a good idea to leave her out of the hunt for whatever it was you searched for, tell me, did you find it? Bowen's clenched jaw was enough of an answer. We did it to keep her safe, something you are incapable of doing. How many times do you have to put her life in danger? How many? Don't push me, I warned, getting in his face this time. You won't like what you see. Oh, big bad Fed, what are you going to do? Arrest me? Bowen, Rufus said loudly, but neither of us looked away. Come on, Fed. We both know sooner or later. You're going to have to pick a side, and it won't be the one Mercy's on. You'll get her arrested, bring in the hunters. She'll die because of you. Mark my words.
Bowen, that's enough,
Rufus said, even louder. He dragged the vampire away from me. Back off, gob, Bowen hissed. Rufus wasn't fazed. They stared each other down. Eventually, Bowen stalked to the other side of the bar, glowering at me the whole time. He's going to get her killed, he shouted suddenly. He's going to be the reason we fail.
No, Rufus argued. You are if you can't get your temper under control.
Rufus, I'm warning you.
Oh, pipe down, you spoiled rotten prince,
Rufus snapped viciously. I forced myself not to smirk as Bowen blanched. Rufus continued.
He's already picked a side. And he's right. We shouldn't have left Mercy behind. Shit, we're as bad as Damien.
Thanks, I think. Rufus arched his brow at my words. And I have picked. A side, I mean.
I know. Otherwise, you wouldn't have risked your neck for her. That demon rage is damned impressive.
He grabbed me by the shirt and dragged me down until I was eye level with him.
You'll protect my ugly with your life, or you'll be answering to me. Is that understood?
You know, I'm getting tired of people telling me I need to protect her, when that's all I've been doing. I removed his hand and shoved my way around him. When I reached the door, I spun around and hit them all with an accusing glare. Maybe you should all take a step back and see what you're doing to her. You're putting her at risk. You're driving her to do crazy shit because you treat her like she's a child, instead of a damned powerful mage. She's cursed, Bowen said, as if I needed reminding. And if you think that's what's holding her back, then you're blind. All of you are. I stormed out of the Wailing Siren. Once I was on the main street outside the underground, I aimed for Mercy's place until I remembered it was destroyed. She could be at Gigi's, but I doubted she'd want to bother her friend for long. Damien's was where she'd been before we left for Sector 13, and that's where I headed. Wesley's words of warning pushed me on, and soon I sprinted through the city, rushing to get to her, to tell her I was a dumbass for turning on her as I had. At Damien's place, I banged on the door and shouted her name, but there was no answer. After 5 minutes, I kicked the door and ran my hands through my hair, wondering where she'd go. Obviously not the Wailing Siren. I wanted to call her, but remembered I lost my cell. With another furious howl, knowing I messed up again, I stalked away from Damien's and walked home. There'd be no sleeping tonight, I was sure of that. How could I, when Mercy was out wandering the city somewhere, probably hating me? I had my chance to tell her how I felt before Morris took her, and I blew it. Once I was at my apartment, I kicked the door closed and bashed my fist into it over and over until my knuckles split and bled. I pushed off the door with a yell and grabbed the nearest table, chucking it against the wall. The lamp followed. Then the kitchen chairs. The rest of my anger from the flight collided with the raw emotions I'd kept pent up since the night Mercy told me the truth. The night I betrayed her trust, not the other way around. I tore apart my apartment and was ready to destroy the bedroom when I caught sight of something moving out of the corner of my eye.
Spring cleaning?
Mercy. I almost didn't get her name past my lips, but there she was, standing in my now destroyed apartment. At first I thought it had to be a dream, that I passed out on the floor in the heat of my rage. But as she walked over the debris, and those blue eyes landed on my face, I knew she was here. How long have you been here? How did you even get in?
Guess you should get your locks changed.
My jaw worked, wanting to close the distance between us, but I couldn't read her face.
Sorry I took off back there. Wanted to get Gigi home.
It's fine. I figured as much.
Wesley back at the Wailing Siren?
She asked, as if we were having a casual conversation like old friends and nothing more. Shep's got him looked after. She shoved her hair behind her ears, nibbling her bottom lip.
Good, that's good. I came by to check on you, but if you want to be alone, I can go.
No.
No?
She tilted her head as I took a step closer, but she took one backward. I don't want to be alone. She continued to walk backward as I came closer, loving the blush that came over her cheeks.
Rafael,
she whispered, then flinched when she backed into the wall. Mercy.
I can't do this again,
she admitted.
I survived it once. I can't again.
I paused, regretting I caused her that much pain because I'd been a bastard. Gently, I cupped her cheek, and she leaned into my touch. We both sighed, and I turned her face upward. I'm sorry, I breathed. Then I kissed her, just a brush of my lips against hers. I'm so damned sorry. But I can't be without you. I won't. Do you trust me?
Do you trust me?
She replied, her lips against mine as she asked. I held her face in my palms and looked deeply into her eyes. Always. I can't live without you. Not anymore, Mercy. The mage and the dragonborn parts of you. She threw herself against my chest, and I lifted her off her feet, kissing her like it was the end of the world already, as if Cheval was going to come and take her away from me tomorrow. I never wanted to let her go again, but when she pulled back, she traced her fingers down my face, which I knew was covered in dried blood from the fight. A glint filled her eyes as she took hold of my hand and dragged me through my messed-up apartment toward the bathroom. Without a word, she turned the shower on, then wet a washcloth. She set me on the edge of the tub as the water warmed, steam slowly filling the bathroom. Gingerly, she cleaned my face, then my knuckles, kissing each one when she finished. When my face was cleaned off, I thought she was going to leave, but she tossed the washcloth in the sink and looked at me. I growled as I swept her into my arms again. I planned on enjoying as much time as I had with Mercy until Cheval tried to tear our lives apart.
End of Book 5. This has been Reaping Mercy, Mercy Temple Chronicles, Book 5. Written by Sierra Graves. Narrated by Jack Ainsworth. Copyright 2017 to 2021 by Sierra Graves. Production copyright by Sierra Graves.